Okay, dude, fuck it. Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancerous fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's it! Game Awards!
Focus on this anymore because all of you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. Fuck you, dude. Fucking the fucking channel. Fuck, mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy.
Dude, Megaphonics is literally just like hitting the levels of parasocial that previously people had never heard of before.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Awesome. I'm broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive. It's not rainy, but it's mostly cloudy here in California, Los Angeles. I'm live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is, regardless of the rain, today is Thursday, May 29th, 2025, and I am early. I'm early. I'm not late. People are saying you're late as a joke, but I'm actually early. I'm early as a bird getting the worm. Anyway. I said it's raining, but it's actually not raining. It's just cloudy. Hasan being early is a recession indicator. Yep, that's right. But this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. Part of the reason why I'm early is because I got to end early because we got to do the Fear and podcast. And, you know, I've been doing half days. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing too many half days. Let's be real. Quiet quitting allegations. I mean, 3 days in a row, I'm like hitting 7 hours. What the hell's going on, you know? Everyone in the media thinks I'm doing 8 to 10 hours a day. Meanwhile, I'm out here doing not 8 to 10 hours a day, you know, and that's messed up. So we got to fix that. We got to fix that. That's why I'm here. Boss made the boss call. That's what happened. Hold on. I'm also like, I've been cooking on basketball. I'm just posting a basketball video because, honest to God, who you got winning it all in the NBA Finals? Knicks. New York Knicks, baby. No, in my heart, it's the New York Knicks. There's comeback possible. They're in. They're gonna do it. What the Halliburton? What the Halle Berry? What the hell? What the helly? Told my girlfriend if Knicks win, we go to New York for vacation in wintertime. Let's go. Yeah. Anyway. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, personal news wise, end of the broadcast yesterday, another freaking half day at 6 hours and 58 minutes, the shortest. People are saying it's the shortest on record. Okay, what's going on with this guy? Well, let me tell you what's going on with this guy. This guy, he's been tired. Okay, don't know why, don't know what it is, but I've been getting tired, and I do know what it is. Actually, it's probably because I don't do anything other than constant commentary, and I think it just like wears on me a little bit, and then I get more tired. I need to do like 4 hours of news. There was a point in time where I would do like 4 hours of news, and then I would move on and do like fun shit. But there's literally nothing fun in the world for me. Like I look at videos, like react videos. I look at react videos that I normally would get excited about, and it's just like, it doesn't excite me. I am realizing I have become the annoying politics frog. You know what I mean? It almost feels like, because the world is so awful and so disastrous, it feels crazy to not, you know, it feels crazy to not cover the news. All right. More streams like last Saturday, please. Yeah, that was good. You getting old after all the genocide coverage? Yeah, that's probably what it is. Start doing basketball practice streams. No one would care about the basketball practice streams, okay? Hold on. I'm gonna post my video here. Okay. So you guys can watch, because okay, personal news wise, didn't do much last night. Hung out with the fam, hung out with my mom, my dad, my brother. We're big chilling. You know, we're chilling big time. And after that, I watched more Andor. It is a direct analog for Palestine. I am convinced. At first I thought from afar, when a lot of people were saying like, oh, this is like about Israel-Palestine. This is about Israel-Palestine. I was like, ugh, okay. Not everything, dude. Like, a lot of people, in my opinion, a lot of people are you know, wish casting. Like they're trying to say this is like a 1-to-1, but it is a 1-to-1 analog. I mean, it literally is. It's just like, I mean, it's not just a 1-to-1 analog for, you could say it is written by, people who have profound knowledge over people who have a very deep understanding over how the American government has done clandestine activities all around the planet, both during the Cold War and how imperial powers extract resources. I mean, it's like almost a 1-to-1. It is actually very, very interesting to see like different aspects of this, because like some of the parts are corny, I would say. Ironically enough, all of the basic stuff, all the basic stuff that normally would work are actually very corny. What? You're a billionaire dad and I would watch basketball practice. Always fun to hate on people just trying to get better. Wait, that person, you shouldn't have been that guy. That guy's just fine. He's just joking. I don't think that person's being serious. I will say that what episode are you on? 9. I think I'm on episode 9. I think I'm almost done. Star Wars always has been, I mean, George Lucas has always very openly said that like the Empire is America and the good guys are tailored around the Viet Cong. Like he's not shy about that, right? Andor obviously is written by someone else, and I really like the first season of Andor, but the second season of Andor is really really cool because like even the sniper rifles perched up on a mass protest that is designed with like a bunch of with a bunch of like fake explosions that take place to really drum up some kind of resistance force from the Empire with the ultimate goal of like resource extraction. All of that is pretty blunt. I mean, it's very on the nose. And yes, Euromaidan protest is what came to mind when I was thinking about the sniper rifle. So I will say it was very, very interesting seeing that in an American work. But it makes sense. I mean, dude. It's great. It's a great show. It's not only a great show, but it's also very, I mean, it's like, get your liberal friends to watch it and be like, this is America. The Empire is America. And I think maybe they'll understand it better. Anywhere where the United States of America has had similar experiences to Gorman. Are we watching the new TARIFFS today? Fuck yeah. The new Jon Stewart for the millennials? Yes. Is back. The premiere center left. Yeah, I haven't watched the rehearsal finale yet. Debate Denim, she had a very different opinion. Made me question her ability to judge. Ha ha ha. What do you mean? On Andor? Okay. But yeah, other than Andor, went to bed, woke up early, and actually took Kaya to the park early. And the reason why I did that, and I bawled early. And the reason why I did that was because Kaya's getting groomed right now. Kaya's getting groomed early, so I wanted to get her running around. And before I groomed her, I needed to like also groom her myself by getting some of the fur out, because she's shedding so much. I literally spent this entire morning after making her run around with the frisbee. Frisbee's working real well, by the way. at the park, getting her to fetch, and then playing basketball. I spent like an hour. I spent an hour going through. Yeah, I got the Piers Morgan Israeli ambassador video here as well. We'll watch it. He's cooking. But yeah. I spent an hour basically trying to get some of her fur off before she gets groomed. And the reason for why I did that is because like the groomers, whenever they take care of her, they never get all the fur off. Anyway, so here's also me bawling. Hold on. Fit pick. The boy is out of control, okay? The boy is out of control. I played 5 games today and I won 4 out of all the 5 games, and only one of them I lost by like 1 point because I was just, you know, I was cooking today. I was balling. I was Osama bin balling. I mean, this is basically sequential, okay? This is exactly what happened. My threes were going in. Unc, hope you ready to show why Duke should have picked you up. I don't think it would have worked that way. But, you know, I got those threes on me. We're really big pants again, bro. I can't. I love wearing the big pants. They're comfy. They're cozy. How's your game in the paint? Is what's important. Don't worry, I got the paint. I got the paint job. Bro, practicing with miscellaneous unks for the big game? No, miscellaneous unks. The people that I'm practicing with are like, they're actually pretty good. Like the people that I play against are actually pretty solid. You know what I mean? So did you see Trump's reaction to his trade policy being called taco on Wall Street? Yeah, I did. It was fantastic. MAGA has been melting down at Mon Mothma's speech, feeling that it's targeted at them, and Trump is a self-report if they relate to the speech. There were plenty of TikToks and Reels about it. Oh, really? What? Sydney Sweeney is selling 5,000. Wait, is this real? Sydney Sweeney is selling 5,000 bars of soap that contain drops of her own bathwater in collaboration with Dr. Squatch. What the hell? Bro, she's like... She is an immensely famous A-list actress. What the hell? Why is she doing that? I mean, like, I'm gonna buy one, but it's just like weird that she's doing it. You know what I mean? Like, if an opportunity presents itself, you gotta buy one, right? Like, obviously. But like, still odd that she's doing that. You know what I mean? Like, when I say I'm gonna buy one, I mean like I'm probably gonna buy as many as I can, right? I assume there's a limit to how many they let you buy of those things, right? But like you got a cop, you have to. You have to dribble lower and tighter. You're gonna get stripped like they're throwing money at you. She's desperate for money. She said before that money she made from Euphoria wasn't enough. That's crazy because I send her money every week. Like, that's weird. That's odd. I thought it was enough, like with nothing in return, no demands in return, you know, just like to make sure she has like spending money, like walk around money, that type of shit. Cause like, I think she should be able to have that. Like, she is a fantastic actress, and it's a real shame that we don't fund the arts enough. And I fund the arts because I'm a feminist. And you guys are saying a lot of mean stuff in the chat right now, and I don't understand why you're coming at me for wanting to fund the arts directly, okay? That is very messed up. Some of you act like you want this socialism shit. I'm doing the socialism shit. Being an ethical multi-billionaire, as I am a multi-billionaire, as you guys know. And yeah. You ain't even asking for feed pics. It's like if she wants to send feed pics, that's fine. That's like that's on her, right? Like that's just, it's like she doesn't have to. Okay, all right. In any case, let's move on. Did you forget to do something with yourself this morning? It's too early for this conversation. It's never too early. All right. How come you never do stuff like this for your fans? What do you mean? I give you feet for free. What are you talking about? I give you feet for free. All right. That's it though. That's all I got going on in my life. I give you armpit. I give you nipple for free. Hasan is a fraud. Okay, I don't have bath water, but okay. Second court blocks Trump tariffs as unlawful. What will Taco Trump do? Hold on. Half of chat acting shocked at first, but then saying, where? I see you little freaks. Yeah. When you posted your Twitch ban TikTok, I had to physically cover your disgusting hairy nipple. Put that shit away, Unk. I mean, people like it. I don't get it, but like to each their own type shit. All right. Second court blocks Trump tariffs as unlawful. What will Taco Trump do? Trump gives 30-day ultimatum to Harvard. Little Marco wants to ban Chinese uni students. Racism is alive and well in the US. Get in now. There's Luigi news? I didn't even see that. Any collab in DreamCon? Well, initially I wanted to collab with NMP, Nick Pollum, as I have done in the past. But unfortunately, I can't because he's not even in the country, from what I understand. Like he was down to do it. He said he was down to do it, and then he just wasn't down, I guess. I don't know. So he cooked me a little bit. All right. Do we have a blast off meme in the chat or no? He moved to Pyongyang. What about S-Fan? What about S-Fan? I don't think S-Fan's gonna wanna do a collaboration with me, considering that he's out there trying to farm the no politics on the website likers on Twitch, on Twitter. All right, I got the blast off. Let's go. Second court blocks Trump tariffs is unlawful. What will Taco Trump do? Trump gives 30-day ultimatum to Harvard. Israel ceasefire. Little Marco wants to ban Chinese uni students. Racism is alive and well in the U.S. Get in now. No politics, only reacts, please. Collab with Extra Emily. Ooh, that could be sick. Blast off. What the hell is this? Cinna or Extra Emily, please. Extra Emily would be dope. I'm gonna hit her up, but she's probably doing stuff. These guys are all too big. They don't want to collab like that. I'll hit up Extra Emily. Cinna or Emily? I think Cinna's doing stuff already. Pretty sure. Luigi news, you need to go to San Francisco for this. Luigi the musical? No. Cinna's big time now. They're all big time, bro. They're all big time. But this again, remember, DreamCon is in like, it's not in Austin. It's in Houston, which is very far, I think, from Austin. So Cinna's in France right now, Hasan? No, they're going to DreamCon. I know she's going to be at DreamCon. What about Ray? They're all collabing with each other. They're doing their own thing. You got to play Night Rain, or are you still dodging that gamer label? No, I would love to play Night Rain. It's just that it's coming out when I'm in it's coming out when I'm not at my base, at my station, you know? But when I get back, I'll play Night Rain for sure. What about Nephew? I don't even know if Nephew's going. Is Nephew going to DreamCon? I think he probably is. But again, these guys are all going to be doing their own stuff. So. Oh, wait. It's coming out in 4 hours, little bro? Oh, okay. I'll play Night Rain tonight. I'll play Night Rain tonight. Yeah, you got it. I got it. I'll do it. Do we have the Macy's, we got a playlist or what? Cap? Don't cap me. I'm also working on getting this doctor that was in Gaza on the broadcast as well. He's been making the rounds. Feroz Sidwa. I know a lot of chatters have been asking. I'm gonna work on getting him over here. Yeah. I'm gonna be in. Are you still gonna play Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes on GameCube? Yes. On PC, it's in 5 hours, not on PS5. PS5, that's later at midnight. Never going to beat that gamer accusation now. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to. I'm trying to desperately avoid the gamer allegations, because like if I launch a successful smear lawsuit, like a slander lawsuit against the ADL's Jonathan Greenblatt, like I can't be a gamer, but my love for Elden Ring might end up overcoming that, you know. Night Rain with co-op Will and Neswa, sure. Potentially. New Adam Curtis doc? No way. What's it on? I'm as gay as that pearl necklace, and I've barely blown 3 guys today. Okay. Well, get your dick sucking skills up then, okay? Only 3? It's before 12. I saw bits and pieces of Anthony Weiner on TARIFFS, and it looked amazing, so I'm probably going to do that as well. New series by Adam Curtis is coming to BBC iPlayer. Shifty. Shifty shows in a new and imaginative way how over the past 40 years in Britain, extreme money and hyper individualism came together in an unspoken alliance. Oh my God. No way. My goat is back. Is this available already? Can we rip this and watch?
Being taken to the vets, we were informed that he was changing sex. His male organs were disappearing, and as such, he was developing very prominent female organs.
There come moments in societies when the foundations of power begin to move. No voiceover.
Time to be alive.
Things become.
I'ma put myself first. Everything's so amazing.
And those in power start to lose control.
What a time to be alive.
Bro, he makes these for me so I can react to them and speak over it. That's what it is. Okay? Like, he's thinking of me when he does this. Do you understand?
Have you been to a gay disco before?
No, I don't think I'd have the nerve.
You are saying that there is some sinister organisation, possibly based in this building.
It's only because she's a fat old cow.
I mean, you know better than I what can be done on television.
But they have a sort of luminescence about them.
Class yourselves as punks.
Don't class yourselves as anything, individuals.
The world's top talking power.
You do anything with sound?
Yes, we can do anything with sound.
Anything can do anything.
As soon as they find out that you're female, it's like, whoom.
This is the people, you know, because they're trash of the trash, right?
You decided not to watch Trauma Zone because it had no voiceover? Why do you have to lie again? I don't know, man. I'm just fucking memeing. Why do you have to get super serious about everything I say?
It's all part of that sort of
Hideo Kojima
culture.
offliner, like the absolute worst chatter, so consistently. Taking things way too fucking serious.
His girl was having his house
again?
repossessed.
God damn,
and he
bro.
got a shotgun and he decided the best way for all of them was to shoot them all.
Oh, well, what can you name him? Any of you, any suggestions?
Following on from the success of Adam Curtis's previous BBC iPlayer films, including the BAFTA-winning Russia 1985 to 1999 Trauma Zone and BAFTA-nominated Hypernormalization, comes a brand new 5-part series, Shifty. The series shows in a new and imaginative way new prem story. Hold on, we'll look at that too. In a new and imaginative way, how over the past 40 years in Britain, extreme money and hyper-individualism came together in an unspoken alliance. Together, they undermined one of the fundamental structures of mass democracy, that it could create a shared idea of what was real. And as that fell apart, with it went the language and the ideas that people had turned to for the past 150 years to make sense of the world they lived in. Oh my. Oh dear. Indeed, indubitably. As a result, life in Britain has today become strange, a hazy dream-like flux in which no one can predict what is coming next, while distrust in politicians keeps growing, and the political class seem to have lost control. Shift here shows how that happened, but it also shows how that distrust is a symptom of something much deeper. That there is now a mismatch between the world we experience day to day and the world that the politicians, journalists, and experts describe to us. The map no longer describes the territory. I think one day we will look back at the downfall of the USSR and how much of a self-inflicted wound it was on America itself and in the Western world itself, because its existence, USSR's existence, created a counterbalance, a counterweight, and therefore it forced capital owners to not focus on endless greed, but at least allow some semblance of welfare, some semblance of regulations to hold back the unlimited greed, because they were fearful that if they weren't able to do so and that contradictions worsened under capitalism, that the alternative, the USSR, was right there, and it was too scary that there was a different organization of the economy the world could point to and demand. So once it went away, they supercharged it. They supercharged it. And here we are, living in the ashes of that unlimited greed. Ironically, it created competition in the political market. Yeah. All right. Do we have the playlist? Do we have a playlist or no? Because if not, I'm going to get started. We got a lot to talk about. Can you please invite Vanilla Mace on Fioran? That seems great. Oh, we do have a playlist. Is this green tea? No, it is not green tea. This is coffee. I'm drinking this coffee. A cold brew coffee. Cold brew concentrate mixtured with water out of my commemorative King Charles III mug. This vestibule for the consumption of coffee comes directly from the heart of the British Empire. To commemorate the ascension to the throne of His Majesty, King Charles III, September 8th, 2022. That's right, look at his beautiful mug. And that is not a double entendre. I am, of course, talking about King Charles, the bloody lad. What's great about the mug is that it commemorates the day his mum died. Yes. Indubitably. Very nice. All right. Today, we're going to start talking about Trump's global tariffs being blocked by an American federal judge. More accents today? Thank you. Don't worry. I got you.
Court has blocked his tariffs on China and other countries, ruling that the president had overstepped his authority under the law. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce starts us off. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. And this is a massive blow to the president's trade war. For months, Trump has argued that the world is ripping America off, defiant in his executive authority to impose these staggering tariffs. But now a federal panel says the president is overstepping his authority and that his tariffs are illegal. Overnight, a staggering setback for President Trump's aggressive trade agenda. A panel of judges on the U.S. Court of International Trade blocking most of Trump's sweeping tariffs on China and other trading partners, determining that they are contrary to law. The move effectively bringing Trump's trade war to a screeching halt. In April, the president declared a national emergency to impose his so-called reciprocal tariffs on goods from every country that trades with the U.S. without seeking approval from Congress.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day.
As markets roiled, Trump defiant.
I know what the hell I'm doing.
But overnight, the federal panel ruling that the law does not authorize the president to use emergency powers to issue tariffs, and that his executive orders exceed any authority granted to the president. The judges appointed by Presidents Reagan, Obama, and Trump also blocking tariffs Trump imposed on China, Mexico, and Canada to combat fentanyl trafficking because they do not deal with the threats described in the president's order. The Trump administration overnight quick to appeal, the White House rebuking the court.
I think the court's coming after our big, beautiful boy that simply wanted to molest the money and stopping his money molestations is really messed up. The judges that have played a role in blocking this so far as I understand, are Reagan judges, Obama judges, which is, of course, lame. Obviously, Obama is a communist, but also Trump appointees. So it's not like these guys are all woke libtards, okay? Down to the Obabe judge. So they're just saying enough is enough. Your money molestation must stop. And it's really messed up. I was thinking about this. As you guys know, I don't entertain conspiracy theories. I do like conspiracy theories. I like analyzing conspiracy theories, but I'm not like a big conspiracy theorist. Having said that, this has played out so perfectly that it almost feels like a psyop to make it seem like if there was ever an opportunity for real trade protectionism, if there was actually a real socialist in charge, that the court system and all of our legal processes will destroy that, because Donald Trump has gone through this in the most idiotic way possible, that it almost feels like we just wanted to make sure that the judicial process could just like eliminate any kind of initiative from the executive office in the future. Okay, has Hasan talked about the alleged throuple between Stephen Miller, Elon, and Miller's wife? Please stop. I saw that. Like, I saw the first 3 seconds of that on my TikTok For You page and instantly shut off TikTok. I turned my phone off. I was like, nope, too much phone for me. I'm good. What kind of insane things am I signaling to my For You page that it's showing me the most like libbait, blue anon, nonsensical position? Of course, while all this is happening, the Trump administration says it will appeal the tariff ruling. This is from yesterday. A reminder to watch this play out in courts and beware the volatility that surrounds it. Also a reminder that rule of law in American court system as a balance is a huge reason investors flock to the U.S. If there's a perceived breakdown with this issue or others, it would mean a breakdown in confidence of inbound investment. An observation: for the past month or so, I've had CEOs and CIOs of major U.S. and international corporations and investment firms pull up lawsuits, including far outside of tariffs, such as Harvard's, with the briefs saved handy on their cell phones. They're watching for fairness at the end of the day to see that the system holds up. I think a lot of people don't understand how important this is. As someone who grew up in Turkey, let me tell you, okay? There are, at the end of the day, you either need to have an incredibly cheap manufacturing base so that you can offer super profits to multinational corporations like China does, or you have to have an incredibly solid, transparent legal structure so that your investments are kept safe. At least there is some sort of legal restitution that you can get. America offers a court system and a functional, I guess, like judicial utopia in comparison to many other countries. The reason why I'm making this comparison with Turkey is because when I was at Bloomberg in Turkey, Bloomberg Habertürk in Turkey, this was one of the things that came up quite frequently when I think this was like the era of privatization for Erdogan. I mean, there's never not been an era of privatization for Erdogan, but I remember vividly there was one meeting I went to with like MBA students. There's something above an MBA. I forget what it was, but the most important thing that they were talking about, is like, in order to bring in foreign capital into the country, there needs to be some kind of there needs to at least be there needs to be at least like the presence of parity and the presence of fairness, and that when things are done, when business and commerce is done in like very corrupt ways, bribery, or when the government can like seize assets or pick and choose winners in the marketplace aggressively, that actually causes investors to pull out, foreign capital to pull out of the country. If your investments are not protected by at least like some institutions that will at least be as fair as possible, you're going to have a harder time bringing in foreign capital into your country. And the same goes for the United States of America as well. The United States is basically like the one of the greatest examples of this. Now, some people, given how cheap the manufacturing base is in other global South nations, will work around that. India is a great example. Obviously, you know what I mean? Like they just overcome that fear, because the alternative is they get to make so much more. They get to make so much more in the long run, as long as they can keep the hyper exploited workers working in the manufacturing hubs, as opposed to the alternative being in the Western world. So there is a gamble. There is a risk to reward ratio there for a lot of foreign investment. But for the United States of America, we don't have a cheap nor robust manufacturing base. The only thing we have is the courts. The only thing we have is the institutions. So Trump is not only molesting the money directly, but he's also kind of molesting the process. But let's see.
Saying it is not for unelected judges to decide how to properly address a national emergency, adding the administration is committed to using every lever of executive power to address this crisis and restore American greatness. For weeks, the president's on-again, off-again tariffs have caused whiplash on Wall Street, sparking major sell-offs when he issues new threats and rallies when he pulls them back. In the Oval Office yesterday...
I don't think the court socialism thing you mentioned is a conspiracy theory. Is it not true that the American legal system is wrapped around capitalism and would have to be fundamentally changed in many ways for allow for institutional socialistic policies? Yes. That's why I said I'm joking. It almost feels like he's like trying to eradicate any kind of opportunity for a potential like social democratic leadership to come in to make some changes unilaterally from the executive office. I don't think that's the case anyway, though. All right, let's keep going.
Trump lashing out when a reporter asked about a new term for his turnarounds.
Mr. President, Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response?
I'm not kidding when I say this. This, I think, originally came from the Financial Times reporting, and Financial Times has been kind of carrying the entirety of Legacy Publishers of the West on his back for the past year and a half. I kind of feel like the taco shit is dangerous, but I would be lying to you if I wasn't excited. If I were to tell you I'm not excited to see where this goes, I'd be lying to you. And I kind of feel like a lot of people that have been, that feel as though they've been fucked over by these systems also want to see how badly Trump can blow this shit up. I'm scared. I'm cautious. I think that it's not good if we had a fucking Great Depression. But also at the same time, don't you kind of want to see where he will take this a little bit? Like, there is at least for me, there is this morbid curiosity. And I want to see, like, how badly could he molest the money? How badly could he fuck the bag up? It's almost like I think there are a lot of people who, like, deep down inside, there's a lot of people who are like, I kind of want to see where this goes. That's because you're rich, asshole. Yeah, if he fucks the bag up, he fucks the bag up for me too. What are you talking about? The rich assholes are the ones who are freaking the fuck out over Trump's money molestation policies. What do you mean? The rich assholes are literally the people who are like, do not fuck this up for me. I am making so much money right now. Who do you think is more freaked out? I know everyone is saying that's because you are a rich man, you are privileged, you won't end up in the streets. But like, chatters. I know. That's why I'm saying I'm cautious. That's why I'm saying it's like, that's why I said it's a morbid curiosity. And it's almost like a, what do you call it? It's almost like it's bad. It's like the call of the void. Okay. It's like, when you step next to the ledge and you're like, there's just like a brief moment where you're like, that's crazy. It's the call of the void. So I know it's bad. It's an intrusive thought. It's an intrusive thought. Exactly. But it's funny when people go, you are privileged. But it's like, it's the most profoundly privileged people on the planet that are literally actively trying to stop Trump from fucking the bag up for them. Do you see what I mean? Like, on the one hand, I recognize Trump nuking global trade is destructive, as I've covered extensively. On the other hand, there is this like, this system is so fundamentally flawed. On the other hand, there is this like weird little inkling inside of me, this weird little voice that's just, an intrusive thought that I'm being perhaps a little too honest about, that goes, how far could he take this? Like, how far? What would he do? What could he get away with? Do you see what I mean? And I think there are a lot more people out there that genuinely feel this way, not recognizing the immediate impact because they're stupid, okay? And not recognizing the damage that this would do to them individually, that are so resentful towards the consolidation of wealth and power, even if they themselves are little capitalists in training, okay? They have the same fucking like Sigma grind set, one day I'm going to be a capital owner, I'm just a temporarily embarrassed millionaire attitude. And yet still, they are so angry and so understandably resentful for the consolidation of power and wealth at the tippy top that they are also going, yeah, just fuck it up a little bit. Fuck it up. Fuck them. This was what I think happened with the first tariff initiative, where there were a lot of dummies that were unironically talking about how this was a great wealth transfer. It wasn't. Money is fake. And he was just removing zeros from the end of it, okay? That's all he was doing. The first tariff initiative, when it first launched, he just wiped trillions of dollars of value out of the American stock market And it just went nowhere. It's like it just erupted in flame. And yet people were still trying to present it as like a big W. And I think there's a desperation. There's a desperation there. Like people are so angry, so resentful, and so interested in change that they're like, change in any direction is good. The reason why I'm describing this to you is because I need you to understand like what the anger, like what the motives are for people who like Donald Trump, like where this comes from. Like what are the different factors that contribute to his popularity? Because I believe that if we actually fully comprehend what those factors are, we can at least use it to our advantage and hopefully get these people on board and redirect them towards more productive points of anger and resentment. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
To that.
I kick out?
Chicken out.
Oh, isn't that nice? Chicken out. I've never heard that. 6 months ago, this country was stone cold dead. We had a dead country. We had a country people didn't think it was going to survive, and you ask...
He's so mad. He's like, this is the most disgusting. This is the most disgusting. This is the most disgusting question anyone has ever asked. No one has ever asked such a nasty question.
Ask a nasty question like that. It's called negotiation.
The court has now given the administration 10 days to halt these tariffs, and the Justice Department is now appealing, setting up a legal fight that could soon reach the Supreme Court. George.
And Mary, the Washington Post is reporting that this Qatari plane deal, which the Defense Department had said had been finalized, actually hasn't gone through.
Yeah, despite those claims from the Defense Department, the Washington Post is now reporting that the U.S. and Qatar have not actually finalized a deal for the transfer of that.
They won't even let me have my jet. It's messed up. They won't even let me. They won't even let me have my jet. You don't want me to have nice things. They don't. The Democrats hate you and they hate me. They don't want me to have nice things.
That $400 million luxury jet that Trump plans to use as the new Air Force One before being transferred to his presidential library. Now, according to the Post, Qatar still wants to clarify the terms of this deal, including making it clear that the transfer of this jet was initiated by the Trump administration. None of this, though, is expected to derail this deal. The plane's already in the U.S., but it is sure to continue and to spark those legal concerns about this transfer, George.
It's all about those legal challenges.
Most of President Trump's tariffs could soon be on hold after a ruling yesterday by a three-judge panel at the Court of International Trade. They ruled unanimously that the president has overstepped his authority in his trade war. In response, the White House said, quote, "It is not for unelected judges to decide how to properly address a national emergency," end quote. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger is here to break this all down. Jill, good morning.
Good morning.
So what does this mean for President Trump's tariffs? Does this mean that they are off?
Well, it means that we have another chapter in the story. This story is not over yet.
Okay.
Because what this ruling does is it says it clamps down and says you've got 10 days to go through a bureaucratic process to take away these tariffs that were announced on April 2nd. Now, those were the broad 10% that went up to 145%. Other tariffs on steel, aluminum, and cars, those were done under a different law, and those remain in place. But the administration is going to appeal this. It could go up to the Supreme Court eventually. And so we're in flux still on the tariff story. That's where we are right now.
How is it going to affect businesses, do you think?
I think it does nothing for businesses because I think what happens is we are still operating under a cloud of uncertainty. If we all owned a business and we had to make decisions today, what would we do?
Yeah. Right.
What will the outcome of these court cases be? Am I going to invest a capital in a new building here in the United States if these tariffs could get rolled back? And am I going to hire? You know, yesterday we had the release of the minutes from the last Federal Reserve meeting. And officials at the Fed are worried that this uncertainty around tariffs could lead to a rise in inflation, in the inflation rate, and also slow down the economy. So I think that until we have more certainty about either deals or the rollback of some of these tariffs, businesses are stuck. It is as clear as mud, as they say.
This is so complicated. It's an octopus turned into a tree. All right, what about consumers and investors?
You know, it was funny because someone said to me, oh my God, is this great? Then now I can go buy a car and it'll be cheaper. No, not necessarily. Prices are not going down for consumers. Again, we don't have clarity. From the investor side, there's been a fascinating trend that's gone on, which is I think a lot of investors are looking past tariffs. You know, there is a trade acronym going around Wall Street, and it must be driving the president crazy. It's called the taco trade. Have you heard of it?
No.
Nope.
Trump always chickens out.
Oh.
And this actual acronym is the position that many traders are taking. They are saying he will roll back these tariffs when the bond market moves against.
I don't know.
So when
it's like, should we? I go back and forth on this. On the one hand, I think the taco stuff is very funny and very good. On the other hand, I'm like, should we be playing with fire? Should we be playing with fire and antagonizing the beast like this? Also, on the other hand, I'm thinking to myself, why don't we use this to other stuff? You know, it's Taco Thursday, baby. Just weaponize the taco stuff, which clearly is working, on Israel. Just be like, dude, I have it on good authority. Benjamin Netanyahu thinks you're a bitch. He thinks you're a whole ass bitch. Okay? Capital B. He thinks you are terrified of him. He says, I won't do any ceasefire. That's what he told me. He told me, Ron Dermer said you're a bitch, dude. Think about that. I'm just saying, maybe we could use the weaponize the taco thing for something more productive, right? He's like, he doesn't think you will be able to facilitate a ceasefire. He said, he told me personally, he talks shit behind your back. He's like, once you leave the room, he's like, damn, Trump is so stinky. Damn, Trump ain't got no motion. He said he liked Joe Biden more. He told me he was more worried about Joe Biden working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire, that type of shit. You know what I mean? I'm out of options, man. I'm out of options. Okay. You know, do you have a better alternative? I don't think so. Do you have a better alternative other than manipulating the fucking fragile ego of Donald Trump? Yeah. I'll end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. I'll end the genocide in Gaza in 24 hours. No, the fuck you won't. Taco shit, dude. I want Taco to be Trump always commits. Openly. Trump always commits openly. Yeah. Not Trump always chickens out. That's what I want.
Stock market moves against him. And so we are seeing stock futures rise right now in the pre-market. But what is clear is investors believe the tariff story is in the rearview mirror. We don't know if they're right yet. We just know that that's what they think.
Never heard that phrase.
Taco trade.
Yeah.
Always chickens out.
I hope Trump doesn't hear about that.
Yes.
He knows about it. It's from a Financial Times columnist.
All right.
Dr. Navarro, welcome back to the programme, sir. First of all, I think we've got to get into the ruling overnight. Have you spoken to the president? And ultimately, what's his reaction to what we heard?
Haven't spoken to the president yet, but
this is the libbest you've ever been, maybe. Because I'm desperate, man. I'm desperate. Okay? I'm desperate. What are you talking about? It's literally the same reason why I was like, look, man, I don't really care. Obviously, it's a bribe that Qatar gave Donald Trump a $400 million plane. Like, it's not. That's a bribe. Like, everybody knows that's a bribe. This is just how he operates. If that bribe moved him even marginally in the direction of a ceasefire in Gaza, like, I don't care. It's awesome. I'll fly to Qatar right now, you know, and kiss the feet. Do you see what I mean? It's more so coming from a place of desperation rather than joking. You're spot on that anything that drives him insane is great. Yeah, I mean, that's funny. It's funny that it drives him insane, but it's also like when you're that desperate, you'll use whatever you can to your advantage. Why is the view count so low? What's going on? I started early today, and when you start early, it just like cooks. I've trained my audience to basically watch me after 11 a.m. And instead I started at 10, which implies that it probably doesn't send out notifications to many people. To many people on Twitch. Anyway, let's keep going.
I've spoken to the people who have spoken to the president. Look, we're in a situation now. Big picture here is IEPA. We were using the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. There's no question that there's an economic emergency with respect to both uses that we had. One is we are in a world where China has killed over 1 million Americans with fentanyl poison, and we took this step to stop that. We will continue to press on that. At the same time, we invoked that rule to stop what has been 20 million illegal aliens streaming into our country, driving down wages, taking jobs away. That's an economic emergency. And on top of that, the world continues to steal about $1 trillion a year as measured by the trade deficit. And that's an economic emergency because it's transferring our wealth abroad. So we think we have a strong case. Yes, we will immediately appeal and try to stay the ruling. But at the same time, the court, interestingly enough, basically said we were right, just use different rules and laws. So nothing has really changed here in that sense. We're still, as we speak, having countries call us and tell us they want a deal. So these deals are going to.
I want to close my eyes for a moment and imagine, like, I want to put myself in the shoes of a guy who hears Peter Navarro say this and then believes it. You know what I mean? When virtually everything that you can observe is going against everything that these guys say. Like, I want to know what kind of, like, who is the type of dude that watches and goes, hell yeah, they're doing so many deals, dude. They're doing so many deals. America's on the up and up, dude. Trump brought in $100 gazillion, dude. And you're like, Dad, that's not a real number. You just heard that on television. Like, what? Who told you this? Nah, you don't understand. America's on the up and up. It's the hottest it's ever been. Everyone on Facebook is unironically that guy. React to the necessary conversation. What's that? Like, who's listening to this and going, yep, sounds good to me. Sounds like we're winning, okay? Big time. At this point, there is like, it's gotten to a point where it's like hard to, I don't know. Like, what is the purpose of all of this? They just lie about everything, like all the time with great frequency. And I guess people kind of believe it. You know, people just believe it. They want to believe it, so they believe it. We're moving into a new formation. We're moving into a new formation where it's just like AI, cults, politics is just cult-like. It doesn't matter. No more interest in the truth whatsoever. Even when things directly impact you. But I guess you can always lie, and then once push comes to shove, and once like you start recognizing the impact of these statements, the impact of the actual harm, once you actually recognize the real harm that you're experiencing from these decisions, well, then by that point, they'll move on to the other thing. They'll move on to another thing to get mad about and redirect your attention to something else.
To happen. So that's kind of where we're at. And it's troublesome here because if you look broadly at the pattern, we've got courts in this country who are basically engaged in attacks on the American people. The president ran on stopping the fentanyl poisoning, stopping international trade unfair practices from stealing our factories and jobs. And courts keep getting in the way of that. The courts get in the way of our trying to deal with the border issues. Now they're getting in the way of our trying to deal with the fentanyl crisis. And that's where we stand here. And I think part of what's going to be important about this ruling demonstrates yet again to the American people that the judiciary in this country has been weaponized in ways which are contrary to their interests.
Well, Peter, you would have heard a lot of people come on this program and ultimately say you still have tons of options. And you alluded to one of them. You will, of course, appeal. But could you describe what you might do in the interim, the way you might pursue your ultimate objective anyway, with the tools you have still available to you?
I'm going to let Jamison Greer, the USTR, inform you on that, and you'll be hearing from him soon on that. But I mean, look, any trade lawyer knows there's just a number of different options we can take. If you look at the kind of things we've already done, it kind of give you a roadmap on that. There's all sorts of numbers out there. There's 122, there's 301, there's 232, there's 338. There's all sorts of things we can do well within the law. But look, we think that what we've done already is perfectly appropriate. So that's why the appeal will take case. But, you know, it's like, interestingly enough, I was scheduled to come on the program today to talk about the bond market and the big, beautiful tax bill. But there is a bridge to.
Oh, I love that they're calling it the big, beautiful tax bill. Again, another point for the complete devolution, the complete regression of American political discourse, American politics in general. It's just so, it's signaled to the dumbest guy you know. Everything that this administration is doing is signaling to the stupidest person you've ever encountered, okay? Incredible, fantastic, phenomenal. I was here to talk about the big, beautiful bill, but we got numbers. We got numbers we can use.
To that. And if I may, we have a situation where the bond market, we've seen like a 50 basis point increase in yields in the 10-year since April 2nd. And a lot of the hysteria around the big, beautiful tax bill centers on the Congressional Budget Office scoring that bill in a way which says there's going to be a $3.7 trillion addition to America's national debt over the next 10 years. And so, of course, you got to finance that, and that drives interest rates.
Yeah. Obviously, one might ask, why do we have this? Why is this bill supposed to add to the deficit? I don't understand. I thought Republicans cared about the deficit. I thought they were deficit hawks. Oh, that's right. It's because it's a massive wealth transfer. Once again, it is supposed to offer ginormous tax cuts to the wealthiest in American society. And in order to make up for that, in order to make up for the trillions of dollars in tax cuts, you have to take money away from someone. And that money that they're taking away from people is the working poor. Many of them are in the Trump base, as a matter of fact. Many of them who rely on Medicare, as a matter of fact. 8 to 12 million kicked off of Medicare coverage, SNAP benefits taken away from tens of millions of people with children. Fantastic stuff overall for the working poor. Get back to work and enslave yourselves. You're able-bodied enough is the attitude. Very cool. Very cool to do this, I think, in America. Big, beautiful bill. Gonna be awesome. Can't wait to win and win harder and win more. I'm just so tired of winning.
Up and heads explode. When, in fact, if you do the math properly and you look at the history of the CBO forecast, you actually see about a $5 trillion swing to a $2 trillion.
Sorry, Medicaid, not Medicare. Did I say Medicare? I meant
dollar
Medicaid.
Surplus from the bill. And I'd like to just walk you through the math there. It's like the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, historically has been very bad at estimating impacts of tax bills. In the 2017 tax cut that President Trump did, they got that totally wrong. They underestimated the GDP growth by a full percentage point. And what that does, if they make that same mistake here, which they have done, when you add that, that's about $2 trillion of additional revenue because you got greater economic activity. And then,
Peter, you also have the revenue from the tariffs, which I saw your opinion piece in The Hill. I just want to get back to the I just want to get back to the tariffs because you don't have that revenue.
Well, that's another $2 trillion.
If you don't have the legal authority to use it, though.
That gets us.
But can I just ask? You mentioned Ambassador Greer. We're going to hear from him soon. Are we going to hear from USTR about the bridge, potentially what John was talking about? If you can't use IEPA, potentially you're going to come out, the administration say we're going to use 122 in the interim.
Well, the court did in some sense tell us to do that, which was interesting. But look, here's the thing. Fentanyl, I just, people need to wrap their heads around the fact that every day here in America, people die because communist China puts 50-gallon drums full of these chemicals that come over to the Mexican cartels and then are made not just into fentanyl. They use the fentanyl to spike heroin, to spike methamphetamines, to spike ecstasy, and they're even putting it in prescription drugs like Xanax and Valium. And people are dying. It's been over 1 million people, 1 million Americans. And it's an economic emergency because a lot of those people are prime age working force here in America. So this kind of court ruling, the judge, I mean, look, the lead.
Does anyone believe that the Trump tariff stuff is for fentanyl? I feel like obviously they wanted to do this in a way where they could declare a national emergency so that they could have even more power. Because normally a lot of the tariff stuff, especially if it's directional, especially if it's like industry specific, is usually left up to the executive authority. Congress has historically allowed the executive office, the White House, to make decisions on tariffs. But Donald Trump knows, or at least Donald Trump's advisors know, that he can't make these broad declarative, and not industry-wide, but broad declarative tariffs on every single country in the way that he has. Obviously, as the courts also have ruled, You do not have that kind of power, right? And therefore he had to find, like, I guess his advisors had to find a devious way to give him this awesome power, this extraordinary power, right? And part of that comes from declaring things a national emergency. If you declare something a national emergency, then the White House has more power than it did prior. Okay. So in order to declare something a national emergency, or in order to use the tariffs as a weapon to wield, he basically said, like, oh, this is the fentanyl. It's because of fentanyl. Fentanyl's coming over the border. And that is a national emergency. Too many people are dying because of fentanyl. And then he turned around and said, that's why we're tariffing fucking Canada. And I feel like when he just did it on Mexico, it was one thing where most people are like, yeah, it is coming from the southern border, even though ironically, a lot of the tariffs are, a lot of the fentanyl is coming from China by way of regular points of entry, okay, through, normal routes of commerce, okay. But having said that, when he was like, oh, that's why we're actually putting a tariff on Canada because of fentanyl, everyone was like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, it's just, none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. It doesn't, like, I don't know why he's even, like, who believes this? Who's like, yeah, this is actually a great way to deal with the fentanyl crisis by adding tariffs, by basically slapping a sales tax, a broad sales tax on all consumer goods. We are combating fentanyl.
But if the court said, if the ruling said, Peter, and we've been talking about this, page 34, 35, they say, basically, you are in your right if you use Section 122. Why didn't you guys do that from the beginning?
Well, Section 122 only gives you 150 days. So there's your answer right there.
So are you, Section 122, if you use this now for 150 days, would it be a bridge to 301 or a bridge to 232? What are you thinking more long term?
You can be the strategist on that, but those are the kinds of thoughts. And look, if anybody thinks this caught the administration...
That's not... You guys are throwing up question marks, but again, the president has, by Congress and through precedent, broad powers on directing trade. Okay. So the question that they're asking Peter Navarro here is not the wrong one, where it's like, you already have these powers. Why wouldn't you use those powers? Why are you instead trying to do this unconstitutional way of, or this illegal way of applying these broad tariffs across the board? And I guess it's maybe a trial balloon. I really don't have a good answer for it. I think that's because they didn't use it because they didn't know. No. That's not true. I don't think that. Like, yes, Trump is stupid and Peter Navarro is stupid. A lot of people at the top are stupid, but they have actual advisors. Stop. They have actual fucking advisors. Please. Especially Republicans. If you think Republicans don't have devious methods, no shot, dude. No shot. This is all they do. Like Donald Trump right now is following through on 40 years, almost 40 years of the Republican agenda. It's not out of pocket at all. Every action that he has made in terms of creating this unilateral power structure in the hands of the executive office, in the hands of the White House, that is not new, okay? That is just a continuation of the unitary executive theory. It's not, this is following the Heritage Foundation's project that has been around and been implemented slowly but surely for almost 40 years. This is not new. It's not new at all. And I think part of the reason why they're doing this stuff, part of the reason why the Trump administration is doing this stuff is because they think this is a great way to expand on the power of the executive office by simply calling something a national emergency and then behaving in this way and then testing out the courts to ensure that they have this kind of broad sweeping power. I think that's the reason why they're doing it. Because once again, if you think that the Trump administration doesn't have advisors like Heritage Foundation guys that aren't constantly looking at different ways in which to increase the power of the executive office, you're wrong. The one thing that I believe they're too incompetent to do is just like set up a false flag to greatly expand on the powers of to greatly push for, I don't know, some kind of new war or additional emergency powers that allow them to start deporting American citizens, stuff like that. I think they're too incompetent to set up like a psyop or a false flag. I don't want to make predictions on that though. Who knows? But right now, when I look at like the way that they operate, it's pretty basic. They're kind of blundering into a lot of these positions. They're trying to just basically hip check their way into this agenda. One of the greatest examples of this was what happened with Mahmoud Khalil. Like they are basically working with groups like fucking Beitar. They could have started this process by going after like undocumented migrants or documented citizens that weren't legal permanent residents that had said a lot of violent stuff. You know what I mean? Even though it's still constitutionally protected, they could have at least like massaged this in a way where the public sentiment would not be broadly against this kind of anti-1A, anti-First Amendment initiative. But they didn't do that. They just worked with Beitar and thought that Mahmoud Khalil, for example, was on a student visa. They didn't even realize you had a green card and an American wife with a child on the way. Like, these are major mistakes that you're making that are actually very consequential when you're trying to work within the confines of the pre-existing system and moving that in the direction of tyrannical fascism. That kind of uncertainty and that kind of incompetence is basically the only silver lining in this administration that hopefully gives me a little bit more courage and a little bit more confidence that they might not be able to implement all of their desires, because I certainly do not believe in the Democratic Party as far as like resisting against these initiatives that the Trump administration is implementing. They're basically failing due to the awesome power that they have, due to the fact that they have greatly miscalculated how much support they have for a lot of the things that they're doing. And we shall see.
Administration by surprise, think again, okay? Because you could see in the oral arguments where those judges were going, and the lead judge in this. I mean, the problem with that court, it's such an obscure court, but it's consistently been globalist, pro-importer, giving us bad rulings. The lead judge there ruled against the 232s originally and had to get overturned by the appeals court. So that gives you an idea of the bias against the president's tariff policy right on that court. But I think the big picture here is we've got a very strong case with IEEPA, but the court basically tells us if we lose that, we just do some other thing. So nothing's really changed. I want to say this to the world. You're cheating us. We're coming after you. Deal, and let's make this right, because ultimately what's at stake here is the global international environment getting in a way where it's fair to America, and thereby, if it's fair to America and we restructure this thing in a way, we'll have just more stability in terms of financial flows and capital and everything like that.
Dr. Navarro.
Wildly out of balance now.
Now, Elon Musk leaving the Trump administration, ending his role as a special government employee. Our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, has more for us. Good morning, Rachel.
Hey, Robin, good morning to you. And he was once considered one of the president's most powerful advisors, setting up offices on the White House campus, attending cabinet meetings. But Elon Musk is now leaving the administration and taking a swipe at the president's agenda on the way out. This morning, Elon Musk is out, stepping away from his role at the Department of Government Efficiency. Overnight, posting online, "I would like to thank President Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending." For months, Musk has been working to slash agencies as a special government employee, attempting to cut trillions in federal spending, but facing resistance from the public, lawmakers, and members of Trump's cabinet. And in the last hours of working for the administration, Musk publicly breaking with the president on his massive spending bill, arguing it would undo their own efforts to shrink the federal government.
I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it. And
she smells so good right now. You guys have no idea. She is little Missy over here. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Come here. Come here. Hi. Hi. Hello. What's up with your face? You smell like apple pie. You smell so good. You smell so good. Yeah. Oh my God. Little princess. Little princess is so clean. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Yeah. 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 Good lady. So clean. Smells so good. Kaya, read my chat. She's reading your chat. Look at her like, look at her like, look at her like. That's her spot. Look, she just got de-shed and cleaned, and there's still a tremendous amount of hair coming off of her. It's crazy. And I spent this morning. Spent an hour this morning using the vacuum de-shedder. Little lady. Hi. Good girl. You're a good girl. All right. Elon Musk ends role as special government employee, as we were talking about. Hell yeah.
that reminds the work that the Doge team is doing.
The president not publicly going after Musk, but arguing the bill couldn't cut too many programs.
Dog, get an Equa groomer as a de-shedding brush? Brother, not only do I have a de-shedding brush, I have a de-shedding vacuum with a de-shedding brush head attached to it. Okay? I'm on the cutting edge of de-shedding technology, and you're over here trying to educate me on how to do this, okay? Trust, I know. Dogs with undercoats are the worst shedders. Honestly, everyone always yells at me for saying this at the gym and all around. They claim that Gaia sheds like crazy year round, but no, she only sheds twice a year for 2 months out of the year. But because she sheds so much in that time frame, people actually think that she's like constantly shedding. Do you think Kaya thinks you're a crazy dude that talks to a screen all day, or does she know? I think this is all she knows, so she doesn't matter. All right. I mean, she doesn't mind it. Sorry.
The House.
Well, reactions, a lot of things. Number one, we have to get a lot of votes. We can't be cutting. We need to get a lot of support, and we have a lot of support. We had to get it through the House.
The bill Republicans just pushed through the House, officially called the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, does promise to slash federal spending by $1.5 trillion, with major cuts to Medicaid and food assistance programs. But the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office now estimates it will add $3.8 trillion to the national deficit over the next 10 years. The bill has divided Republican lawmakers, and even the president says it's not perfect.
I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it.
But Republicans back in their own home districts are now forced to defend the bill and other actions taken by the administration.
I am going to do the very best job I can on your behalf.
At a town hall in Nebraska.
No, you don't. No, you don't, Michael. We watched this yesterday because we're obviously following. We are obviously following the media is obviously following my notes, but this was a wonderful, fantastic town hall. Shouts out to my Nebraska Maoists. Okay. Possibly the dumbest name for a law in the history of politics. Excuse me. How dare you? It's beautiful. Well, typical Democrat. Typical dummycrat hates beautiful things. You wanna do a bill that's the stupid, small, ugly bill. Got him. Yep, that's right, dude. It's based. It's based. Big beautiful bill. Based. Yeah, anti-American, hateful, dumbocrats. Oh, got them. Didn't the GOP say to stop doing town halls? Yeah, this guy didn't get the memo, apparently. Big mistake for him. I legit believe they got an intern watching you and taking notes on shit, especially since Dems want to put money into growing an online presence. Yeah. Yeah, they're taking notes and going, okay, he talks quite a bit about how Israel sucks and how much he hates Israel and how angry and resentful he is towards the Democrats for constantly propping up Israel as the most moral democracy. I guess we have to spend our $20 million elsewhere. Yeah, they take notes to do the exact opposite of what I've been doing. What would you say as civilians we could do to stop this big, beautiful bill from passing? What's the most impactful way to make a change? Protest, call your representatives, continue going to town halls, continue making a big fuss. I don't think it's going to pass in the current ways it has been presented in the Senate regardless. But Democrats are... I am not seeing a lot of motion from the Dems right now. I have not seen any major Democrats on television talking about this idiotic bill. It's like shocking. Very little anger and resentment over this otherwise completely fucking insane bill. I don't know what's happening. Cory Booker, I guess, is too busy writing a book about his filibuster. So Schumer said he isn't voting for it, so it probably already has the votes. No, it does not. No. Don't be crazy. It does not. Part of the reason why it doesn't is because Republicans in the Senate, being insane, think that the bill doesn't fuck the poor harder. Like there are Republicans in the Senate that are like, I'm not seeing enough death and destruction to the working poor. We need to cut more. Okay? Think about how insane that is. There's also the Trump side of this equation, which is why Trump will say there's good parts of the bill, there's bad parts of the bill. The reason why Trump is saying that and not going, I love this bill, it's the greatest bill of all time, we should do the bill in the way that it is presented, even though he goes back and forth on that too. Don't say bless you. We are not blessing anymore. Science you, okay? Logic and reasoning you, okay? Empirical evidence you. I don't want to hear bless you. This is an anti-Christian space. You know this already. Yes. Peer-reviewed research you. I'm not welcome here. Yes. Christian Saint Dior. No. No more Christianity. We got no more Islam, no more Judaism, no more Christianity. We're doing science. We're doing logic. We're doing reasoning. We're doing empirical evidence. Okay. Zoroastrianism is fine. That's the only one that I'm allowing. This is an anti-religious space. I'm a r/atheist, okay? I'm a Reddit atheist now. The only one that's allowed is Zoroastrianism, nothing else. Only because it's badass and pretty crazy. Like the Towers of the Dead is a wild concept that I learned in Theology 101, and that's it. No Scientology either.
Republican Congressman Mike Flood admitting he wasn't aware of everything that was in the bill when he voted for it.
That's like that's so gross. That's so gross. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize there was a poor child annihilator provision in the bill. My bad. Is insane. It's like, you got one fucking job, asshole. The fuck do you mean you didn't know there were these things in the bill? Like, what is that? Oops, all austerity. Didn't read it though. No, he did read it for the right. I mean, he knows the broad strokes of it. Okay. That's why he came into the town hall being like, we got to cut our spending. We got to cut our spending. We got to be fiscally responsible. We got to be fiscally responsible. And then people that actually read specific provisions of the bill that were like, hey, why do you want people who are poor? Why do you want children who are born into poorer families to die or to not have access to food? Because that's what you're cutting. He was like, I don't know. It's just we're fiscally responsible. Fiscal responsibility.
This provision was unknown to me when I voted for the bill.
And in Iowa, Republican Congresswoman Ashley Henson booed out of town hall as she touted the bill.
I was also proud to vote for President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill last week. This is a generational investment.
So as for Elon Musk, his role in the government was intended to be limited, but in recent days, he has said he spent too much time focused on politics as his businesses took a hit, George.
Okay, Rachel, thanks very much.
It's now official. Elon Musk is leaving his role as a special government employee in the Trump administration, with a White House official confirming to me tonight that he is going to start the offboarding process this evening, which essentially includes paperwork. It's not totally clear what else. But we did see Musk post this on his own website saying, as my scheduled time as a special government employee comes to an end, I'd like to thank President Trump for the opportunity to reduce wasteful spending. The Doge mission will only strengthen over time.
The black Avi is perfect. The black PFP is like you know he's going through it, okay? God, Doge was such a spectacular fuck up. For every, like, I cannot think of an even dumber thing. I cannot think of the Doge might be even stupider than the fucking tariffs, okay? And the tariffs are really fucking stupid. But like, the Doge stuff was so idiotic in its execution. He went in, he cut federal programs. Turns out discretionary spending that was already allocated is not actually fucking putting a dent in the deficit at all, which anyone could have told Elon Musk or any number of different people if they were to, listen to reason. It was marginal cuts regardless. All they were able to do was basically lie about how much they were cutting. They didn't cut shit. They lied about everything. They found like a couple idiotic like USAID allocations that were like $8,000 to make people in Zimbabwe fucking eat vegan or whatever, which is nothing. It's not. It's like, I assume, CIA agents basically trying to hide money for their own personal benefit in these like stupid programs. Okay. All the while they cut the National Weather Service. Okay. They cut the National Weather Service for no reason. They cut the Department of Energy, which handles the nuclear program, which handles the nukes, and then had to go back and be like, oh my God, we're so sorry. Can you please come back to work? Like vital services. They cut a bunch of vital fucking services. Everyone got mad. Everybody was like, what the fuck are you doing? Doge is literally one of the most popular government initiatives in history. 73% of Americans say they support cutting government waste. Trump brought in the smartest man on earth to do it. The left destroyed Elon for it. The GOP won't vote on it. I can't believe this. Did my best. Sigh. It is so incredible. It is so incredible that they went in, they fucking went in with a hatchet, okay, and cut a bunch of the last parts of the American government that actually works, that keep people alive, that keep people safe. And they did this in this haphazard manner in broad daylight. And the person that was supposed to communicate this initiative is, I'm sorry, this is not ableism, the most autistic man on the planet. And on top of that, he's not even like cool autistic in the way where it's like, oh, he's brilliant. Like, you know, let the maestro do his thing. But also insanely repulsive on top of that. Okay. Which is why he is not a very good communicator of anything. Like, he's just horrible at marketing in general. And everyone was like, what are you doing? The fuck are you doing? Stop doing these things. He just fucked it up so poorly, so bad. Amazing. It was spectacular. An incredible failure. Just a fucking failure from start to finish, you know? And now he had to leave in disgrace after everybody was like, we hate you. You are the least popular figure in the administration. Hasan, you're so ableist. You might be the most ableist person. It's true. And again, I have to repeat this. They did not even accomplish even marginally one of the main goals, which was to cut government spending. They did not accomplish this at all. I need you to understand, half of the programs that they discontinued had already run out of funding. The discretionary spending that was allocated for those programs, they just shut off. That's it. And when you do that, you're not even cutting the deficit. It's already spent. The money is spent already. So, yeah, it didn't work. Of course it didn't work. I think it won't even be remembered as a failure. It just won't be remembered at all. In 25 years, you'll be reminded of it. You'll go, yeah, what the fuck was that about? It didn't last long enough to leave any lasting, meaningful impact. Yeah, because a lot of the stuff that they tried to cut from the federal regulatory agencies and federal agencies in general were so damaging and so disastrous and so consequential that they had to literally bring it back instantly. Elon was sent like a AI mass email to be like, oh yeah, you're getting fired if you don't respond instantly. And then the government will come out and be like, no, that's not what's happening. Sorry, he doesn't know what he's saying. We just brought him to work today. Sorry about that. All the value that Elon was able to cut, all the money that he was able to cut was from the fucking Tesla valuation. That's it. The only thing he was able to burn was Tesla stocks in the process, because as the key man, he is associated with that brand. And he was inevitably going to have to pull out regardless, because now he was associated with this like incredibly unpopular policy that was trying to fire unceremoniously hundreds of thousands of federal workers in a country where there's like a 23% underemployment crisis, and these are the last fucking real jobs that exist for the middle income Americans. What the fuck were you thinking? Problem is, he wasn't. I guess the only thing he accomplished in the process was like take, at least for a moment, control over all of the regulatory agencies that were up his ass. Okay, you Gopnik, Twitch, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, comrade. What's up, Raiders? Welcome.
Time as it becomes a way of life throughout government. This is all coming as Musk has recently tried to distance himself from the administration to a degree, including when he criticized the president's big, beautiful bill, something the president was asked about today and essentially shrugged off.
Well, reactions, a lot of things. Number one, we have to get a lot of votes. We can't be cutting, we need to get a lot of support, and we have a lot of support. We will be negotiating that bill, and I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill, but the beautiful is because of all of the things we have.
Here's what Elon Musk had to say about that bill, which the Congressional Budget Office has estimated would add more than $3 trillion to the federal deficit.
I was like disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing. I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't know if it can be both. My personal opinion.
My source on all of this tonight is the veteran tech journalist, Kara Swisher. And Kara, it's great to have you here. What do you make of Elon Musk officially leaving his role that he is tonight?
Well, it's a long goodbye, isn't it? I mean, he seems to be leaving and going out. He needs to work on his company. This was inevitable that he was not going to stay there very long. And it pushed along by the fact that his businesses are a bit in distress. And so he needs to pay attention and do his actual job.
Do you think he's actually leaving?
I think he's probably frustrated by the pace of government. And when he goes back to his companies, he says jump and they say how high. At the government, they don't do that. And I think he found a lot more difficulty in finding real cuts and everything else. And I think they're only sending $9 billion in Doge.
Yeah, all of the Elon Glazers now turning on him, fake friends, you know? Like, didn't Kara Swisher basically fucking ride Elon into oblivion? Like, this was her job. So many people in mainstream media have made careers out of talking about how awesome Elon is, how he's like basically Tony Stark.
Cuts to, which is nothing. It's a drop in the bucket, which means pretty much his effort was a failure.
Yeah, that's what they're planning to send up to the Hill based on what we know so far. But I mean, $9 billion might sound like a ton of money to someone who's watching, but when you think about his stated goal of $1 trillion to cut coming in,
$2 trillion at first,
$2 trillion initially, then that was halved to be more realistic.
Yeah,
I think that puts it more in perspective of how much there was this high bar that they did not reach.
No, it's what they spent on paper clips. I mean, it's really not a lot, and he didn't find it. He was able to do it because he made cuts in particular areas, some of which were regulating him, like foreign budgets, maybe attack NPR, attack things like that. But it wasn't significant cutting that they were talking about, which is reforming government extensively. And as he correctly pointed out, you can't have a bill that's big and beautiful. You can have one or the other. And Musk can do math, I think, and he understands the deficit. This $2.3 billion or more raising the deficit is very dangerous for this country, which was something I think he genuinely wanted to help fix.
Did the president's response when he was asked about Elon Musk saying, it can be big or it can be beautiful, it can't be both, which he said with a laugh there, but I do think is a point that he actually probably believes. Were you surprised that Trump didn't have a stronger response to that?
No, because he was just saying, yeah, that's the way it goes here up in there. Like, I think he was acknowledging that this is how it happens, this is how the sausage is made. And I think Elon thought, because the way he runs his own companies, that he could just come in and trample everybody. And I think that was one of the problems. I think he bullied cabinet members. I think he ran over things. He took a lion's share of the attention, the whole chainsaw thing, which is...
like Elon Musk's existence as the richest billionaire on the planet, the wealthiest billionaire on the planet, is fantastic in many ways. One, because it just directly cuts away at the lie of meritocracy, because he doesn't work hard nor smart. And I think a lot of Americans can recognize that. Okay. But also, oh my God, the fucking tariffs faucet is back on. Oh my God. U.S. Appeals Court reinstates Trump tariffs during appeal. Jesus Christ, dude. We are the dumbest country on the planet. I swear to God, it's fucking hilarious. Okay. Yep. Money molestation continues. Okay. Listen to me. The money molestation continues. Anyway, getting back to Elon, as I was saying, he is a perfect representation of the lie that is meritocracy in our process, in our system, in our distribution of wealth, in the economic organization of society. That's number one. Number two, Elon Musk and the ways in which he has been able to get his grimy little hands all over the federal regulatory agencies that are tasked with regulating his companies, okay, is, I think, a perfect opportunity to once again remind people how these things work in places like China. Think for a moment. A guy like Elon Musk behaving this way, leading to all of these federal agency workers getting fired from their jobs. Imagine what would happen in China. Imagine what would happen to an Elon Musk figure in China. That's all I'm saying. There would be some serious criminal prosecutions that would come after these kinds of actions. And I think that is something we should be moving towards. It would be fantastic.
Which is, thank God, a distant memory. And I think he did a lot more showmanship than he did actual work.
I thought what he said to the Washington Post in an interview was interesting. He said Doge has just become the whipping boy for everything. Something would go bad, something bad would happen anywhere, and we would get blamed for it even though we had nothing to do with it.
Oh, woe is me. So that's what, when you're on the big leagues, that's what happens. You have to take blame. And he attracted attention to himself, so he has no one to blame but himself in that regard. I mean, he wanted the attention, he wanted the power, he showed up in cabinet meetings, and then he was mad that people didn't agree with him and then started to complain about him, either on the record or off the record. So he's whiny like that in lots of ways. Everyone's out to get him, whether it's Sam Altman or people who don't like Teslas or Elizabeth Warren. It doesn't matter. He's always got some victimization thing going on.
Did it stand out to you that he wasn't wearing the typical hat that he's been donning in a lot of the cabinet meetings, the MAGA hat or anything about Trump?
No.
And instead he's wearing the shirt.
Occupy Mars. He wears that a lot. That's actually something he wears a lot. No, I think he'll still be around. I think they'll still want him for the money. There's very few people who can write a check that big for particular things. There's a lot of rich people, possibly a lot of easier to deal with rich people, I guess. But there's no one who who really would bet that much, make that much of a bet like Elon does. And that is one attribute he has. His ability to take risks is higher than most people.
Yeah, and it's not like he's totally gone from Trump's orbit. I mean, he was just in the Oval Office when the South African leader was there, and
Sure
obviously had a huge influence on how that went down.
Clearly, absolutely. I think he'll be able to call Trump up, but I suspect they found him a bit of a.
Can't remember who, but someone said right after Elon started Doge, he just unknowingly bumbled into the role of the king's dumb advisor, the king executes when the peasants start getting mad, and I think that's been entirely vindicated. Yeah. No, I presented it as that as well. I said, like, Elon Musk is going to be the foil. He is going to be the inevitable fall guy because Trump hates losers. And the moment that he falls out of favor, which he did, Donald Trump cut him out. He also does not have like the charisma to be able to navigate this space anyway. It would already be very difficult for anyone to be able to operate as the responsible figure for all of these insane cuts. But Elon is also repulsive. Like he He's gross. I don't know how else to explain it. He just has no aura. He's awful.
A nuisance. That's what I understand from people there.
You mentioned his other companies, and today we saw a group of Tesla investors send a letter to him urging him to commit to at least 40 hours a week running the company, saying his outside endeavors appear to have diverted his time and attention from actively managing Tesla's operation, as any other chief executive officer or publicly traded company would be expected to do.
Correct. I know that's the thing is, can we please have 40 hours of your week, which is kind of ridiculous. And Tesla's really got some real challenges going forward, including finding a car that people want to buy. And the original car is amazing, but you don't rely on a single car. You have to continue to innovate. And he's dropped the ball there, and others have taken it up. And now he's in a real jam, actually.
Yeah, he seemed to acknowledge that himself,
Well,
that he spent maybe too much time on politics recently, saying, he did blame the media a bit, saying the media is going to overrepresent any political stuff. He said, it's not like I left the companies, it was just relative time allocation that probably was a little too high on the government side.
Oh my God, he was tweeting every 5 minutes all about politics. Come on, he always blames other people. Look at his Twitter storm that he used to have all the time. Now he's tweeting about his businesses mostly, but he spent all his time in a look at me situation. Here I am in the front row of the inauguration. Here I am jumping up and down on a stage.
Here I am doing the Nazi salute. Kara, say it. I feel like we kind of just brushed past that far too quickly. I don't know why the media is not even entertaining that. That was a very consequential moment for a lot of Americans. I would go so far as to say that played a big role in resentment from a lot of Americans, and then that resentment carried over and snowballed into the additional resentment that they had with all the cuts that came afterwards. Because they're all Nazi and don't give a fuck. Dude, I know that there are Chatter's parents in here who even then, like when he did that, they thought this is fucked up. There's no way. I feel like that was a pivotal moment. That was a pivotal moment for a lot of people. I think you're discounting for the average people, like for the average boomers. I think you're discounting how much that image actually played a role in them going, nope, I'm out.
In the cabinet meeting. He has no one to blame but himself on the problems at Tesla. And the fact that competition exists, and that's what's happened here.
Well, and on the I think some people may hear this and say, well, he was trying to do good, he was trying to find fraud in the federal government, but I was...
It's really dangerous to conflate that action with anti-Semitism. Yeah, Sig Heiling with anti-Semitism. Everybody knows anti-Semitism is when you say Israel does not represent all Jews and it's doing a genocide of primarily children. That's anti-Semitism, not when you Sig Heil.
Listening to Steve Bannon last week, and he was essentially saying, you know, Republicans are trying to cut whatever they can from Medicaid for this bill. They're getting blamed by Democrats. He's like, where is Doge? They were supposed to go after that or go after the Pentagon budget. Instead, they went after smaller projects that didn't net, you know, the huge fraud people were expecting.
I think he's right. It was a lot of jazz hands, and exhausting jazz hands. And he sucked up all the attention. And so if he was going to act like a heat shield, don't be surprised that you get burned. That's my feeling. And, you know, one of the things, he's still going to be a successful business person. One of his companies, Neuralink, just got a big funding. People, you know, I wouldn't bet him out in the car business, although he has a much tougher road there. Obviously, Starlink has challenges, but it's doing really well. The space stuff is really interesting. I mean, if he devotes himself to that, he would be great, but this is going to be probably years from now seen as an alleyway he went down that just didn't work out quite as well for him.
Does it surprise you at all that this did not end in a massive blow up between Elon Musk and Trump that some people predicted might happen?
I don't know, TK, right? He starts by little criticisms, and I think I do tend to agree with him on the tariffs and free trade. Again, he can do math. Deficits are a real problem for this country, and here we have this big, beautiful bill that's going to raise them rather substantially, which is mortgaging.
Oh my God, yeah, that's the big problem with the big, beautiful bill, is that it actually raises the deficits, and not because it's a ginormous wealth reallocation to the top, while causing the working poor to suffer even more. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ay, ay, ay. The motherfucking Democrats and the liberals in media. What are we doing, dude? What are we doing? This is literally a gift. This is a unique opportunity for every liberal to go on television and be like, they want to kill the working poor, but they don't want to say that. And the reason why they don't want to say that is because liberals also want to kill the working poor.
Here's my plan to dismantle the deep state and reclaim our democracy from Washington corruption once and for all.
The people voted for major government reform.
Elon Musk has left the White House. Having taken his chainsaw to the US Capitol, what did he actually achieve?
Just something we've got to fix.
Did he deliver the war on waste Americans were promised? And what, if anything, was in it for him?
Why don't you care about the deficit? Seems like a pretty big problem that we'll have to face eventually. Because as long as America is the global currency, the global reserve currency, as long as America has 800 military bases, as long as America is the hegemonic superpower, it literally doesn't matter, okay? And I'll tell you how it doesn't matter. Because both Republicans and Democrats don't give a fuck about the deficit when it comes to additional military spending. They only care about the deficit when it comes to the expanding of social safety nets. That's it. They don't care about the deficit when it comes to tax cuts for the wealthy. They don't care about the deficit when it comes to deregulation, or not even deregulation, but tax cuts for the wealthy, or expanding the military budget. Endlessly expansive military budgets. Okay? All of those things also are expenditures. All of those things contribute to the deficit in very meaningful ways. Okay? It's bullshit. Here, I'll give it to you. I'll give you the greatest example. Okay? Aside from the fact that America is the country that keeps this global capitalist economy running, okay? The government is also, even if you were to look at it like a business, but it's not, okay? Even if the government was run like a business, you got to spend money to make money, okay? Every business in this goddamn country runs on debt. So it's not a wonder that the United States also runs on debt. Okay? But it's not. The American government is not is not the same as like your budget for your family, and the American government certainly is not the same as your as your average business either. I take the reverse position. Okay, I take the reverse position that a lot of these guys have, which is they have no issues running up the deficit when it comes to tax cuts for the wealthy. Fuck that. We should actually take more money out of circulation from the wealthy in particular. That's number one. And number two, instead of the endlessly expanding military budget, we should keep pumping more money into an endlessly expansive welfare state. That's it. Because no one, when push comes to shove, no one believes in the deficit. Republicans claim to be deficit hawks when Democrats are in charge, because Democrats want to at least marginally sometimes expand the existing social safety nets, and then they're like, whoa, this is going to harm, this is gonna fucking expand the deficit. We can't do that. It's gonna increase the deficit. I get that, but I feel like acting like it doesn't matter doesn't solve the problem. Yes, it does, because it's not a problem. It's not a real problem. Okay? And it's so not a real problem that nobody fucking actually cares about it. That's my point. It's so not a real problem. It is so not a real problem that both Democrats and Republicans forget about the deficit when it comes to, once again, endlessly expansive military budgets and also tax cuts for the wealthy. It is only used as a way to cut away at expanding social safety nets. That's it. That's the only time this ever gets brought up. There has never been a conversation about the deficit when it comes to military spending. Why? Is it because you might say, oh, well, that's just discretionary spending. Discretionary spending is expensive on the military side, but like the overwhelming majority of all of our expenditure goes to Medicare, Medicaid, and goes to Social Security. Sure, fine, but that's necessary. The military is not. Of course, once again, America's position on the global stage. Okay, Thick Kooky, shut the fuck up. Okay, take a day off. God, you're annoying me. America's position as the hegemonic superpower relies on endless imperialism. Okay, relies on 800 military bases. America also has a voluntary military. We do not have a draft in this country. How do you maintain a voluntary military? How do you maintain a voluntary military that is going to go to 800 different military bases that we know of all around the planet and continue being the global police? You do that through creating poverty, artificial poverty. Everyone wants upward social mobility. Everyone understands that the only way to reach upward social mobility is through getting a college education, okay? And the only way to get college education, or the only way to even get health care, is by joining the fucking military. That's it. That is how you keep a massive military, and that is how you that is the only way that you can maintain a massive voluntary army, rather than offer these social safety nets unconditionally to every single citizen. Because if you were to do that, who the fuck would join the military? Who? No one. No one would do that.
Musk's Doge, Department of Government Efficiency, made big promises. Conservatives like Mike Gonzalez were delighted.
In the case of Elon Musk, this guy is what we used to call a wunderkind, a very high IQ individual who has succeeded, like really succeeded.
Nope. That's just marketing that you guys fell for.
In many different areas. So I think that to use his very high intelligence and his willingness to help his country, his patriotism in a sense, to channel that into this one area that we really need help with, I think is brilliant.
Doge. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps.
This noise that Mr. Trump is generating, there's something happening under that noise.
Take defense spending. No one doubts that in the corridors of the Pentagon there were huge savings to be found. A man like Rob Storch was a natural Elon Musk ally. As Inspector General, it was his job to identify waste, and he found billions of dollars of it.
We identified approximately $10.8 billion in monetary savings for the Department of Defense. I believe the total amount saved by inspectors general exceeds $100 billion every year.
Over at the Department of Interior, his counterpart, Inspector General Mark Greenblatt, was making big savings too.
Well, when the presidents first started talking about the Department of Government Efficiency, which we call Doge here, when he first started talking about it, Elon Musk was being bandied about and there was all this sort of hubbub. I was actually excited. I was the chair of the Council of Inspectors General at the time. And I said, well, these are going to be good allies for us in the fight against waste, fraud, and abuse. This is a good thing for us and for America. But their mission has turned out to be very, very different.
Different because, despite saving the taxpayer huge amounts of money, President Trump fired Rob Storch, Mark Greenblatt, and at least 15 of their waste-watching counterparts.
How could we have known that the Department of Government Efficiency would be inefficient? Well, I don't know. Maybe because there already is a pre-existing government office dedicated to... There is already a pre-existing government watchdog that is dedicated to, cutting inefficient spending. And that also, might come as a surprise to many of you, requires a shit ton of people, accountants, specialists, to work at said government watchdog, to really look at the numbers, crunch them, and understand what they're looking at, to find new ways of cutting expenditure. You can't just go in there with a fucking hatchet with like 8 losers hopped up on Adderall and with AI to get in there and be like, yeah, we're just going to cut everything. You can't do that. That's not how this works. Hundreds of millions of people rely on the government working efficiently. Hundreds of millions of people rely on the government working at all. You can't just like go in there and be like, nah, we're cutting everything. There are people on Social Security payments that are 130 years old. Yeah, you're a fucking moron. Good job.
At other agencies.
Obviously, after 37 and a half years in the federal government, that's not the way I wanted my career to end. I think what happened is a big loss.
It seems like for Doge, it's not improving government efficiency. It's just cutting government, which is a different goal.
So how successful has Mr. Musk been in his cost-cutting goal? Just listen to how his promises have changed over time.
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah! That we can actually find $1 trillion in savings. Thank you.
$150 billion.
What happened? What happened, dude? I thought you had it. I thought you had that dog in you, man. That's crazy. I really thought we were cutting trillions of dollars in spending, dude. I'm so surprised.
Think of that.
Yeah. It's 160 now.
Yeah,
160.
And at what potential cost has this come to Washington's system?
Also, I can't stand how much we reward loser shit when it's like a rich person doing it. Like, if your broke ass was this incompetent at whatever broke ass job that you have, you get fired. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine, like, what's the equivalent of, like you're supposed to do at McDonald's, you're supposed to, I don't know, whip up 50 fries a day. And you're like, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do 50 small orders of fries not a day, fucking, I don't know, 50 orders of, let's say, one fry order per minute, 60 an hour, okay? Or 50 an hour. Let's do 50 an hour, okay? Not a day. 50 orders of fries an hour. And you come into that job and you're supposed to be doing 50 orders of fries an hour. And instead you end up whipping up 3 orders of fries an hour. You get fired. You would get fired so fast your head would spin. They'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? There is a pileup of cars A mile long. Button up your privileges showing my guy. What? It would be like whipping up 3 orders of nuggets instead of fries. I'm just saying, like, they let you do so much when you're rich. When you're already rich, they're like, yeah, he's just a little guy. He's just a little crazy. He doesn't know what he's saying. It's fine. Wait, what? Isaiah Thomas? Man, when I'm on these flights, I'll be farting so much law, especially these overseas flights. It's all bad if you sit by me. Okay. I don't see an issue with this. What? Why are you pointing this to me? Why are you presenting this? He's just being brave and honest. And he should be. Y'all yelled at me when I said the truth, much like Jesus. Just saying.
Of checks and balances. Here's the former head of the US Office of Government Ethics.
The gutting of agencies and personnel with decades of experience and expertise, it really takes us back almost to the 19th century. The legal system that we have in place to govern against conflicts was one of the many ethical reforms that took place in the wake of the Watergate scandal in the 1970s. It takes effort on the part of the government officials involved, and it takes a certain amount of goodwill and norms of behavior, which the Trump administration in both its first iteration and in the first 90 plus days of this administration tends to ignore.
With such privileged access and power, could Musk really disentangle his business interests? His supporters say he's a patriot, not a profiteer. Take Tesla. Despite money can't buy advertising from his boss, the car maker's performance has hardly been stellar.
If he were honoring both the letter and the spirit of the law, then he would recuse himself from any official activities that in any way could benefit his professional interests, whether it's Starlink, whether it's Tesla, or whether it's SpaceX. So while he's serving, that's a tremendous concern.
Starlink is Elon Musk's satellite internet business, connecting hard-to-reach places around the world. And some in Washington say it's a prime example of where his business interests conflicted with his government role. Why, for example, did the Trump administration make cuts to a multi-billion-dollar project to provide broadband to some of America's most rural communities, including big Trump-supporting areas? The man who ran it is deeply skeptical about their reasoning.
After the confirmation of Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, we received instruction that we were to rewrite the program rules, which rewrite is still occurring, to increase the amount of satellite usage and decrease the amount of fiber optic connectivity. The practical outcome of the changes that the new administration has pushed forward will be that more people will get worse connections and more money will be pushed toward Elon Musk's Starlink program. This certainly appears improper.
America.
What are you going to do? He's, the wealthy are too powerful. Inside access, baby. What are you going to do? It's all, dude, they are getting way more open and way more brazen with their rampant corruption, where it's just like, it's all might is right politics all the way down.
It did vote for change in Washington. But with Doge's figurehead now leaving the building, its achievements unclear, and with no let-up in opposition from the courts, Democrats and sacked federal workers, has the president got the stomach to finish Elon Musk's job.
And
Harvard president gets a minute-long standing ovation as commencement program starts. Ugh. Yeah, we got the Trump admin doing aggressive revocations of Chinese student visas. But before we do the Harvard stuff, I will dive into a couple different things. Number one, where is it? Yeah, we already covered the Mamdani train. The Republicans in my life essentially have said to me, it's okay if they're corrupt as long as my team is winning. Yeah. There's a couple different things I want to talk about. Number one, Israel accepts new U.S. proposal for ceasefire with Hamas, says Israeli official. And lo and behold, this is yet another instance where there is real Brandonization taking place. Before you celebrate, understand that this new Israeli proposal is not a real proposal. Once again, Hamas on Thursday said it was reviewing the new Witkoff proposal and was responsibly studying it in a way that serves the interests of our people, provides relief, and achieves a permanent ceasefire. The Israeli official told CNN the proposal calls for the release of 10 living hostages and 18 deceased hostages, as well as a 60-day truce. The official provided no details about the beginning of negotiations for a permanent end to the war, a key Hamas demand that Israel has refused to accept. According to the Hostages and Missing Families Forum, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told the hostage families earlier in the day that he had accepted Witkoff's proposal. During her briefing on Thursday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Levy confirmed that Special Envoy Witkoff and the president submitted a ceasefire proposal to Hamas that Israel backed and supported, and that discussions are ongoing. We hope that the ceasefire in Gaza will take place so that we can return all hostages home, and that's been a priority for this administration from the beginning. Earlier on Thursday, Israel's far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich said accepting the proposal would be sheer madness, writing on social media that he will not allow such a thing to happen, period. But Israeli opposition leader Yair Lapid urged Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to accept the proposal publicly and immediately. He said he would support the government even if its far-right members abandoned it. A U.S. official told CNN earlier this week that Witkoff has not met directly with Hamas. According to a source familiar with the matter, Palestinian-American businessman Bashar Ababa met with Hamas in Doha about the proposal. Baba, who led the group Arab Americans for Trump during the 2024 presidential campaign, has been working on behalf of the administration. There is a full text and also the Hamas statement, obviously. A senior Hamas official criticized the Witkoff term sheet, telling me it abandoned commitments the U.S. made to Hamas in direct talks. The proposed deal from the Israelis through Witkoff is extremely difficult to accept, he told me. There is no talk about the ceasefire deal from January 19th. There is no talk about a return to the situation before March 2nd, when Israel abandoned the original ceasefire. The Hamas official said there is no guarantee Israel would even respect the 60-day truce after its 10 captives are returned in the first week of the deal. They might launch the war again, he said. There are no guarantees to a permanent ceasefire, no guarantees for a permanent withdrawal. Yeah. Full text. Framework is 60-day ceasefire. President Trump guarantees Israel's adherence to the ceasefire during the agreed-upon period. Release of the hostages, 10 Israeli live hostages and 18 deceased hostages from a list of 58 will be released on days 1 and 7. Half of the living and deceased hostages, 5 living, 9 deceased, will be released on day 1. The remaining half will be released on day 7. Not the last day, but day 7. Okay? Implying that they don't even want to do a 60-day ceasefire. They just want to do a 7-day ceasefire and then go back to the unlimited bombing campaign and unlimited starvation campaign as they were doing. Humanitarian assistance. Aid will be sent into Gaza immediately once Hamas agrees to the ceasefire agreement. Whatever agreement reached on aid to the civilian population will be respected through the course of the agreement. Aid will be distributed through agreed-upon channels that will include the UN and Red Crescent. Israeli military activities. All Israeli offensive military activities in Gaza will cease upon this agreement entering into force. During the ceasefire period, there will be a cessation of aerial movement, military, and surveillance in the Gaza Strip for 10 hours daily or 12 hours daily during the days when exchange of hostages and prisoners take place. IDF redeployment. On day one, after the release of the Israeli hostages, redeployment in the northern part of the Gaza Strip and Netzarim corridor in accordance with Article 3 regarding the humanitarian aid and based on maps to be agreed upon. On day 7, after the release of the Israeli hostages, redeployment in the southern part of the Gaza Strip in accordance with Article 3 regarding the humanitarian aid and based on maps agreed upon. The technical teams will work out the final redeployment boundaries during proximity negotiations. So they are literally saying, like, it's not, they're just going to continue. They're not going to stop. Benjamin Netanyahu has said time and time again that he is invested in the permanent displacement of all Palestinians living on the Gaza Strip, and they are still going through it. They're still going through with that. They just want to get the hostages out so that the anger and resentment from Israeli society that want the hostages out and then want the bombing to continue and permanent occupation of Gaza to continue, the permanent displacement of Gaza to happen, is something that they're going to be pushing for. It appears that the new temporary ceasefire proposal Israel and the U.S. are pushing would give Israel cover to resume the slaughter after 60 days. It also neither guarantees, not even 60, make no mistake, after 7 days. Even a temporary ceasefire that allows in aid would be better than nothing, but this isn't anywhere near a lasting solution. At best, it'll be a pause for Palestinians to catch their breath and for captives to be exchanged before Israel continues on its quest to empty Gaza. At the end of the day, Israel isn't going to accept anything less than a permanent Israeli occupation and the expulsion of Palestinians from Gaza. The only thing that can stop that is international intervention. Every couple of weeks, this happens where Hamas will say, we want a permanent cessation to hostilities, which is, of course, an understandable desire, a totally reasonable desire. And Israel says no. Okay? Israel says, nope, not going to happen. Hold on one second. As you know, as we have shown through the latest polls that have come out, that many Hasbara agents have actually tried to disparage, but done a very shitty job of doing so, like Benny Morris or Boner Box. Israeli society has a lot of appetite for permanent displacement of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. 82% of Israeli Jews, or 87% of Israeli Jews, want a permanent displacement of all Palestinians, ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip. They want that. 47% of Israeli Jews actually are fine with Amalek-style complete ethnic cleansing of and death of every single person, child, baby, man, woman, elderly, that currently lives in the Gaza Strip. Total extermination. Okay? The only thing standing in the way of the only hurdle in the way of this like permanent ethnic displacement campaign is the hostages. The very fact that there are still alive Israeli hostages that are in the Gaza Strip and their friends and their family members and other members of Israeli society are making a big fuss. They're making a big fuss about this. Okay? It's not about the genocide. It's not about the live-streamed Holocaust. It's not about the victims of said live-streamed Holocaust. It's simply about the Israeli society's resentment towards Netanyahu revolves around, one, immediately after October 7, not being able to secure and actually defend Israel when that veil of security was penetrated. And then shortly after that, the anger and resentment was because Benjamin Netanyahu was just like killing their family members and their friends at a rapid clip with Israeli bombing campaigns, sometimes directly shooting and killing them. 3 of the Israeli hostages that had escaped literally got shot by the Israeli military with small arms. Like they shot them point blank. So, that's the situation at hand. They want to do, I think, 7 days, pull out as many people, pull out all the remaining hostages, and then continue bombing and continue the death and destruction and continue the live streamed Holocaust, knowing full well that the international community is not even getting together to recognize the statehood and sovereignty of Palestine. Okay? Because remember, European leaders are pushing in the direction of recognition for the Palestinian state. This is seen as a major danger for Israel because that comes with additional legal protections for all Palestinians. Okay? But that in and of itself is not moving the needle, especially considering that there is one European country that has recognized Palestine as a state, Ireland, and Ireland itself recently actually failed on a measure to stop doing trade, to stop to do boycotts and divestment from the state of Israel. So clearly there aren't enough there isn't enough material pressure that even states that recognize Palestine as a sovereign state will apply. Poland recognized Palestine too. Again, Poland is another great example. Polish leadership has gone back and forth and even has said that Benjamin Netanyahu can actually violate the International Criminal Court and visit Warsaw without, yes, Spain as well. Yes. Okay, it doesn't matter. My point is, the public is resentful. The public is angry. Okay, broad majorities of regular citizens in all of these Western nations are very angry at Israel and angry at their own government for collaborating with Israel. This is true. So European leaders are trying to do their very best to manage the situation, to appease the public sentiment. Okay? They are trying to do their very best to be like, no, we're trying our best. Part of that is this Occupied Territories bill. What's in it, how it has changed, and what the implications might be. Even without some of the provisions contained in Senator Francis Black's original bill, it could face opposition. The government has decided to approve drafting of the Occupied Territories bill, but is it not drafted already? Independent Senator Francis Black first tabled a bill to ban trade with Israeli entities based on the occupied Palestinian territories back in 2018, long before the current conflict in Gaza. The then government blocked it on the basis that as trade is an EU competence, the legislation would be illegal under EU law. Last year, however, in light of the conflict in Gaza and a decision from the International Court of Justice about the occupied territories, the government had a rethink, and the Attorney General advised the legislation could now be possible. Officials will proceed to draft the heads of the bill, a summary of what each section of the bill contains. The bill basically bans imports originating from the Palestinian territories that are, under international law, illegally occupied by Israel. It's like, it's the bare minimum basic like BDS provision. It's huge if it goes through, because it actually causes significant economic harm to Israel. Okay? And other nations could potentially follow suit. But the reason why I'm bringing this up, even though they hardly do any trade with the occupied territories in Ireland regardless, even then, this basic bare minimum push is a bridge too far, and it's already, even if it was implemented, it's one might say it's too little too late, a day late, a dollar short. But it's crazy that even this day late, dollar short provision is still seen as impossible to push through. And this is for Ireland, a country that has already recognized Palestine as a sovereign state. So my point is, a lot of these European leaders are basically finally coming to the recognition that what Israel is doing is wrong. This is creating a permission structure for the media of said countries to actually cover the situation on the ground with the honesty that they should have applied since day one, that they chose not to until it was 19 months into this live-streamed Holocaust. And while the conversation is shifting against Israel, this will create even more pressure. It's an endless cycle of additional pressure. So there are some good things here. Okay? There are some good things here. I need you to understand. This is moving in the right direction. This is moving in the right direction. This kind of pressure is good. So I'm not going to cast this aside, but I will warn you that it's still, at this stage, purely for optics and offers no material penalties to Israel, no significant material penalties to Israel. Meanwhile, I will relitigate something that I have maintained since, you know, everyone is now coming on the it is a genocide actually tip. Once there are now in mainstream media, in Washington Post. Wait, what? What the hell? Okay. Okay. A Washington Post journalist wrote an article about how it is a genocide and people should start saying it. Shadi Hamid wrote, a new consensus emerging. Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. We should say so. Words have meaning, and they should be used when they describe reality. My essay in the Washington Post. This is a Washington Post op-ed. Never in my life did I think that we would actually see a Washington Post op-ed that openly says that Israel is doing a genocide. Okay? That's huge. That is a huge, huge difference. Yes, Shadi Hamid, not exactly a radical leftist, is calling it a genocide in the Bezos own Washington Post. If you haven't started using the term, which at this point is considered factual by mainstream human rights organizations and scholars, it's probably not for a great reason. A tide shift is happening. The people that are better at reading the room, like the Piers Morgans of the world, are taking advantage of the new permission structure that Western nations are giving. Okay, Western nations are giving to their media by saying you can criticize Israel now. That's precisely the reason why you're hearing from more and more people that previously were terrified of the political, social, economic repercussions that they would face. Okay? There is a new permission structure now. You can openly state that Israel is doing a fucking genocide, which is true. It's been true for 19 months. But now you can say it. So you'll hear a lot more people openly coming out and saying it. And when more people openly come out and say it, there will be more pressure. Okay? There will be more pressure upon our politicians to cut ties with Israel. Remember that. Ethnic cleansing has become the official policy of Israel. The nation's leaders are admitting it without apology. There was barely a pretense before, but now there's not even that. And these admissions combined with mass killings on the ground point to something even more horrific: genocide. Ms. Rachel was the tipping point on our rally. No, it's not Ms. Rachel. It's every single person that has gone out and protested. Every single person has played a role in this. But more importantly, I think that, like, I'm angry. I'm resentful. I want to say, where the fuck were you for 19 months? Okay. But instead of saying, where the fuck were you for the past 19 months? We should look at the silver lining of this. Okay. Even if it's a PR initiative, remember, that should cause you to be skeptical of these people in the future. Okay. Never forget that. Never forget, for 19 months of genocide, 19 months of a live streamed child holocaust, these people not only actively ignored the reality on the ground, but even basically fucking did the role of offering contextualization to Israel. A much less significant analog here is the Jake Tappers of the world going from actively offering shelter to the Biden administration's senility that everyone could see in broad daylight, to then turn around and conduct investigative reporting once it was no longer problematic to do so, once there was no serious harm to your career. Okay? This is exactly what's going on here as well. But this does not mean that we should cast aside these people, not the Jake Tappers of the world, but I mean like the people that are now coming out and saying that it is a genocide. We should be skeptical of them. We should be critical of their intentions. But ultimately, it's still a good thing because it opens up a new pressure valve. Okay? Yeah. Abby Wilkinson says, I have a mental catalog of public figures and people I know personally I'll never respect or like ever again, but I think we want to make the barriers to acknowledging and speaking against the ongoing genocide as low as possible. Welcome people through gritted teeth is exactly my point as well. It also does help increase the pressure on the government of the US, UK, Germany, and other Western states, and the only way this can be ended is if those governments are under so much pressure they have to act. There's records of people's complicity and cowardice. That Zadie Smith article isn't disappearing. There's time to litigate this in the future. Yeah. It is gross. It is disgusting that it took almost 20,000 dead children for people in the Western media to finally say, I think there's too much death for me. Okay? But a barrier has been crossed. It is very clear. So when you see people that are also now taking advantage of this new permission structure, don't immediately fucking behave like a gatekeeper or a hipster, okay? I say this as someone who has suffered unimaginable career penalties for this, okay? It is no accident that I have not been invited to a single fucking award show or anything like that. And this is nothing. This is ultimately inconsequential, okay? Tremendous amount of revenue cast aside, losing a third of my audience initially after October 7. But none of that is meaningful, okay? That is all utterly meaningless as opposed to using the existing platform that I had to speak the truth every single day unconditionally, okay? This is why I don't make a big deal, a big show out of all of these things. It is utterly inconsequential, okay? It is utterly inconsequential. So if I'm not complaining about all these people that are coming in after, once they have more allowance to say the truth, you shouldn't make a big fuss about it either. Truth ? Law. I love that. There are still also hanger-ons that want to believe that the world's and the world's and the entire planet's opinion on Israel is not completely negative, and that's always funny. Like the Asmon Gold followers, the Ethan Klein followers that still are basically operating on this like completely lost boundary. Okay. Hasan, what of accountability and justice? So many of those who are going to mea culpa are some of the worst catalysts for this genocide. Oh, make no mistake. That's later. That comes later. Right now, the goal is to keep up the pressure. Okay? Don't fucking worry about that right now. Do not worry about that right now. Yeah. The Asmon Gold fans, the Tectone fans, the Ethan Klein fans, the Sex Pestiny fans, they're like the Japanese imperial fascist soldier holding on to his forward operating base in the fucking Philippines 39 years after the war ended, you know? They're just holding on. They're like, nope, you're a fucking terrorist. Shut up. You're a terrorist. Fuck you. Here. And while this is happening, I will seek to carve out another permission structure. Okay? As I've said time and time again, I will repeat it. There is no comparison between Israel and Hamas. One is a militant resistance comprised of orphan soldiers born into a 77-year occupation. The other is an ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state with nukes doing a genocide backed by the United States of America, the most powerful nation on the planet. Okay? There is no comparison. These guys are not in the same zip code. There is no both sides in this situation. Okay? While I have said in the past, and understandably, that openly mentioned that yes, there was a deliberate targeting of civilians on October 7, and therefore the October 7 campaign, regardless of the 75-year occupation, was an act of desperation that still can be considered terrorism. Okay? There were atrocities that took place on October 7. Relitigating October 7, 19 months into this genocide, is fucking insane. It is fucking idiotic. No one should ever entertain that. Okay? Absolutely not. And as I said, even on October 8, that October 7 only happened as a direct consequence of 75 years of military occupation and endless displacement and endless death and destruction that Israel has enacted without any scrutiny whatsoever, with full-blown support from Western nations upon the Palestinian civilian population. Okay? Another point that I also mentioned here is that Israel, as a belligerent occupier, does not have a right to defend itself by bombing Gaza. It obviously does not have a right to do genocide. No country has that right. No one has a right to do genocide. Israel is doing a genocide that is completely illegal under every metric. But Israel didn't even have a right to bomb Gaza in the way that it did in the aftermath of October 7, because Israel is a belligerent occupier of the Palestinian population. Okay? Palestinians, on the other hand, from the Al-Qassam brigades down to every last Palestinian that chooses to take up arms against the state of Israel, have a legal right to defend themselves against Israel's genocide. Okay? That's also another thing that you have to remind yourself of. But the reason why I brought this up is because the media tide is shifting in the direction of people recognizing the truth about Israel doing a genocide. But since that media tide is shifting, I need you to understand there is a reason why for 19 months no one has brought this up in mainstream media. Okay? No one has brought this up in mainstream media. One must ask the question, why no one has brought this up in mainstream media? Why is it that this is the only place, this is one of the few places in the Western world where you will ever hear this truth? It's not even a fucking falsehood. It's not an exaggeration. It's just simply international human rights. Okay? What would have been the proper response to October 7 in your opinion? I mean, I've already said it. Dissolve the apartheid instantly on October 8. That's what I said. I said that on Piers Morgan numerous times. Dissolve the apartheid, end the permanent military occupation, and fire off the negotiations process. All for all. Allowing the Palestinians that are under permanent military detention to go free. You say numerous, a weird amount. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so Alonso Gramendi actually made a video about this. I'm going to watch it. I have it on the docket. Where is it? Hold on. I had it on the docket. Oh, Israel's genocide at Gaza legal analysis. Is Israel's committing a genocide in Gaza? I mean, it's fucking. It's not very visually appealing, but Alonso says the awfulness of October 7 violence should have led Israel to conclude that the status quo of living in a willful ignorance about their brutal settler colonial project next door had failed. Instead of genocide in Gaza, it should have built partnerships in Palestine to lift the occupation. The idea that the solution to a blockade of Gaza where every few years hundreds are killed in the mow the lawn operations would be the genocide of Gaza is stupid failed policy that only makes sense in a colonial mindset. War does not solve war. Israel had many partners and tools at its disposal on 8/10 to get rid of Netanyahu and its failed policies, announce a new status quo, and plot a credible roadmap to the decolonialization of Israel-Palestine. It instead chose to close the ranks around Netanyahu until the job is done. And the reason why they did that is because there is great appetite for permanent ethnic cleansing of all Palestinians in the Gaza Strip and permanent ethnic cleansing of all Palestinian citizens of Israel as well, eventually. Okay? It's not there yet, but it will get there. Gaza first, West Bank second, and then you move the crosshairs to the Palestinian citizens of Israel within. Because it is an ethno-supremacist fascist principle. Okay? That is what Israel is built on. It's Nazi shit through and through. Remember, the reason why Hamas and other armed actors were able to penetrate so deep into Israel was because Netanyahu redirected security priorities to protect the West Bank settlers at the expense of Israel's kibbutz in the south. Netanyahu also supported Hamas for years out of a desire to keep Palestinian nationalism and unity broken and weak instead of helping to unify it so it could find partners for a decolonialization project that ends the occupation. Instead of holding him accountable for his failure and not keeping Israelis safe, he was rewarded with a get-out-of-jail-free card paid for by the blood of the Palestinian genocide. And then he also abandoned Israeli hostages. So what was Israel supposed to do on October 8th? Well, as Majed Bamia says, if the state of Palestine is expected to remain peaceful after a genocide that killed 55,000 Palestinians, then Israel should have been expected to remain peaceful after October 7 too. Yeah, exactly. It could have severely ostracized Hamas and built a large coalition for a new normal in Israel-Palestine. It could have agreed to the release of the hostages quickly, or if you believe Hamas would not, severely delegitimize them and put the pressure on the Palestinian Authority. But settler colonial projects choose to dig deeper into colonialism, and as all colonial projects, it led to genocide. Now comes the time for accountability and decolonization, not as a result of the West's solidarity after 7/10, but as a pariah state abandoned by its allies. It's that simple. So many people died in the process. And the idealist in me wants to fucking yell about how many newcomers there are that are finally openly saying the fucking truth. You have this. Benedict Cumberbatch, Dua Lipa, Rizwan Ahmed, Nicola Collin, and more than 300 other public figures have signed Choose Love's letter demanding Keir Starmer and UK's complicity, and the UK's complicity in the horrors of Gaza. Yeah. Now, some of these people are active in the pro-Palestinian movement. Okay, many of them are. So I'm not going to say that they haven't done enough. Okay, but there are plenty of newcomers into the fray as well. Obviously, there are a lot of people still that have been actively protesting against their governments, actively protesting since the beginning, and maybe even, and far before October 7, as a matter of fact. Okay? But remember, these lists will keep coming out, and public pressure will keep building, partially because there is a permission structure that comes with this. When you see more and more people, come out, more famous people come out, then there is power in numbers. People are no longer afraid that they will be cast aside, fired. Like Melissa Barrera, who was fired from the project Scream 6, right? I think it was Scream, right? She was fired from her project initially because in the early days of October in 2023, she had the audacity to post Israeli Holocaust scholar Ross Segal's work in the Jewish Currents magazine that said this has the makings of a genocide. She was fired, and they said she was fired specifically because of her anti-Semitic statements, anti-Semitic posts on her Instagram. The post that they were referencing was her reposting a Jewish Currents magazine article from an Israeli Jewish Holocaust scholar, Ross Segal, saying what Israel was doing was a genocide. Think about how fucking insane that is. There were plenty of people who lost career opportunities in the process. There were plenty of people who fucking there were plenty of people who were punished instantly in an effort to silence those in an effort to silence the onlookers, in an effort to say there is no permission structure to say the truth right now. Fuck you. And yet people still fought. They still fought back. Regardless of what the consequences were, they still fought back. And here we are. So make no mistake, I'm not going to look at the situation in front of us. I'm not going to look at the situation in front of us and go, oh, look at these like newcomers. Look at these new allies. Fuck them. I'm not going to forget what they did. I was there. I saw it. Some of them directly were at odds with me. Piers Morgan comes to mind. Okay. But I will take advantage of the fact that there is a new permission structure and these careerists are now openly coming out to make their statements known. It's good. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. Okay? I have direct contact to Dr. Feroz if need. Just a mom. I'm talking to him already, okay? I'm talking to him directly. I'm going to have him on the broadcast. Please. They are fair weather, not useless. Take advantage of the momentum. Exactly. And especially considering that Israel is still continuing its genocide, its live-streamed Holocaust on the Gaza Strip, it's important to have as many allies as possible to keep the pressure campaign. Yeah. Here is History Speaks. Okay, historian Matthew Gabriel Cockerill calling out boner box here. Okay. So this time, Hasan needs 3 pairs of hands to attack me and is still a pathetic flop. A poll released after this clip can show 82% of Israelis wanting to force Gazans out. Yet another can show 69% of them wanting to end the war in exchange for the hostages. Okay? We are not for killing them, but of course most Israelis are for expelling them. Why the fuck should we be ashamed of wanting people who produce endless terrorism next to Israel out and also quit a lot of cases of Arabs who has Israeli citizenship and committed terror attacks? How it started, Box Loaner uses sophistry to discredit polling showing most Israeli Jews support deporting both their Arab fellow citizens overwhelmingly and Palestinians in Gaza. How it's going, Israeli fan of Loaner Box insists, of course most Israelis are for expelling them. Interestingly enough, this guy has been constantly trying to undermine, fuck you, fuck Hasan. Okay, man. Hasan Trump'a götten basan. Ulan Türk değil misin sen? 9K Türk var amına koyayım. Hiçbiri de bir sik anlamıyordur he. Utan lan utan. Hold on. There was another thing I wanted to show you. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up, the reason why I'm bringing up that poll is because, once again, Hasbara agent Boner Box lied to his audience. Okay? The Hasbara Box Loaner is setting up a false dichotomy between, one, poll results showing overwhelmingly Israeli Jewish support for ethnic cleansing and near half support for extermination, and two, poll results showing support for an end to the war conditioned on hostage release. There is no such dichotomy. This is a false dichotomy that he's presenting. A pro-extermination or pro-ethnic cleansing Israeli could simply prioritize the lives of hostages / the IDF over his genocidal dreams and hence favor an end to the war, conditioned on a hostage exchange over continuation of the war. So as usual, this is just an attempt to obscure and whitewash by Loaner Box. Okay? By the way, Israeli population shouldn't be dehumanized or written off as irredeemable, nor should the widespread genocidal attitudes in Israel and the clear normalization of calls to exterminate Palestinian civilians in Israeli politics and media be whitewashed through sophistry. Post-genocide, Israel should be de-radicalized through an ideological deconstruction of Zionism. Yes. So there are still naysayers who want to hang on. Okay? There are still naysayers who want to hang on. Careerists who think that they can hold on to being pro-Israel as a mechanism to farm clout to the best of their ability. So if you want to be resentful and angry, redirect your attention at those who are still refusing to read the room, as opposed to those who are now jumping off the ship, recognizing that the ship is fucking sinking. I recently saw Philion videos about you, and it's a shame he's going for the right-wing grift sass stuff. Whatever, who cares? I don't think Loner is pro-Israel. He's definitely against the current campaign. Beta Wolf, you've done this a lot. Okay? I'm not willing to entertain your stupidity any further. Okay? I miss the MasterChef days. Anyway, I just don't get why it seems that the PA would work with Israel, but Hamas is a hard no. I want to hear a good response, not just genocide in air quotes. In life, unfortunately, both sides need to be considered to come to a deal, or we are just left with indefinite fighting. Please don't evoke Nazi comparisons or call me a Zionist. I want peace for these people already. You are one of the most annoying fucking chatters that is consistently doing this like mealy-mouthed bullshit, okay? Over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. Don't just say genocide. Of course, it's not an accident that you think Bonerbox, who literally fucking flew to Israel with Sex Pestany, who once famously fucking said that he wants Israel to finish the job and do a genocide of the Palestinians. Bonerbox, who literally went there and did a tour of Israel with Elon Levy, okay? With Elon Levy, did a tour of Israel with former propaganda minister Elon Levy. That guy is not pro-Israel. Even though, seemingly, he finds himself defending falsehoods with regular frequency, including attacking me and claiming that I'm misrepresenting information that's coming out of reputable polls in Israel about the attitude that Israeli Jews have in Israel towards exterminating the entirety of the Gazan population. I think at this point, if you still believe that this person is not invested in... Here we go again. Seriously, though? What do you mean, here we go again? What the fuck? How can you find yourself... you have to have so much motivated reasoning to believe that a person like this, at this stage, 19 months in, is not unconditionally on the side that is being fucking destroyed, and instead still offers credence to the side that is doing the death and destruction. You don't have this kind of fucking attitude towards the Nazis, right? I can't tell if this is you holding on to a crumb of faith that Israel is not a Nazi country because you don't want it to be true because of your previous social conditioning, or if you're that much of a fucking libtard that you are so permanently wired in a way where you're like, well, you know, it's a state ally, you know, it's not an adversary, so they can't do any wrong, right? And if they're doing wrong, it must be a mistake. And those who are defending Israel are also probably defending them because they feel the same way that I do. This is the same 44-month sub from the other day. Yes, a faith. Okay. Yeah, okay. Your faith is fucking idiotic. It's so idiotic that it actually comes across as you being, you know, it comes across as you running cover for the Nazi state of Israel doing a live-streamed Holocaust of mostly children. Sorry, that's just the truth. And the reality is, if you even for a little bit believed that the Palestinians were human beings, you would be utterly embarrassed to come in here with this kind of statement, but you don't, okay? A part of your brain, I think, still thinks, well, they are barbaric, you know? You have to kill that part of your brain that says, oh, they're a little parasitic, they're a little barbaric, Because the moment that you recognize that every single Palestinian that has been slaughtered by the Israeli state is a real fucking human being and not just like a part of a collective hive mind that is simply trying to fuck over Israel because they hate Jews, is the moment that you recognize the depravity of Israel's actions. And unfortunately, that is the primary motivator for a lot of people. The inability for them to see the true horror that Israel has conducted. That is precisely the reason why so many people can like take this weird ass position where they're like, well, you know, Israel is doing a genocide, but also no one should really resist against that. Israel's doing a genocide, but like, how can we trust these Palestinians? I mean, they did October 7. Israel's doing a genocide, but you know, the Palestinians are also a backwards people. You just simply don't believe that they're human beings that are worthy of dignity, worthy of sovereignty. Even if you say that you believe it, you clearly don't. Because if you did, how can you fucking present this position? It makes no sense. And you will find yourself, nah, dude, it's not a racist thing. I do think they are. I never said anything about that. The reason why I say I don't think you think that they are human beings is because if you are giving any credence at this point to Israel, that means that you are stating that Israeli human beings, Israeli civilians died, and it's understandable that they still have some level of resentment against the Palestinians. They're humans. Their victims are real victims. October 7 justifies at least some of this violence that Israel has unfolded on the Palestinian population. But you obviously don't think that the Palestinians are worthy of the same fucking critical lens. They're not, you don't see them as human beings because they've done a million October 7s. What the fuck are we talking about? That's it. It's that simple. They've done October 7s in the past. Israel has done October 7s to the Palestinian population in the past. Okay? So if Israel's actions are even remotely justifiable upon the Palestinian population due to October 7, what is justifiable for the Palestinians to do to Israel now? After all is said and done, what do you think is justifiable for the Palestinians to do to Israel because of the thousands of fucking October 7s? Do you think that a reverse genocide is justifiable? Yeah. Even Bonerbox and those fucking dipshits will recalculate. I saw a clip of Sex Pestiny even being like, I don't really talk about Israel-Palestine as much anymore because they know the writing on the wall. And also, all of the things that they said, Trump is, and defended when Biden was doing, Trump is also doing. And they have to turn around and act like they're against Trump. They have to position themselves against Trump. So now they're just, you know, shamelessly moving on as though they did not do unlimited amounts of propaganda for Israel by directly going to Israel. Okay? There is no comparison. It's like flying to fucking Nazi Germany and going on a Red Cross mission to that one fucking concentration camp to say it's not a real concentration camp. They have showers. Like, it is literally the equivalent. But many people still don't want to fucking cross that boundary. Many people don't want to recognize that it is identical, okay? It is identical. The numbers are not the same, but it doesn't matter. It's identical in its intention. It's identical in its inception. That's what they did. And those very same people would fucking lose their minds if I even fucking traveled to Qatar for fun. You know what I mean? They would be like, what the fuck? Oh my God, it's so obvious. He's so HasanAbi. Lonerbox justified the recent Israeli occupation of Syria doesn't oppose military aid to Israel. Also said the U.S. was a moderating force during the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. I didn't get this from clips or Bad Empanada, but by directly watching him. Yeah. How many times do you have to watch someone who like claims that they're fucking anti-genocide, or which I don't even think he calls it a fucking genocide. He says it's not a genocide, for the record, and actively positions himself against those who say it is a genocide, which is the truth. Okay. Israel's fucked up. They need to stop. I just don't see a way of fighting for the Palestinians logically. I'm against Israel for what they're currently doing. Yeah. Loner Box is a genocide denier or a genocide supporter, actually. I wouldn't say he's a genocide denier. I think he's a genocide supporter. And so is Ethan Klein. Just because someone says that they are that they agree that it's a genocide, or maybe it is a genocide, and then sometimes they actually don't say it is, doesn't change the fucking reality of your entire output as a content creator, as a commentator with a fucking massive audience, not Loner Box, but at least for Ethan Klein, is around attacking people who actually correctly call it a fucking genocide and demanding their deplatforming. Then you're not actually an advocate for fucking Palestinians. You're a goddamn piece of shit. A goddamn piece of shit who actually raised money for the genocidaires, as a matter of fact, by duping his fucking audience by claiming that he was raising money for the Palestinians. The depravity never ends, okay? It is insane to me that I didn't even fucking want to mention that because I was like, there's no way, right? There's no way, right? Nope. Turns out the one time that he had another fucking supposedly pro-Palestinian voice on was that one guy that works for the fucking Atlantic Council, who unironically is a token, by the way, okay? Anti-Zionist Jews represent a much larger percentage and a much larger voice in the pro-Palestinian emancipatory movement than the one fucking singular Palestinian guy who turns around and works with people who work at the ADL and works with the Atlantic Council. Yeah, he did that shit, by the way. So, Ahmed Fuad al-Khatib, okay, is a propagandist for Israel. Apparently, Ethan fucking had him on his broadcast.
So this might be.
And then literally turned around and made it seem as though they were fundraising, told his audience that they were fundraising for Palestinians in Gaza. Okay? The fundraiser was for the Atlantic Council directly. All proceeds went to the fucking Atlantic Council. He presented it as though he was fundraising for the fucking Palestinians in Gaza. I cannot imagine something more gross than this. It is crazy. The Atlantic Council is an American Defense Department think tank, chatters. It's like the Foundation for Defending Democracy, okay? It is an American think tank in the field of international affairs. Unimaginable, dude. And yeah, from what I understand, the funds were directly going to the fucking, like, here's the email. Thank you for reaching out and for your question. The donations page on our website goes to support our work through the Atlantic Council. This includes helping Ahmed and our team and to allow him to be able to do many of the media appearances he does, to meet with policymakers and do all the writing and things that have helped launch the work for Realign for Palestine. I hope that answers your question. Happy to hop on a call to discuss if that would be helpful. Thank you, Melanie. And from what I understand, I think this person used to work for the ADL too, by the way. It's not a charity. The donate link does not mention being a 501c3. It's just straight up donating to the Atlantic Council. He had two charity links. One link was for aid, but the first link was for Atlantic Council. This is what Ethan was doing fundraisers for, by the way. The Realign for Palestine project. Amplify pragmatic voices who courageously advocate for Palestinian statehood and self-determination, unequivocally reject violence, terrorism, and extremism, and acknowledge a two-nation solution. It's not a surprise that the likes of Ahmed are oftentimes retweeted and quote retweeted with regular frequency from the Israel Foreign Ministry, okay? The Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They are working in unison. An American think tank that works with the American foreign policy apparatus in the State Department is obviously going to be fucking pro-Israel. And of course, those people that work there, regardless of their background, are still absolutely working in collaboration with the state of Israel. And yes, Israel killed his entire fucking family, by the way. Yes. Insane. Plus a mention of working family parties as an afterthought, even though they needed the donations. Wait, WFP? Oh, World Food Program. As an afterthought, even though they don't need the donations out of all organizations, they just need the blockade to open, but it was like an afterthought anyway. He presented them both as if they were equally important. I cannot believe how you would fucking turn around and try to send donations to a pro-Israel think tank, dude. It is
the worst
crazy.
thing that I've seen the H3 podcast do so far, and that's obviously saying a lot. They are scamming people into donating for Palestine, except it's not actually donations for Palestine. It's not donating to like a charity like the UNRWA or the PCRF or something like that. No, it's donations for Palestine that they are soliciting, which go to a pro-Israel propaganda organization. So in that podcast episode from today, Ethan Klein had a talk with Ahmad Fouad al-Khatib, who is like this pro-Israel Palestinian who says, you know, Palestinians are at fault for all of their own misery. Israel does nothing wrong. And he works for the Atlantic Council propaganda organization. He's basically like the one guy who these Israelis prop up as their like token, look, a Palestinian who agrees with us sort of guy. So he always does the rounds. It seems like they can't find any other. But this video isn't about that. I'll probably be covering that on my stream this week. This video is about something that's even worse than that, if you can believe it. There's a part of this stream, timestamped and called Donate to Palestine, in which Ahmed solicits donations for a project of the Atlantic Council, which is explicitly actually pro-Israel. And Ethan Klein is calling it Donate to Palestine. And Ahmed himself also tried to imply this was donations for Palestine, rather than literally just throwing your money at a fucking pro-Israel think tank / propaganda organization. So here's that segment. See, Donate to Palestine. What's he got to say? Let's check it out.
As I work at the Atlantic Council, where I am a resident senior fellow, but also I run Realign for Palestine through the Atlantic Council, and I have a we have like our own standalone website, realignforpalestine.org. There is a donate button. And yeah, so like you're certainly folks can donate there, but also I would encourage folks to.
By the way, I need you to understand, Ahmed al-Khatib has written for Barry Weiss's The Free Press. Israel killed 31 of my family members in Gaza. The pro-Palestine movement isn't helping. Over the last 2 decades, Western activists have only made things worse for my people. Barry Weiss also, again, is an agent of Hasbara. This person basically works for the fucking state of Israel. Maybe not directly, but pretty much as directly as you can get, okay? Unlike the many anti-Zionist Jews that you know that are not fucking tokens, no matter how much Ethan Klein claims that they are, this motherfucker is a token. And he's a paid token. He uses the death of his family as a way to literally do propaganda for the state of Israel. It is insane. There are other versions of this as well. You have the John Aziz, the peace poet or whatever. That's another one of those guys. There's a couple of these dudes. Some of them are more depraved than others. Obviously, the most depraved version of this is the son of Hamas guy who was a fucking Mossad agent. Yeah. Ahmed Al-Khatib, the Azagazan, I Love Israel Ghazano, who gets paid by the Israeli lobby and is a literal torturer of Palestinians, wrote a deranged screed calling me a Nazi and implying I'm some foreign agent. Let's be absolutely clear. Ahmed Al-Khatib is a disgusting Zionist Ghazano asset, beloved by Western media because he launders their Zionist propaganda with a Palestinian face. And unlike his deranged smears, I can easily prove this. Ahmed Al-Khatib first became known as the go-to as a Gazan I Love Israel huckster through the Atlantic Commission, commissioning him to write pieces for them. Okay, this is the Atlantic. Jeffrey Goldberg's prison. Norman Finkelstein writes for the Counterpunch. Okay. The Atlantic is run by, if you guys remember, Jeffrey Goldberg, who you might know his name because he was recently in the news because he was in that fucking group chat on Signalgate. And if you recall, I told you very much about his background as an Israeli concentration camp guard. Okay. Anyway, Ahmed Al-Khatib keeps getting invited to CNN, MSNBC, The Atlantic, and other Western liberal mainstream media to be their little pet as a Gazan boy to launder all their grotesque smears. And he got his entire career as such from a literal Israeli torturer and killer of Palestinians who writes about Palestinians being killed with utter genocidal glee and joy. That's Goldberg that Z is talking about. Here. And if you want to understand further, if you look at, I went to UCLA campus last night and spent a few hours there before the police dispersed the encampment. I wanted to see the pro-Palestine student protest for myself and get a sense of the atmosphere, energy, and students, as well as the movement's focus and the desired goals. You're a hero. May God bless you and protect you, says Batya Unger Sargon.
To consider the World Food Program has a Gaza Appeals page that is dedicated just for here.
What is this? Project Unified Assistance? Ahmed asked to interview you when he was talking to Ethan. Please do and put him back in his place. Fuck no. Yeah, dude. So that they can fucking cut more propaganda to be like Hasan talks down the Palestinians who don't love Hamas. I'm never going to give him a fucking platform. He already has enough in liberal media. The fuck? What's next, dude? Should I talk to members of the Israeli state as well and fucking normalize their positions too? Get the fuck out of here. Project Unified Assistance is a nonprofit organization based in San Francisco. Primary focus is a proposal to establish a humanitarian UN-operated airport in the Gaza Strip. PUA believes the lack of an airport in Gaza infringes on the human rights of Gazan citizens to move freely. Okay, this is correct. I don't understand. Like, this is, he founded it as an American humanitarian activist who left Gaza in 2005 as a State Department-sponsored exchange student and was not able to return due to border closure and political instability. Read organization. I mean, this is ironically enough, this is one of the goals of Hamas, for the record, is to have an airstrip again. I don't get what you're talking about. You don't find the timing suspicious? Read organization. Wait, why? 2015? I don't know. He left in 2005, the year Israel pulled out a... Oh, you're saying, isn't it suspicious when he left? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. When Israel pulled out of Gaza. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's a collaborator, yes. I mean, he writes for the fucking the Free Press. Like, yeah, he is a collaborator. Oh, anyway.
I'm going to give you the page that is dedicated.
So you can see here that Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib recommends donating to his own personal vanity page on the Atlantic Council website before he even mentions an actual organization that does something for Palestinians, the World Food Program. He sort of phrases them like they're the same thing.
For sending food just for Gaza. And they are incredibly capable.
Oh, that's great. What is that's the world?
Yes, here, I just dropped it.
So send us both links so we can put them in the description.
Okay. I sent this.
Check out Ahmed's org Realign for Palestine here. It's linked in the description. So let's go to the Realign for Palestine website. This is a website that's literally just pro-Israel talking points, anti-Palestinian talking points, set up to like masquerade as a pro-Palestinian website. And front and center, you go here, donate to the movement, you click it, donate today to stand with us in building a future rooted in hope and dignity. Each contribution strengthens the movement for peace and self-determination. You know, I notice this is not tax deductible. It's not donating to a charity. It's literally just sending your money to Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib and the Atlantic Council. And this is marked as Donate for Palestine. And it's in the description of the video. After 2 years, the stalwart pro-Palestinian Ethan Klein finally attempts to raise money for Palestine. And he sends it straight to a pro-Israel think tank. And it has like this thing of like quotes from Palestinians who support it. And they're all from fucking Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib. It's literally his personal vanity website in which he solicits donations for himself. This is disgusting. This is absolutely gross. This is foul. What more is there to say about this? This guy solicits donations for himself from people who think they are donating to Gaza. What more can you expect from a dirty, disgusting collaborator like him? And what more can you expect from Ethan Klein? By doing this, Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib and the H3 podcast are literally stealing food from the mouths of starving Palestinian babies. And that is not an exaggeration. Fucking ghouls.
I mean, yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy to be like, oh yeah, well, you know, it's feel good. It's feel good. We did our job. We gave some money. What's bad about peace? You know, that's probably like the next stage in this, if you were to try and defend it. It is shocking. Genocide. Anyway, now that I've shown you the fucking depraved side, here is an opportunist who is moving away. Here's an opportunist who is at the very least moving away from the wrong side as he sees the writing on the wall. As he sees the attitude shift from broader Western public, Piers Morgan is now taking to task members of the Israeli state as though they are HasanAbi Piker in the early months after October 7. Never did I think I would see this day where Piers Morgan would be, by way of, by way of being a careerist, but still, Piers Morgan would be on the right side of an issue And Ethan Klein would be on the fucking wrong side of said issue, and the issue being Israel doing a genocide. It is incredible.
$50,000 Hamas. Others have put the total figure at around
Yeah, he's outflanked Bernie Sanders, by the way.
5,000, which begs the question, if after 18, 19 months now, you have been waging this ferocious war against 25, 26,000 terrorists, and you still haven't defeated them, your strategy is failing. How many children have you killed?
Pierce, Israel is not killing children. Israel is not killing children. Hamas is using them as human
Israel is killing
shields.
children every single day. And what you're trying to do is be very weaselly with your words.
No, I'm not.
The truth is, you are killing a lot of children. You would argue you're doing.
Why it's caused?
Hang on, let me
because
finish.
Hamas is using them as human
finish.
shields, and you know
Let
that.
me finish my question to you. You are killing a lot of children on a daily basis. That is indisputable. My interesting question for you is, how come you know exactly how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, but you have no idea how many children you've killed? Several key points in the war on Hamas. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert has denied that Israel would kill civilians deliberately and denied the charge of war crimes. He now says this.
The statements made by Israeli cabinet ministers, the leading cabinet ministers, that say we should starve Gaza. What is it if not a war crime? I mean, how can a serious person representing the Israeli government can spell it out in such an explicit manner that we should starve Gaza, that there should be no supply of basic fundamental humanitarian needs to a couple of million people living there. They are terrorists that we need to fight, but this is not a war against Hamas. This looks more and more like a political war of the Israeli Prime Minister and the cabinet and the group of thugs which are now representing the Israeli government inside Israel and across the world are committing actions which can't be interpreted in any other way.
Well, Olmert also said, and I quote, the government of Israel is currently waging a war without purpose, without goals or clear planning, and with no chances of success. Meanwhile, Ehud Barak, another former prime minister and former IDF chief of staff, says the war is now purely for Netanyahu's self-preservation. Yair Golan, an opposition voice and a former army deputy chief of staff, said Israel is, quotes, killing babies as a pastime, close quotes, and risks becoming a pariah state. These aren't radical Islamists or raging anti-Semites, but patriotic Israelis who think their country is losing the plot. Today, Israel announced that they've eliminated Hamas's chief in Gaza, Mohammed Sinwar, the younger brother of Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind behind the deadly attacks on October the 7th. That was seen as a huge win by Israel as they looked to justify the continued fighting. But how many innocent Palestinians are losing their lives as a consequence? Overnight, we saw more shocking scenes in Gaza as thousands of Palestinians overran an aid site run by a US and Israeli-backed group with the intention of taking control of food distribution away from the UN. Many experts believe that swathes of Gaza face imminent famine caused by an 11-week Israeli blockade, which is only now beginning to ease. How much longer can all this go on? Well, I'm joined by Israeli Ambassador to the UK, Zippy Hotovely. Ambassador, welcome back to Uncensored.
Good evening, Piers.
Incredibly damning comments from two former prime ministers of Israel and a former deputy chief of staff of the Israeli army. When you hear what they have to say, surely it gives you pause for thought, doesn't it?
Well, it's quite obvious for someone like you that understands politics that those people are coming from the opposition. Their job, in their opinion, is to fight whatever the government is doing. I think it's very anti-patriotic not to support Israel's war when we are fighting the most justified war in the world against a terror group.
Against children. Israel is fighting the most justified war in the world against children. These are terror children, and they must die. Piers, you are Hamas.
That committed the worst atrocities at the 7th of October. Just today, we remember 600 days that we still have 58 hostages in captivity. And I'm afraid to say, nowadays in Israel, you can't find even one leader that will say he's willing to live with Hamas on its doorstep. So if those people have any criticism, they should offer a plan how Hamas will be removed from the Gaza Strip, from controlling the doorstep of Israel, not committing the 7th of October again. I didn't get to hear that, not from European leaders that are criticizing Israel, and not from those opposition former leaders. So I must say that in the end of the day, Israel has a serious threat on its security. You will agree with that. No one wants to see people being massacred in their homes like we've seen at the 7th of October. And in order to do that, the aims of the war are still relevant. We want to bring back our hostages, and we want to make sure Hamas won't control the Gaza Strip. Every leader in the world, in the Western world, agrees on those two aims.
You know, you and I have spoken regularly, or on a number of occasions throughout this war. I've always said from the start, as you know, that Israel had an absolute right and indeed duty to its people to defend itself after those appalling attacks. And my position about that hasn't changed. But I also kept asking one question, which was, what is a proportionate response? And I've got to tell you that in the last few weeks, I have found the Israeli government strategy in Gaza to be utterly disproportionate. And I'll explain to you why. When you launch a blockade for nearly 3 months to a population which already has seen much of their possessions, their land, their buildings, their homes decimated by bombardment after bombardment. When you say that you're going to launch a blockade on aid and food to a population where 50% are under 18, you are pursuing, it seems to me, as Ehud Olmert said, a policy of starvation towards, obviously, because of the nature of the population in Gaza, of a lot of children. And that is a war crime. I mean, what else do you call it?
I think when you look at the facts, and you should look at the facts, letting in 25,000 trucks with tons of aid, this is not a policy of starvation. Now, let me tell you what was Israel's policy from the beginning of the war. From the beginning of the war, we created a very clear distinction between the terrorists. We're talking about 50,000 people that embedded themselves in population, as you know. Just now, you just mentioned Mohammed Sinwar. He was found under a hospital, under the European hospital. He was hiding there because he knows exactly how the world reacts when Israel attacks hospitals. But those hospitals being abused and being used as a terror facilities. This is why Israel is allowed to operate there. Now, I'm going back to the policy of aid. In the last few days, as you know, Israel is launching a new program, a new mechanism to deliver aid because, unfortunately, and I'm saying that with a big pain, Hamas was looting the aid that all the world wanted to be let into Gaza. Now, everyone is interested that the population won't be starving. We don't want to see pictures of children that don't have something to eat.
Nothing she's saying is correct. It's actually kind of crazy. Nothing she's saying is correct. Incredible.
We all share the same interest.
Come on, Piers,
but
ask
at the
her.
same
Where's the
time,
evidence?
If Hamas is looting the aid, then we are empowering the war machine. And according to the international law, no country in the world has obligation to feed the war machine of the enemy. And this is what happened in the last few months. This is why Israel had to change the mechanism. This is why American companies are involved. So we'll have a buffer. We won't have to see Israeli soldiers combating Hamas while they're trying to loot the aid. The whole procedure is much more effective. And just in the last few days, we saw Hamas putting barriers for the population not to receive this aid. This is the same Hamas that uses his own people as human shields. So we are talking about situation that's very difficult, very complicated. Once Israel is fighting the Hamas terrorists, we still want aid to get in. And the mechanism, I believe, that Israel is putting now forward is so much better than the one that in the end of the day is empowering Hamas.
The problem is that whilst you're saying all this and trying to justify it, you've got people like Smodrich coming out and making it absolutely crystal clear what the real plan is, which is to completely clean out Gaza of all the Palestinians and get them into, quotes, a third country. That is a form of genocide. It is the deliberate targeting of people based on ethnicity and displacing them from their homes and killing a lot of them in the process. I don't know what else you would call it. I've resisted using the word genocide about this, but when I watched what Mr. Smodrich was saying and studied the exact words that he said, it is very hard to reach any other conclusion than that he is waging a strategy of genocide and would like to cleanse, as he put it, the whole Gaza Strip of all the Palestinians. So you can try and dress up that blockade, which is what it was for 3 months, where we saw the starving children you say you're concerned about, but you've got Smotrich there actually laying bare the real plan, which is to get all the Palestinians out of Gaza. And that is a form of genocide, isn't it? What else do you call it?
Well, let's begin with the fact that if you listen to the British media, you get the assumption that Smotrich is the Israeli prime minister. Well, he's not. He's not the one who's forming the policy on aid. And the policy you just quoted is actually...
So is he a liar?
No, all I'm saying is that his policy...
It's not just Bezalel Smotrich. Who's the finance minister, chap? Like, this isn't a random guy. He's just one of the many high-level officials. Netanyahu said the same.
Well, either he's lying or he's telling the truth.
His statements are not standing in one line with Israel's policy. This is as a matter of fact. Now, going back to what you quoted basically President Trump's plan. And President Trump's plan is speaking about making Gaza a better place. Gaza will be a better place without having a terror hub, without having the underground tunnel city, without having people firing on Israeli cities. Just in the last 2 weeks, there were more rockets being fired from Gaza to Ashkelon, to some Israeli southern cities. We are not interested with any of that. And I just want to remind you, just in case you're so interested with finishing the war can finish today. If Hamas will surrender, if Hamas will make sure that no weapons in Gaza, if we'll see demilitarization of the Gaza Strip, and if our hostages are back home, the war will be ending today. I mean, just imagine that.
All right, but let me ask.
Nope. I think Piers is not fucking fully on board with the movement, and that's why he's just like neutering his own arguments here. He could be absolutely fucking cooking her up like a flank steak here. Like the Bezalel Smotrich thing, it's not just him. You know what I mean? It's not just him. If that's the case, then what the fuck does like Netanyahu mean when he says we're doing everything in our power to make sure that we follow through with Trump's permanent ethnic displacement plan? That's what we're going to do. There's not going to be a statehood for Palestinians ever. You know what I mean?
I'll ask you though, but you accept that Israel has the strongest military in the Middle East, right? I am the proud owner of 2 cats, which are named after 2 Arsenal football legends. And like their owner, they are extremely demanding. How fortunate then that today's show is sponsored by Smalls, which happens to make incredible cat food. This stuff is packed with high quality protein, made with preservative-free ingredients, and is delivered directly to your doorstep. They started this back in 2017 with a few guys cooking good quality cat food at home. Now they've sold millions of cat meals nationwide, and the results speak for themselves. 88% of cat owners reported noticeable health improvements after switching. There's a risk-free trial, so you have nothing to lose except your cat's patience if you don't order soon. So give your cat the food they deserve. For a limited time only, uncensored viewers can get 35% off Smalls, plus an extra 50% off your first order by using the promo code PEERS. That's an additional 50% off when you head to smalls.com and use promo code PEERS. Again, that's promo code PEERS for an additional 50% off your first order, plus free shipping at smalls.com.
We have a strong military, but very vulnerable population that's been hit by a terror organization. We're a small country. We're a small country that its border being invaded.
Fine. I just asked you a question as to whether you have the strongest military in the Middle East. You accept you do?
We do, but at the same time, we're a very vulnerable country when we're surrounded by radical Islamists.
Dude, I love that. I love that. She literally did the we're both incredibly strong and mighty, but also very small bead. Like, in the same second. It's crazy. Oh, we're a small bean country, Piers. Why are you saying this? Israel #1, but also Israel baby. Israel little baby. Also, Israel's enemies are terror babies. Yeah, Israel is both David and Goliath, dude. When the opportunity presents itself, it's a strong, proud, powerful nation, militant, but also so tiny and so small, constantly under threat. This is baby on baby violence, Piers. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Fuck.
Including backed up
I'm
by
not here
Iran
to defend
that
radical
wants to destroy.
I was pro-Israel when it first started because I was raised Christian nationalist. It was like an awakening. Imagine being raised into a member of the Nazi Party of the 1930s and realizing you were a disgusting subhuman. Thank you for not only informing me on the genocide, but also pulling me out of the cult. Hell yeah. I didn't do that, though. You did it. You were open-minded. You engaged in critical thinking. You engaged in something that contradicted your initial programming, and a lot of people don't do that. So I will always, always, always defend those who do and celebrate those who do. Remember.
Israel.
I'm not here to defend that. I'm not here to defend Hamas, who I think are a despicable terror organization. But you said there were 50,000 Hamas. Others have put the total figure at around 25,000, which begs the question, if after 18, 19 months now, you have been waging this ferocious war against 25, 26,000 terrorists, and you still haven't defeated them, you still can't get your hostages released, they're still not being released, it's clear to most people that your strategy is failing. But what you're doing is ramping up the attacks, ramping up the devastation, ramping up the clearing out of Gaza. You've got members of the cabinet openly saying they want to get...
Is it actually fine? Yeah, I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know. Why are you spamming this? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Dude, stop spamming. I don't know. Oh my fucking Lord. I'm back. I'm back on the Jesus train. You can say bless you again. This guy made me find God. Find God!
Get rid of all the Palestinians and get them into another country. So it seems to...
Yeah, did Israel say it? Did Israel claim it? Then it's a lie. Okay? That's my automatic lock. Fuck, dude.
Everybody else that what you're actually doing is not winning any war against Hamas. In fact, many people think, including intelligence that the Americans have received, for every Hamas terrorist you've killed, they've already been replaced multiple times with people with the same ideology. And that would explain why you can't get the hostages out. And in fact, the hostages, the more you bombard Gaza, the more you would say that their own lives become imperiled. And the overriding picture, which is what's getting Israel so much opprobrium around the world, is that your strategy isn't working. There's no clear plan for what happens at the end of all this. Hamas is still clearly alive and well and thriving. Yes, you've killed another one of their leaders today, but you killed his brother, who was the architect of October the 7th, months ago, and that didn't seem to make any difference to Hamas's ability to continue engaging in battle with you. And the argument remains, how many Palestinian civilian innocent lives, women and in particular children, are you prepared to kill as you continue going after Hamas when it doesn't appear that you're winning that battle?
No, of course Piers isn't fully there, and he will never get fully there. Piers' entire career is designed around never fully getting there, Chad. Sorry, didn't mean to spam. I'm new here. It's insane, bro. You know that First of all, you know you're not supposed to spam because you kept changing the fucking goddamn question that you were asking. Calm down.
Strategy is failing.
Piers, how many Japanese children were killed under American attacks, and how many
Oh my god. Oh my god.
German children were killed under...
Does anyone believe Piers is sincere or good faith? No, I was talking to a Muslim normie homie of mine about this. And I like to hear from him, like, about his perspective. Because he's not, like, super invested in the online shit, but he loves Norm Finkelstein. Like, he fucking loves Norm Finkelstein. And he was so mad at Piers Morgan. He was like, that fucking piece of shit. He was like, that fucking piece of shit spent the first 19 months shitting on every fucking pro-Palestinian speaker, only to now turn around and act like he was with it the whole time. Is he devout? Yes. What difference does that make? Anyway.
the UK attacks in the Second World War. Listen, I mean, if you want to play a fair...
Piers has never stopped inviting me on a show. I just stopped going on because I was annoyed. I was annoyed with the spectacle of it all. Okay? I could probably still go on a show whenever. He asks all the time. He has tried to do a one-on-one with me. He's tried to have me on just by myself when I was in England, outside of England. He has an eye for talent. He has an eye for what drives clicks. He knows. He knows having me on the show does decently well. Now he's done this switch up, so maybe I'll go back on his fucking show. Yeah, he's the OG drama guy.
If you want to play a fair game, you need to understand how Western armies operated in the past. Israel is not anywhere near to the American attacks on Tokyo that killed 100,000 civilians, and not anywhere near to what the UK was doing in the Second World War. Now, when I'm looking about a strategy, I get to hear all the people criticize Israel today, including yourself, and then I'm asking you this question. If Israel finishes the war today and Hamas stays on our doorstep, what kind of future do you promise my children? A future that 7th of October will happen and again, just like Hamas leaders promised? This is what you expect the Israelis or the Israeli leadership to accept?
Hamas should not be allowed to run a Welk stall at the end of all this. They should
so how do you achieve that? How do you achieve that?
Well,
who's volunteering there to demilitarize the Gaza Strip?
No, that's different. Demilitarizing the Gaza Strip is a death sentence. Dude, one of the craziest parts about this is they're both openly genocidal and doing genocidal shit while simultaneously going, why don't you put down your arms? Why the fuck would anybody do that? It would be immoral for Hamas to turn around and demand a demilitarization of all Palestinian resistance forces. And for the record, even if they were to say, yes, we are doing that, not a single fucking Palestinian faction, even the Al-Qassam brigades, would actually put down their fucking arms. Are you out of your mind? What kind of fantasy is this? It's fucking insane. Hey, put down your arms so we can Holocaust you easier is crazy. At least as it stands, a militant resistance exists, which at the very least stops the Israeli military from being able to fucking dominate the strip to the best of their ability. Because they're terrified that while they're in the process of scouring the underwear drawers of Palestinian women that they fucking killed and displaced, they get smoked. Absolutely fucking smoked. Why do people insist on eating on stream? I eat your mother's pussy off stream. If you want, I can eat your mother's pussy on stream too. Hey, dumb fuck. I'm live throughout the day. What do you want me to do? Not fucking eat? Suck my dick. Piece of shit. Also, you're fucking grounded. I'm your stepfather, okay? Nope. I'm not the stepfather. I'm the father that stepped up, and now you're fucking grounded. After PLO surrendered its weapons in 1982 and left Lebanon, Israel and a South Lebanon army proxy massacred over 3,500 Palestinian refugees in Sabra and Shatila. Yep. Also, the funniest part about it is half of you motherfuckers are eating while watching me. It's so crazy. Take a fucking break and eat. What the fuck? Yeah, this is why you're a 10-month subscriber and not a fucking 10-month Twitch streamer, okay? That's not how this works. That's not how this works. There's no fucking taking a break. Twitch is a continuous stream, okay? God damn. Why the fuck? Oh my God. We're back. We're back to the fucking annoying assholes who are up my fucking dick. Shut up. Shut up. I'm the fucking captain, okay? I'm the captain. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. No other fucking industry where you just like as a random onlooker go, nah, I don't like the way you fucking foamed up that latte, dude. Hey, big dog, why don't you give it an extra spin? It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Shut up. I don't come to your fucking place of work and go, hey, Karen, don't see you actually looking at those goddamn Excel spreadsheets. As a matter of fact, it seems like you got one AirPod in one ear listening to some fucking random dickhead named HasanAbi on his fucking Twitch stream while you're simply acting as though you're working. You see me doing that? Do you see me coming over to your place of work and being like, oh, I can't believe you're having spaghetti and meatballs for lunch. That's going to make you fart quite a bit, actually. How about you switch it up, sugar tits, for some broccoli? Like, do I do that? No. So why the fuck are you doing that to me? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, I'm not actually mad. I'm memeing, but... Just quit the stream, dude. Okay, thanks, man. Yeah, I pay your salary, buddy. These are the exact same motherfuckers that lord over everyone in the service industry. Thank God I have the awesome power to be able to just fucking laser you out of existence and then humiliate you regardless of the fucking 2 cents an hour that you pay me. Half the time you're not even doing that. You don't even have to do that. So goddamn entitled. Okay? So fucking entitled. It's like, duh, excuse me, I pay your salary. I pay you $6 a month, and I get literally unlimited access to you every single fucking day. That's only a good line against cops? Yeah. Also, cops are the only motherfuckers who are able to... cops are the only motherfuckers who are able to kill you on the spot if you were to say that to them. Without any accountability whatsoever. Can you imagine how beautiful of a world it would be if... And I've said this before. If you were in the service sector, if you're like a waiter, right? Or if you work in retail, you work at a brick and mortar retail store, and some annoying asshole comes in and is like, I don't like the way you're, excuse me, I don't like the way you're presenting these t-shirts. I think there's a different method of folding that you should be applying, and you just basically hit a button, and that button automatically teleported them outside of the fucking store. Or, even better, that button actually fucking slammed their mouth shut so they couldn't make a noise any longer. How amazing would that be for you? If you ever worked in retail, I feel like, think about that. You go to a restaurant, some dickhead's like, hello, I'm going to tip you. I'm going to pay your salary. So, therefore, I get to make decisions on how you bring the wine. The wine should be brought before the aperitif waiter, garçon, garçon. And then you just go, click. You just go, click, and then immediately you just shut off their mouth. Like Matrix. Like in the Matrix, where the mouth is just like shut off entirely. Think about how much more enjoyable your life would be. Anyway. My partner and I argue about the best benign superpower. Ability to make someone shit themselves instantly is my pick. That's pretty good. I like that. I mean, another benign superpower would be to, like, with one snap, you just instantly transport someone that like 20 meters away from you. You know what I mean? You just go like that, boom. Teleport 20 meters away. That's not benign. No, that's why I said 20 meters. That's benign. 20 meters is benign. If you could do permanent teleportation, it would not be benign. It would be a very powerful superpower. But as long as you are able to do it for 20 meters, then it's benign. You know what I mean? All right, let's continue.
Respect, Ambassador, you clearly don't achieve it with the way that you're trying to achieve it. All you're achieving at the moment is making Israel more and more of a global pariah. When only a few days ago, you have 2 doctors in Gaza who have 10 children and 9 of them are killed in a bombardment by your forces. That doesn't make people feel, oh, this is all going great. It makes people think that you're waging a systematic destruction, not just of property and of land, but also of children. And that's what's happening. The percentage of children that you're killing compared to the percentage of you're killing of Hamas terrorists, what is it? Do you know? Do you know how many children you've killed? Well, hang on. Answer me that one question. Do you know how many Hamas terrorists you've killed and how many children you've killed? Do you know there's 2 numbers?
I know the numbers that came from the IDF. I know the numbers that came from a very, very established
give me the 2 numbers.
Wait a second. We killed
Give me the two
30,000.
numbers.
We killed 30,000 terrorists in phase 1 of the war. Since the war is back, I don't have the numbers. But let me tell you one thing. We
And
never
how many children
target.
have you killed?
We never target civilians. So this question is irrelevant.
How many children have you killed?
Pierce, Israel is not
Oh, how
killing
many?
children. Israel is not killing children. Hamas is using them as
Israel is
human
killing
shields.
children every single day.
Pierce,
Why
this
pretend
is a
otherwise?
blood label you're putting on Israel.
Why
You know it's
pretend-
not true.
That's such an insane lie that it's almost funny when you forget that it's like a real thing that's happening. Like saying that Israel does not kill children is like saying Americans don't eat hamburger. Okay? I'm sorry. Permanently scarred. Your reputation is over. Israel will forever be tarred with the reputational damage. It deserves a lot more than reputational damage, let's be real, of being an op to babies, okay? Israel's number one op are children. That is all Israel fucking kills. That's literally their number one enemy combatant. That's the only thing that Israel can fight back against, the fucking diaper force. Saying this is blood libel does not do what you think it does. He thinks, or she thinks, sorry. She thinks when she says, this is blood libel. You are Hamas doing blood libel. What she thinks is going on is like a lot of the onlookers are going to go, oh my God, I can't believe Piers Morgan is Hamas. I can't believe Piers Morgan is actually doing blood libel. No, a lot of people hear that and go, okay, is blood libel real then? Because I know Israel's number one enemy is babies. I've seen it with my own two fucking eyes. So all you've done, unironically, is now establish a defense for Nazis to say blood libel was real, see? And point to this. And these guys don't understand that. They literally cannot get out of their own heads. They think that everyone thinks like them. They think they've surrounded themselves with incredibly vicious people that have the exact same singular focus on murdering as many children as possible. So they think they can get away with this kind of commentary. They can't. HasanAbi is at it again. Insane. Someone like this has a platform. Dude, again, the numbers that do this, the number of people that do this is diminishing by the day. Have you guys noticed that? It's so funny because these like 38-year-old losers who fucking still live with their parents, if they were to talk to their moms and dads, even their fucking moms and dads who are otherwise conservative probably find what Israel's doing to be gross. But this dumb fuck still has to maintain this pro-Israeli position because like his favorite content creator is pro-Israel. You are nothing. You're not a human being, dude. You have literally dehumanized yourself. You are a chatbot for a fucking content creator. No matter what happens, I will forever think of that meme. It's like the chain being broken, the freedom meme. I think it was Evan who used that as a reply when it's like your mother, when she finally hears the gunshot sound coming from the basement, and it's just like the chain broken meme. It's one of the best fucking responses I've ever seen to like a psychotic neo-Nazi. Evan stole it from Right Wing Co-op? No, I mean regardless of who came up with it. Look, I have a much nicer version of that I often say. I will usually say, this is the reason why your family acts like acts like you're not around for Thanksgiving. You know? This is why, where they're like, oh, he's not around. You're upstairs. They tell you to come down after the whole fucking family is left to pick up the leftovers. Oh yeah, I find R words. R word and post of the day. Fuck white South Africans. Your mother when she hears a gunshot in the basement. Blood libels were a Nazi conspiracy about Jews? No, it's not. It's not a Nazi conspiracy about Jews. Blood libel far predates the Nazis. Okay? Blood libel is the idea that Jews are poisoning the wells in the fucking villages that they're in. And at a time when people didn't understand germ theory, they thought like, oh, these magic people are actually poisoning the wells and drinking the blood of our fucking children, our babies, and that's blood libel. And then they would use that as a reason to purge the villages of the Jews. Ironically, it's not dissimilar to the way Israel talks about Palestinians, actually. Come to think of it, yeah, almost verbatim. Like, what? Any other Asmon Gold heads wish you would stop giving the left ammo like this? It makes us look bad. I don't need it because I'm not fat. Asmon Gold claims he has not worn deodorant since he was 14 years old. Yeah, I could tell you that. I mean, this is like, I'm gonna keep it $150. This is one of those things where it's like, yeah, we knew. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't have to say it. Feel like it comes with the territory, you know? Oh, wow, you don't use deodorant? That's shocked. Shocked, I tell you.
Why would I? I don't wear deodorant. The last time I wore deodorant is whenever I thought I could wear Axe body spray and girls would like me. I was like 14. I don't wear fucking deodorant. You know why? You know why I don't need deodorant? Because no, I don't need it because I'm not fat. Fat people need deodorant because they smell bad because all the Cheetos are coming through their skin. No, absolutely not. You got the grease going through. Not that doesn't happen with me.
That absolutely happens with him. What? What? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Edgy humor enjoyers when edgy humor enjoyers, man, they fucking they're so sick. They're so real. They're real. This is real. How dare you make me listen to that? You need to understand this is the brilliant orator Asmon Gold, the face of the new emerging right-wing movement online. Oh, it's so fucking brilliant. It does sometimes feel like it's a psyop. Like, I feel like Asmon Gold is like, I imagined him. I like made up in my mind a truly repulsive human being in ways that, you know, most normal people will look at it and go, oh, ew, what? And never take seriously. I imagine him being the face of the right-wing movement to disparage the modern online right-wing movement. That's what I did. Like, there's so much more work necessary to undermine Ben Shapiro's arguments. A lot of the fucking talking points he's getting directly from the American Enterprise Institute. Like, when you're tackling someone like Ben Shapiro, you're tackling not just him, you're tackling the entire fucking media infrastructure that is behind the likes of Ben Shapiro that justifies right-wing policies, right? Whereas with Asmon Gold, it's just all you need to do is just, you know, I mean, he doesn't even present a decent argument. What the fuck is going on with my camera today? Ah! Anyway, with Asmon Gold, there's not really much you need to do to counter his positions. It's just, they're very stupid. And also, he looks gross.
That's not like me at all, bro. Like,
Hoflation. Dude, he should talk about hoflation again. Also here, the reason why I'm talking about Asmon Gold is because he's like popping off on Frogan about 9/11 and stuff. He's popping off on Frogan about 9/11 and acting like he's really mad about Frogan's statements on 9/11. Here's Asmon Gold on 9/11.
one of your most popular, biggest hits was that America deserved 9/11. Remember that?
Yes.
But what you meant to say is that American interventionism inadvertently caused this to happen. Am I right?
Exactly. Not even inadvertently. It's a concept. It's a concept that historians call blowback.
I totally agree with you about that. I completely agree with you. I think that you're right. I defended that.
Wow, that's crazy. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. So this all starts when Asmon Gold says Twitch should ban political content to optimize for ad revenue. Odds that me, Hasan, Tectone, Frogan, Denims, and Central Committee cause 90% of the PR problems for the entire website. I like that 90% of the PR problems that are caused for the entire website is never actually covered by real PR, and it's just the sweatiest fucking losers on Twitter that get mad. And then those sweatiest losers on Twitter will then try to get like actual outlets to cover it. Like, hey, why won't, CNN cover this? Why is CNN covering Hasan positively? Like, these guys don't understand. Most people in mainstream media don't know who the fuck Asmon Gold is, don't know who the fuck Tectone is, don't know who the fuck Frogan is, Denims is, Central Committee is. They barely know who the fuck I am, okay? And the ones who know who the fuck I am in mainstream media obviously understand that, like, I'm a controversial figure, but ultimately a force for good, a force for progressive politics. We are lucky that mainstream media does not know who the fuck Asmon Gold is. If I wanted to destroy Twitter, I would literally go to every single one of my journalist friends and be like, hey, cover Asmon Gold. Cover how cover how Twitch is allowing Asmon Gold to run rampant, to run his fucking dirty ass dick all up and down the goddamn platform, saying the most insane shit. But I'm not like Asmon Gold. I don't want this fucking platform to perish because I'm selfish. Okay? That's what he's been doing, though. He has been actively trying to get all of these other people to cover Twitch in a negative fashion. It hasn't worked because most people don't know who the fuck Asmon Gold is. Thank God. Okay? But he's aligned with people who are actively trying to send tens of thousands of emails to the likes of like CNN, NBC, MSNBC, who are working, Dan Stalkman is the guy I'm talking about, who are working in unison with the Anti-Defamation League, also known as the Apartheid Defense League, to try and get all fucking advertisers to remove ads from the platform. Why? Because I'm still on the fucking platform. They are actively trying to make this a PR issue while simultaneously turning around and being like, we should ban politics, actually. It's just a real PR issue. Yeah. You can keep running the fucking hate campaign, but I hope everyone understands that he's a rat, okay? He's a rat-ass motherfucker who does not care about what happens to smaller content creators. That is just the truth. He's a selfish, rat-like individual who doesn't even care about other people in his fucking immediate vicinity enough to shower, clearly. Anyway. Having said that, let's hear what he had to say, and then we'll see what Frogan had to say, and then I'll give some more takes.
That's what I would do. If I wanted to optimize ad revenue, you know what I would do? I'd ban politics. That's what I'd do. Just ban it. The odds are that me and Hasan and Tectone and Frogan and Denim...
I despise being fucking mentioned alongside the likes of Tectone from the fucking point of view of like being a liability for the platform, okay? That is disgusting, okay? I take issue with that. That is completely unacceptable. Gross. Like, second generation rapist. There is no fucking comparison. Come on. No, Asmon Gold recognizes that he streams politics. I think he's just saying they should ban politics off the platform. And if they were to do that, he probably would stop talking about politics, I assume. Or at least go back to talking about titties in video games. Because in his mind, that's not political. He doesn't understand that there's a reason why he has such a fucking massive right-wing audience. Because for years, he presented himself as a person that is advocating for free speech. Free speech on which boundaries, of course? Oh, that's right. Titties in fucking video games. Titties in video games. Why are they small? Why can they not be larger?
And Central Committee cause 90% of the PR problems on the...
Like, imagine thinking in your dumb fuck, horse blinder focused vision of the world, okay? Yeah. CNN is looking at Michael from Pennsylvania's account and going, I can't believe he said something like this. Like, that's a real mover and shaker in the fucking media world. It's like dudes at Ogilvy, marketing executives at Ogilvy are like, we were going to dump $7 million into our Q4 advertisement campaign on Twitch. And then I saw Michael from Pennsylvania on a LSF post, and I realized we should probably give all that money to a TikToker. I'm sorry, guys. You got to get your head out of the fucking... You got to get your head out of your ass. It's so stupid to think that, like, what you see in the circles that you contribute to online is actually real movers and real shakers in the world of discourse. Okay? It's not. It's not. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay? Like, if you want to look at actual PR problems, Asmon Gold is not wrong. Okay? Asmon Gold does cause real PR problems. Let's look at Asmon Gold on the news side. Okay. All we wanted to do was play video games. Streamers such as Asmon Gold have more influence than ever. What are they really saying? Aftermath site and all these like are fake ass websites, and it doesn't matter. MSN is an aggregator, but like Asmon Gold's Twitch ban is a negative. Is a negative for the platform. It's a negative PR for the platform because he said Palestinians are inferior culture that deserve to be genocided. That's negative PR for the platform. Let's look up Hasan Piker, okay? And I'll tell you what's negative PR for the fucking platform and what's positive PR for the platform. So New York Post saying Hasan Piker back on Twitch after being yanked for comments about DC Jewish museum shooting. New York Post is not a fucking, a reputable outlet. It's no different. It's a worse version of what do you call it? Aftermath's a real site? Oh, no, I was talking about like mainstream. I'm talking about fucking mainstream news outlets. Aftermath is great. Sure. But mainstream news outlets like New York Times, CNN, CNBC, MSNBC, NBC, those are fucking real outlets, okay? Wall Street Journal. Dexerto is not a fucking real outlet, all right? Discourse blog is fantastic, but also not in the fucking mainstream sphere, okay? Fox News is not a reputable and serious publication. It's not a reputable or serious institution, okay? In the same way that like The Guardian is, in the same way that NPR is. So you have to understand, like New York Post is a tabloid and Fox News is a right-wing dish rag. The reason why I pointed that out is because, like, yes, I sometimes have negative PR for the platform when I get banned for certain shit. But ultimately, that doesn't move the needle in any meaningful way as opposed to all the fucking positive PR that I bring to the platform with all these other major outlets. Fox News is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. And so is New York Post. So is the free press. Like, these are not reputable institutions. They're not a part of the liberal mainstream media. So on that front, I don't even fucking agree with this. Yes, if you were to look at like the Fear Buck account or any number of different like blue check power farmers on Twitter that want to make $26 in ad revenue every month. So they're just like constantly fucking pumping the most bottom of the barrel, lowest common denominator takes. Yes, on that front, all of those botted tweets and shit. Yes, very, very, very controversial. Twitch is an incredibly controversial outlet for dudes who are reply guys to Elon Musk. It's a very controversial outlet for people who spend all of their time online and all their time on fucking Twitter. Okay. Yeah, for those guys, it's controversial, but those guys are not the fucking advertisement executives, okay? Those guys are not the fucking real movers and shakers. Most of the movers and shakers do not know who any of us are, myself included, and luckily, not Asmon Gold. If I was the same type of person as Asmon Gold, if I was a rat fuck who wanted to screw up this entire platform and then fuck off and, like, I don't know, get a kickback or go to YouTube, then I would literally blow up the platform by doing this SJW nonsense over and over again, by constantly going to my fucking journalist friends and being like, look at this fucking racist. Look at this racist. Why don't you do coverage over this racist? Why doesn't Twitch ban this fucking racist? Who do you think out of all of those reputable outlets would they actually cover with ease? Who do you think would actually get the headlines? Who would actually become a headline? The guy who fucking does unlimited white supremacist propaganda every fucking day to 50,000 people, who has destroyed the Daily Wire's prominence in the online sphere? Or a guy like myself who, yes, has radical perspectives, but is on the right side and definitely has opinions that are not that far removed from the average fucking journalist. That's it. But because I'm not a rat bitch like Asmon Gold, I'm not going to fucking do that. He can now turn around, watch this reaction, watch me reacting to him saying some dumb shit, and then make another fucking YouTube video being like, yeah, it's over, guys. Gotta fucking ban this guy. He's so funny. I'm simply laughing. I'm laughing at him. Yeah. Also, who showers? I don't understand. I don't smell bad. I'm skinny. Yeah, it's common sense. So yes, I do love, like I said, the fact that he is the face of the modern right, the modern right-wing movement. All right, having said that, let's take a look at what his response was to Frogan. Wait, hold on. Why can't I press Control-Shift-T? Okay. So Frogan responds to that fucking dumbass take, goes, you consider me political because I wear a hijab. I am not like you, and I do not make political content anywhere but typing a tweet once in a while. And that is true. A lot of people think Frogan is political because she is my mod and because she has all of these like pop-off moments that other people hyper-focus on. But outside of those like very famous fucking moments, like she does drama. She watches fucking TLC shows. Okay? Don't try to use your hijab as a shield for your disgusting behavior. American soldiers deserve PTSD. Arab Jew racial tier list. Sub goal to make a 9/11 cake. Called October 7th mass murder is a revolution. Those are PR problems, obviously. Your religion isn't the problem. You are. Now, of course, Asmon Gold does this thing where he talks about the fucking Sabra hummus tier list. Ridiculous. Okay, pick you. Sabra hummus tier list, I feel like doesn't deserve to be on this list. Okay. Exaggerated version of something that she did say that I think is understandably going to cause a lot of ire, especially coming from a woman in a hijab. Okay. This is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Arab Jew. Nick, come on. Nick, come on. Come on. You're right next to my ear. What is happening? I love my family, but sometimes they are, while I'm live, trying to directly communicate with me. Oh. Oof. Asmon Gold looks like when All Might without his powers in My Hero Academia. Oh my god, you're not wrong. Yeah. Sub Gold to make a 9/11 cake. Absolutely zero fucking people give a shit about 9/11 jokes, okay? So the reason why I took issue with this was specifically because of the 9/11 cake thing, okay? Like, you can have disagreements with Frogan, who gives a fuck, right? But the idea that, like, you're adding on the 9/11 cake on there is so fucking annoying. And the reason why it's annoying is because you say heinous shit on a regular fucking basis. And it's always the free speech, anti-cancel culture, edgy humor motherfuckers that lose their goddamn minds anytime your targets are not like trans people or Muslims or any other kind of like marginalized community. When you talk about the American government or the fucking Israeli government, all of these edgy humor motherfuckers lose their mind. They're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Can he say that? Can he say that? Whoa, we should kill this guy. Can we put you in jail, please? Yeah, they go, time out on hate. Time out on hate. Jay Schlatt was in Asmon's org and has a 30-minute long compilation on YouTube making jokes about 9/11. Yeah, of course. Asmon Gold himself has also made 9/11 jokes. Of course he has, bro. Are you fucking joking? He's also defended my ban on 9/11, on the 9/11 ban that I received. He was like, yeah, that's not a problem. I agree with you on that.
If Call of Duty really wants to do something insane, they need to make the next Black Ops about stopping September 11th. And the end scene is that you actually stop the planes and you stop September 11th. They roll the credits. After the credits of the game are over, it goes back to the game. You look up at the towers and they still fall down.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. That's actually unironically an awesome idea. I forgot. That is actually such a banger idea that it literally feels like I forgot that I was angry at him for being hypocritical. Okay? Because the entire point of this was he's supposed to be mad about someone making like a 9/11 joke or something. Okay? Like I can't even entertain being a hater here, okay? Low key, that's not bad. That's not a bad idea. That's actually kind of a good idea. If they were insane enough, they would just literally do it from the perspective of the fucking hijackers, like no Russian. They would never do that, though, of course. Remember fucking no Russian? Like that type of shit. Yeah, he's like, just like Kaisenat has a reaction stylist, Asmon Gold's got a reaction stylist as well, because he did not come up with this on his own.
And it says to be continued. That would be absolute fucking cinema. Oh my god.
I think it would be banned in every Western country. Yeah, it would be. No Russian 9/11 is fucking wild. No, I know. It's not going to happen. To be fair, the ending of the last Black Ops game was about a false flag attack by the CIA to justify a war in Iraq. Yeah, they put stuff like that. Anyway, the point is, only Asmon gets to make 9/11 jokes, okay? What is this? I don't watch Hasan. I don't care about Frogan. I play World of Warcraft and take showers. Who is this person? And I take showers, and that makes me diametrically opposed to Asmon Gold. Yeah, Bovine, Barry, and her deranged sister are coming for our boy, by the way.
Dane broke how.
Yeah. We have officially arrived at a take too far. Too many takes. The take economy has found its limit. I was wondering how we would get here. I was wondering what take would be the take that would get us here. And here it is. This is the take that gets us here. Now, remember, Bovine Berry got her sister this job at the Free Press. And also remember, the reason why she's doing this is because Anthony Bourdain recognizes the humanity of Palestinians. When he was alive, he recognized the humanity of Palestinians, okay? Let's take a look.
Anthony Bourdain broke how a generation of men eat. The cult of personality he left in his wake is frankly insufferable. A lot of what we're seeing in food culture, chef culture today has its roots in the type of eating and journalism Anthony Bourdain did. Bourdain treated ordering soup like a search and rescue mission, and now every man thinks they have to spelunk into some cave in order to get a bowl of pho, and unless they do, they're not really having dinner.
Who the fuck are you talking about? This is Bovine Barry Weiss's sister, okay, who got a job at the Free Press, of course. Fake podcast set. Everything about the Free Press is fake. Industry plants are getting old. I know. And it's also like I'm telling you right now, the reason why she's duking it out with Anthony Bourdain, the reason why she dropped this take is so that people obviously come after her and say, you're a fucking asshole for saying this. What are you even saying? And of course, she's going to turn around and be like, oh, so many people are canceling me again. All the leftists got mad. Here's Susie Weiss, sister of genocidal Zionist Barry Weiss, also known as Bovine Barry, who killed Refat al-Rayer, is now writing for her propaganda rag where she focuses on smearing pro-Palestinian students as overly privileged coddle snowflakes. Here's Susie. Here's how Susie reacted when she failed to get into an Ivy. Let's take a look.
Princeton, Yale, Penn, and Vanderbilt. Among the reasons...
It's like, bro, stop the presses. I did not get into an Ivy League institution. Stop the fucking presses. What goes on in American media? The crimes that American media have committed are untold. They are impossible to count. Okay, Asmon Gold already reacting to your comment. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, based. Anyway, take a shower. If you're reacting to the comment, take a shower, Asmon Gold, please. For the love of all the people around you, like the fucking drive-through worker at Whataburger or wherever you go to get your Diet Dr. Pepper. Did you see Free Press Qatar hippie saying they spent $95 billion on U.S. propaganda? Yeah. Anyway. If you're not going to shower, just wear deodorant, bro. What the fuck? I've consumed a lot of right-wing media, often against my will, from reshares and from memes I've been exposed to. So much Daily Wire, Tucker, even like Epoch Times. I've never actually fucking seen Free Press shit. It's completely fake, no motion. Yes. I guess Barry Weiss is still mad about this interview recorded a few months before Bourdain's death. Yeah, it's particularly painful. Look, I read the op-ed page for the New York Times and I want to fucking kill myself. Wait, you'll see. We hired a fact checker to fact check them. Oh, good. Who is it? Who's corrected there the most? I don't know, Brooks. Like, Brooks is the biggest fucking doofus. It's like Night of the Living Dead over there. Oh my God, Barry Weiss. What the hell has happened? It's the fucking worst. That guy Bennett. He needs to be shot out of the nearest cannon. Who's the one with the obsession for Asian sex trade? Christoph. A little fucking creepy. Disgusting. Maureen Dowd. How the fuck do you have a job? It's crazy. It's madness. I guess Barry never forgot. So glad Susie was eventually able to overcome all the obstacles put in front of her and take her rightful meritocratic place doing punditry for her sister's website.
She was rejected by...
Like, At least I started my career at my uncle's YouTube page. You know what I mean? And then made my own thing. Barry's sister, Barry herself, literally self-canceled from the New York Times because no one would fucking fire her, only to then try and make a career out of being self-canceled from the New York Times, and then went to the nearest billionaires to set up a propaganda dish rag called the Free Press and a fake unaccredited university, and then hired her little sister.
Princeton, Yale, Penn, and Vanderbilt. Among the reasons Susie says she was rejected, quote, diversity. I offer about as much diversity as a saltine cracker. She writes, I also probably should have started a fake charity, collecting donations for the underprivileged chimpanzees of the Congo. She even blames her parents, writing, I noticed long ago that my parents gave up on parenting me. I've never sat down at a piano, never plucked a violin. Still, the competition is steep. Princeton accepted only 7% of its over 26,000 applicants this year.
Stop the presses. A rich white woman was not allowed to get into Princeton. What are we doing, man? How is this news, bro? Oh my God. It's crazy. Like this is some shit you tell your friends, okay? Not mainstream media. And then if your friends are kind enough, they gently tell you, you are an immensely privileged person and I think you will survive. You should perhaps never reveal this to another person ever again. Meanwhile, in the United fucking States of America, you get to do this on mainstream outlets. And then people actually feel bad for you. Okay, I didn't get into any of the Ivies either, you know? Boo-hoo. Who gives a shit?
Just because you're an A student and have great test scores doesn't mean you're eligible for an Ivy League school.
Some call Susie a truth teller. Others say she's entitled.
To those of you disgusted by this, shocked that I take for granted the wonderful gifts I've been afforded, I say, shh. The Real Housewives is on.
And Susie Weiss joins us now. Susie, good morning.
Like, why are you in? Why? Why are you in the studio? Like, they're like, oh my God, we have to do an in-depth analysis. We have to do full 360 coverage on this. Okay, stop the presses, please. What the fuck? No, this is not parody, man.
Morning to you.
Good morning.
Well, that's one way to blow off a little steam in an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, by the way, and also thank you to the Wall Street Journal for printing my piece.
Well, what were you hoping to accomplish?
Well, it's a funny story, actually. The piece was written, I got rejected from a bunch of schools in one day, and like any teenager, I'm sure like millions of teenagers that day, I was crying to my mom, and she said, I cannot hear about this anymore. Just go talk to someone else. So I called my sister.
Bro, she did do the thing that I said. Oh my God. Oh my God. Turns out she did try it. So I called my sister who works, I guess at the time, did she work at Wall Street Journal?
And I was crying, but she was hysterically laughing, and she said, go write this down. So I did, and this is what came out of it.
Actually, we asked our viewers what they thought. We put the op-ed online. 53% said it's a whiny one-woman pity party. 30%...
Oh my God. Even the today.com survey was like, come on, bro. Who gives a fuck? Oh, to her fucking face. You'll never guess where she worked before the Free Press. Read her bio. Wait, she follows me? Oh, New York Post. Of course. Huge in Japan. R.I.P. Peep. The Free Press. Hot goss. Both of the white sisters follow me. I'm under attack. Wait, does she mean Lil Peep? What the fuck? Wait. Lil Peep was a massive anti-Zionist. He was on that Free Palestine shit way before anybody else. He's a communist, dude. He was a communist.
Said it accurately captures what college admissions officers expect these days, and 17% said they weren't sure whether to take it seriously or be appalled by it. So what do you say to those 53% who say, okay, you're blaming others, but not yourself?
I want to reach. Did you call my grandparents? Because I don't think you got them in there.
Well, where would they come down?
I think they would support me, but.
Anyway, she's back now. Now she's doing takes. Really good takes.
Anthony Bourdain broke how a generation of men eat. The cult of personality he left in his wake is frankly insufferable. A lot of what we're seeing in food culture, chef culture today has its roots in the type of eating and journalism Anthony Bourdain did. Bourdain treated ordering soup like a search and rescue mission, and now every man thinks they have to spelunk into some cave in order to get a bowl of pho, and unless they do, they're not really having dinner. Everyone just needs to calm down, take a step back, enjoy the slice of pizza or burger you're eating. It's not that deep. Anthony Bourdain broke how a generation of men eat. The cult of personality he left in his wake is frankly insufferable. A lot of what we're seeing in food culture, chef culture today has its roots in the type of eating and journalism Anthony Bourdain did. Bourdain treated ordering soup like a search and rescue mission, and now every man thinks they have to spelunk into some cave in order to get a bowl of pho, and unless they do, they're not really having dinner. Everyone just needs to calm down, take a step back, enjoy the slice of pizza or burger you're eating. It's not that deep.
Kaisenat save us. He won't save you. We're
Anthony
gonna watch it
Bourdain
again.
broke how a generation of men eat. The cult of personality he left in his wake is
Okay, I'll stop. You only do this for the most brain dead takes? Yeah. Sorry. Lil Peep was a communist also because of his grandfather. Yeah. Who was one of AMLO's favorite authors, John Womack Jr., Harvard professor and Marxist. Yep. Anyway. Oh. I was going to do Dan Bongino having a rough one. We have to see this.
I mean, I gave up everything for this. I mean, you know, my wife is struggling. I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. It's fine. I did this, and I'm proud I did it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean, Cash is there all day. We share it. Our offices are linked. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there he gets in at like 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night. You know, I'm in there at 7:30.
Wow. Thank you, sir. You're so brave for leaving behind your Rumble stream to become the deputy director of the FBI.
In the morning, he uses the gym. I work out in my apartment, but I stare at these 4 walls all day in D.C. You know, by myself, divorced from my wife. Not divorced, but I mean separated, divorced, and it's hard. I mean, you know, we love each other, and it's hard to be apart.
But you're doing some great work. You're straightening out the FBI. You're moving buildings. There's a lot of change.
I got one more thing. I mean, I gave up everything for this. I mean,
he's a victim, dude.
I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna see Patricia McCloskey. I wanna scream for the GOP. I wanna sit with Dan Bongino. I wanna show the American flag. Eggs behind the toilet in grandma's basement. I wanna ask him if he'll be my dad. I wanna change my name to Nick Bongino. I wanna tell him about the man in the stairs. He kinda looks like Dan Bongino. Grandma tries to tell me not to go down there, but I would be safe with Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino.
Banger. Felix says, now this is riffing. It's Barry Wise's sister. She gave her some culture reporter sinecure to allegedly provide some levity amidst the nonstop Israel didn't kill any families, and they also deserved it broadcast. New BB No Money. Yeah, I saw BB No Money actually did something controversial. At the time of the recording, I was unaware of certain individuals' ethical beliefs. As a result, I've chosen to censor those whose values I do not support. Additionally, all funds generated by this video will be donated to the PCRF.
I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy.
Well, I got rose gold on my wrist. I don't wear electric. Too many zeros on a chip. Can't count it. 30 Sherman on my Jimmy. Bitches slipping Hendrix. Wet hair, don't care if you ain't eccentric. ASOP. I got soft skin. GOAT. I went Ben 10. You should me. I stay clipping. Yes, I push pin. Ladies and gentlemen. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. Shit. I would even undress me. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. SEXY. Bitch, I'm a bureaucrat, foreign fun. Don't be a copycat, kiss my tongue. Please, baby, let me clap.
It's Asmon Gold. BB No Money used to be a massive Asmon Gold head. And this recent turn that Asmon Gold has had, as I believe, caused him to second guess. He used to be a massive Asmon Gold fan.
Got a wrist to aristocrats, no diamonds. You blandish, put you in a panic. Bank real thick, can't see the money vanish. Dick tantric, got her speaking Spanish. Big toe ring, got it flooded like Atlantis. Athletics, first in the class. Straight to the bag, I'm a pro like Bass. Diuretics, pissing out cash. Pants never sag so high, got a rash. Bitch, I ain't man, I'm random. A-Ran, doors never close on king shit. Aslan, cooling with the folks at the crib, watch gangland. Jiggy in the club, let Anna leak. Jazz hands, cast spells, get coochie like Merlin. She stick real bad, stay swerving. Sex sells, well, fuck it, we splurging. Hair gel, I'm composed like Gershwin. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. Shit, I would even undress me. I put the sex in sexy. sexy.
Goddamn, Wake is hot, dude. So is Will. Everybody looks good in this. Sheesh.
I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. SEXY. New fabric, stripped out designer. Bitch, I might wet the bed. Splash. Do antics, mom proud, make fire. Always 2 steps ahead. Catch up, bitch. Clack game for. Yeah, I'm feeling like Birdman. Sweet talk, 2 chicks, got 'em doing handstands. Lights in the crowd, auto weight in a grandstand. Stay bricked up like Tamlin. Anchor, my dentist proud. He said I'm flossing. Feeling merry, cause I'm popping. Stuff my nephew's Christmas stocking. Cause I'm newly rich. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. Shit, I would even undress me. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. SEXY. Wow. This bitch money on me like a rainbow. These diamonds on me dancing. Romance. Try to save me.
Or you were not invited? Yeah, he hates me. No, dude, they shot this in fucking Austin. Yes, chatter. He fucking censored Asmon Gold's face out of all of the frames that he's supposed to appear in, including ones where he's like directly the center. I'm surprised they survived the stench. Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna fucking be around him, might as well put his face on it, you know? No, I'm kidding. They censored him with the Murloc from World of Warcraft. He Stalinized Asmon Gold. Yeah. Spread love and positivity. Yeah, this was filmed a long time ago. I remember because Will flew back for this.
Five, four, three, two, one. Engines full power and lift off.
Oh! It's doing it! It's going!
Dude, look at that thing.
It's going!
Look at her go.
Let's go! Dude, come on. You have a celebration ready for this, right? You worked on this for years. This is what I always make fun of with engineers at NASA when they just like sit there and go, yay. No, come on!
Dude, just watch it! Don't worry about reacting, just watch the rocket.
No, but you should be more excited. React harder.
30 seconds
React harder!
into flight.
That was Murat's bias app launch. Before I became a divisive figure, surrounded by friends and family. Didn't that Viasat die like almost immediately? It wasn't their team's fault. I'm very proud of him. Oh, yeah, Dan Bongino, a man who has taken severe penalties for doing the right thing. Anyway, I'm skipping the Harvard thing because I don't give a shit. But we should talk about the Trump administration aggressively revoking Chinese student visas.
States will aggressively revoke visas of Chinese students. That is the message, the warning, and the threat, really, now coming from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, announcing that the Department of State will be targeting those, quote, with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. This is expected to further rock the already shaky 90-day truce that China on tariffs with the Trump administration, and also further rock this blanket of uncertainty hanging over colleges and universities across the country, first and foremost when it comes to Harvard. For 15 years, China was the top source of international students studying in the United States. That is until India took the lead just last year. So let's get this. It could have a huge impact. CNN's Jennifer Hansler has much more on this. She's tracking this announcement. And Jen, what are you learning about what the Secretary of State is saying here?
Well, Kate, this surprise announcement from Secretary Rubio last night is a further escalation of tensions with Beijing and is also poised to be a further blow to higher education institutions here in the United States. Now, this announcement was pretty sparse on details. It says that they will aggressively revoke visas for Chinese students, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. But the Secretary of
Studying critical fields, if it's AI, then that's like what, a quarter Chinese? You're just actively undermining your own future. Good job. Like, even if Chinese nationals were to inevitably go back to China and work in China, while they're in the United States of America at Harvard, they are contributing to American innovation. Okay? They are quite literally contributing to our own country's innovative process. Now, of course, one might say, Hasan, obviously the real reason why you're frustrated is because you're Chinese. And the answer is yes, I am. I'm white Chinese. And so is my good friend, Brace Belden. And neither of us are going back to college anytime soon. So we are not worried about having our student visas revoked. Even though we are both white Chinese, both in our heart, in our soul, and also just in general. But yeah. Yeah, I mean racial Jake.
State does not define what those critical fields are or how they are going to establish a connection to the CCP. Given how ubiquitous it is in China, will it just be that a family member is a member, that the student themselves is a member? Those questions remain unanswered. Now, there's also questions about how they are going to further revise their visa vetting process for those from China in Hong Kong. It is notable that the Secretary of State said they would be working with the Department of Homeland Security on the visa revocations, which indicates that they are going to be aggressive about potentially not allowing these students to remain in the United States once their visas are revoked. Now, this is just among a slew of actions that the administration has taken over the past several days, targeting visas, especially those for international students. On Tuesday, the State Department ordered all of its embassies and consulates around the world to pause all new visa appointments for student and exchange visa applicants. This pause is so they can work on an expanded social media vetting policy. They say that this policy guidance is going to be rolled out in the coming days, but it is likely to have an impact on the number of students who will be able to obtain those visas and come and study here in the United States. That in turn, of course, Kate, is going to impact the universities here who rely on these students for enrollment numbers and tuition money. I should also note that they escalated their feud with Harvard. I learned from senior administration officials last night that they are now reviewing.
Like doing this on American colleges would destroy the UC system. Like, University of California is done. Done. It's over.
reviewing the visas of all Harvard-affiliated visa holders, not just students, Kate.
That is an important new development as well. Thank you so much, and great reporting as always.
In another blow to international students in higher education across the U.S., the State Department says that it will work with the Department of Homeland Security to stop some Chinese students from attending school in the U.S. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced Wednesday that the administration will, quote, aggressively revoke visas for Chinese students, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party.
I can't believe I'm saying this because what a sad state of affairs we live in. But I think this was Laura Loomer's doing. She kept pushing the Trump administration to do this because I guess Xi Jinping's like daughter goes to Harvard. So yes, I think we have been Loomered again. Ever since she stepped foot on that fucking Trump Force One. And then Trump turned around and said she is a free spirit. Most Chinese and Indian STEM PhD graduates in the U.S. stay long after graduation.
Or studying in critical fields. Now, it's unclear exactly how many are affected, but according to a government report, more than 275,000 students from China studied in the United States in 2023 to 2024 in that academic year. Meantime, there is a new escalation in President Trump's feud with Harvard. Senior State Department officials telling CNN the agency is now reviewing all visa holders affiliated with Harvard, not just students. The officials did not say why the review was being conducted, though. On Wednesday, Trump suggested that the Ivy League school should have a 15% cap on the percentage of foreign students that it accepts.
We want to know where those students come. Are they troublemakers? What countries do they come? And we're not going to, if somebody is coming from a certain country and they're 100% fine, which I hope most of them are, but many of them won't be, you're going to see some very radical people. They're taking people from areas of the world that are very radicalized, and we don't want them making trouble in our country.
On Thursday, a federal judge in Boston will be hearing arguments on whether Harvard's international students should be indefinitely protected following Trump's attempt to revoke the university's student visa program.
We're being used like...
Activist Laura Loomer is calling for Chinese President Xi Jinping's daughter to be deported in the wake of Trump administration's edict to revoke visas of some Chinese students, especially those linked to the Chinese Communist Party. President Xi's daughter, Xi Mingzhe, according to Financial Express, previously attended Harvard University, Loomer said. Deport Xi Jinping's daughter. She lives in Massachusetts and went to Harvard. Sources tell me PLA guards from the CCP provide her with private security on U.S. soil in Massachusetts. The People's Liberation Army is the military arm of the Chinese Communist Party. Loomer's post came hours after Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced the administration. She's been pushing for this before, by the way. Imagine pulling Xi Jinping's daughter. That is insane. That is... Wow. Is she married? Okay, chatters. You're not... You know what? You deserve it, okay? You deserve this. You deserve what you're about to experience, okay? I'm sorry. You did this.
Married in a year in the suburbs. with a kid on the way in 3. Convincing yourself you're living the American dream. And I'll be dancing out in California. Kid who got it all wrong. Convincing myself one day I'll write a love song. You'll be married in a year in the suburbs.
You deserve this. You deserve this. You need to hear this. And this isn't even the OG video, because the OG video on TikTok shows his little feet. And by the way, you might have guessed it, but I'm going to say it anyway. He's not wearing any shoes. He's actually wearing socks, and he gets on his tippy toes.
With a kid on the way in 3.
This is what happens when you talk about Xi Jinping's daughter like this. About how you want to date her, about how you want to wife her up, about how you want to marry her. This is what you get.
Convincing yourself you're living the American dream. You'll be married in a year in the suburbs with a kid on the way in 3.
Look at his feet. Look at his feet.
Convincing yourself you're living the American dream. And I'll be dancing out in California.
Look at her. Look at his little feet.
Convincing myself one day I'll write a love song.
Who is this? This is the song of the summer, dude. Song of the fucking summer. Sometimes I like to show you stuff like this to basically prove, without saying anything, that maybe listening to music is bad. Okay? Look at him stomping his little feet. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at how much air he gets, bro. I like showing you stuff like this so you guys actually want to make music illegal.
A year in the suburbs with a kid on the way in 3. Convincing yourself.
I love when he goes like this. Like he hits the riff and then goes, with a kid on the way in 3. Like, thanks, man. I think myself and everyone included on TikTok, when we first encountered this, we all collectively thought this is Kyle Gordon doing shenanigans again. For those of you who don't know, Kyle Gordon is an amazing and unironically very talented comedian who impersonates like different genres of music from different time periods. And he is incredible. And when I saw this, I was like, oh, there goes Kyle Gordon again. Fucking around. And then I found out, no, this is like a person who's doing this deliberately. There's a lot of stuff on TikTok. There's a lot of stuff on TikTok that's like just really bad. There's just like really bad coworker music on TikTok. Like they have, Kyle Gordon is not one of them. Kyle Gordon actually makes bangers, but there's like that one guy who kind of looks like Keizo, but is a rapper. You know what I'm talking about? Like sometimes they'll do, no, not Jelly Roll. Is it Jelly Roll? No, I don't think it's Jelly Roll. The bubonic guy. Shit is bubonic guy. What's the name of the guy? Shit is bubonic. God damn it. Then there's the okay, everyone is sending me all this dumb shit. No, it's not Action Bronson. Shut up! Here. Yeah, I found it. Fuck, man. Everyone is like, it's Action Bronson. It's not. He kind of looks like Action Bronson on Ozempic, but
Got up on stage around 9 and the next day they called it iconic. In between that I was off for some tonic. Vodka and lime and a pack of the chronic. Bring that to a beat. Shit is bubonic.
that. And then there's the other guy who's like who curses a lot.
Got up on stage around 9 and the next day they called it iconic. In between that I was off for some tonic. Vodka and lime and a pack of the chronic.
Bring death to a beat.
Bring that to a beat. Shit is bubonic.
No, I'm not recommending this music. I'm just saying, like, there are a lot of like dog water ass songs that come out of TikTok that pop the fuck off. There's another one. There's the guy who like curses a lot. You know what I'm talking about? You must know who I'm talking about. You are a bad person for trying to shame someone that is bearing their soul, by far your worst quality. I cuss like I was raised in a barn. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, who's the one that does the I cuss like I was raised in a barn?
I like to cuss like I was raised in a barn. Fuck, shit, piss, cock, titties, and darn. I'm not just heartless darkness. I'm running all over the place.
Dude.
Blue in the face, looking like Sonic. Got up on stage around 9 and the next day they called it iconic. In between that I was off for some tonic. Vodka and lime and a pack of the chronic. Bring that to a beat. Shit is bubonic.
We are young.
Okay, this is Kyle Gordon, and also this is not a coworker song. This is making fun of this genre of music.
There's a fire in our soul. We go big or go home together. We are young. That's right.
What you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean.
Hop out at 1 in the morning. You really wanna know this kind of life, never boring. She bought Dior with a man. She bring it to my table when the drinks start pouring.
Dude, I forgot about this pop out at 1 in the morning. Oh my God. The bear is Turkish. I forgot about that one. This is the best one of these.
This is the story of
Oh yeah, I love this guy. So for the record, I've known about this guy because I need to come clean. Okay. I love Instagram Reels. And I've been doing this for far before Brace started posting his Instagram Reel shit, for the record. I used to do this with the Aussie boys. If you remember, they would talk about it. Where sometimes I will literally sit down and cast my phone onto the TV and just watch Instagram Reels. Because I think TikTok For You page is addictive, but Instagram Reels are so fucking cringe. Oh my God, my Gen X parents do that. I'm dying. No. You don't understand. My consumption of Instagram Reels are for an entirely different purpose than your parents. Okay? It is so unimaginably insane. I like to do it because I think it helps me tap in to a normie sphere that is impossible to reach. I don't think you guys understand. It's like people watching. Obviously, Fave TikToks 420 basically does this professionally, but for TikToks, okay? But I personally think Instagram Reels is an untapped territory of madness and cringe. And the reason why I brought all of this is because this guy's been popping on Instagram Reels for years.
Girl where everyone's first impression of her is that she's really innocent. But when you get to actually talking to her, you find out she's kind of got a dirty mind.
She got that innocent face, but a dirty little mind. A body like that should be a crime. So take over your life without warning. Got you addicted to the high in the morning.
Listen to some good revolutionary shit. TikTok put me on. No, I'm not going to do that. This is not time for looking at like serious stuff. We're looking at cringe shit. So, yeah, no, that guy is really bad. He is really, really bad. It's awesome. He's so bad. It's fucking amazing. There is more, however. I really hate when I am on a wavelength and chat is just on a totally separate wavelength. Like, I'm trying to show you guys something, and there are motherfuckers who are like, bro, watch this hour-and-a-half philosophical YouTube video essay about the ethics of murdering people on the street. Like, ethics of vigilante justice. Can you please watch this instead? No, man, we're doing some dumb shit. Can you fucking get with the goddamn program?
She's 5'5" with a little attitude. She likes guys, but she likes some girls too. Dark eyes and her hair matches her mood. She's my type, never will forget the view.
I love this guy. I love him. You have TISM episodes where you hyper-focus and chat's going to learn to live with it. No, but it's like, this is a very specific wavelength that we're on. And I wish that me and the entire community could be on the same fucking wavelength. But we have other people with very specific types of autism that literally go, no, you have to watch this video, please. Are these actual songs, or are they designed to be a clip? No, they're actual songs.
So this is the story of an artistic girl with a dark past.
She's a dark little artist with ink in her veins. She's been through the hardest, but prospered from pain. She appears to be heartless, surrounded by flames. But through all the darkness, a lover is
Women can be cringe too. Oh, this is another one of my favorite. This is another one of my favorite creatures, dude. Oh my God.
I am a vibration, people can tune in. I broadcast, I am love, I am abundance. I am an armor made the golden light, I trust it. My spirit guides, they help me land upon the best path. I'm learning how to navigate being an empath. Sometimes the red flags look green, I forget that I'm even. I remember I'm the farmer that's been planting all the seeds. I meditate for circle 999 and feel free. Oh, no, please forgive, cause I am sorry. It's not forgiving, I let go because I love you. It's not forgiving, I let go because I love me. I'm well aware that
This is like this person has a daughter. I think this might be her daughter. Yeah, happy late Mother's Day to all the mamas out here. I was taking to social media. I was 18 years old when I had my daughter. Like, she has a child, bro. She has a fucking child.
What do you mean you're gonna come around and tell me that you wanna have my baby? That's crazy. What do you mean it's only been a couple days, but now you wanna get married?
I think she's also done like hella drugs since that last video that we watched, because I feel like she's gotten like weirder, if it's even possible. Her parents are loaded and work for Lockheed Martin. If you want to see the most cringe Disney adult former congressman, I'm giving up this secret. George DeValder. Wait, George DeValder? That's fucking, yeah, well, I know this already. This is, we've gone through this. We've done this on like, we've literally done this on like Fear Ann. That's the queen. Watch this all-time Instagram reel. Ban me if disappointed. POV, you find out your new crush is the first POC you ever had a crush on. Why did you do that? Bro, you need to see this one. Let's see.
Ice cream do math now. I can't wait till the next time I am near death. What a big vlog, sell ice cream do math now. I can't wait till the next time I am near.
There are so many of whatever the fuck this is. This is why I prefer Instagram Reels over TikTok For You page. Because like my algorithm on TikTok For You, my algorithm on my TikTok For You page is like, it's so, I guess like after years of consumption, is so like meticulously designed to give me the most like humorless, straight lined political videos with like every fifth video being an Indonesian man sitting in the corner of a Hollywood movie. And there's like a weird line that's going across the Hollywood movie for some reason. Like, I don't know why there's always like a weird light bar in between the Hollywood movie. And then also, it's not even like a movie. It's not even a scene sometimes from a movie, but it's instead AI voice depicting what is going on in the movie. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the type of shit I got on my TikTok For You page. Like, so that's why I like Instagram Reels, because Instagram Reels show you like random
Let's
shit.
learn my new dance. Well, we learn about Marxist theory.
Marxism is essentially a materialist philosophy. The genius of Marx was that he allied the humanist philosophy of Hegel with the economics of people like Ricardo. Marx said, up until now, philosophers have only sought to interpret the world. The point is to change it.
What the fuck? This Finance Lion Furry is my favorite rapper on Instagram. Finance Lion Furry? What the fuck is a Finance Lion Furry?
Hope you enjoy your stay, like the Hotel California, you cannot escape. We began on the fringe of small operation. Think of Starbucks in Seattle, the very first location. Waited patiently in shadows, slipped through corners and cracks. Exploded like Corona, infiltrating the planet, unrelenting, pervasive. Now we span time and space from Miami to Mumbai, from cradle to grave. Feel free to welcome to dystopia. Hope you enjoy.
I don't know what this is an indicator of. I don't even think this is a recession indicator. I think this is something more nefarious, dude. What the fuck? Tupac been real quiet since this released. Lion with the mic.
I started breaking out of that box and digging inside. And I found some passion and I found some fire and I put...
It's kind of crazy because he's like, he gives off, even with the lion mask, like he does come across like a finance guy.
Why do I do this? Why do I wear this mask? Why do I rap in this monotone Obama voice? Why do I make all this cringy content? He's looking for attention. He must be having a midlife crisis. Nah, not at all. I do this to wake people up, to provide a little clarity, to free the fucking mind. If you're with me, follow this account. Peace.
What? People are hating on my new song?
People are hating on my new song. Listen to these comments.
Don't shoot the messenger. Our reflex is to cancel. When we hear something offensive, we push it away, hide in the dark corner. Wait, what did he say?
You're a classic brown grifter. You're empowering hate. This is fucking awful. This guy is a racist. They're mad because I talk about immigrants poisoning the blood of the nation. Guess
what? What? Yo! Bro! How the fuck do we get to the 14 words, dude? Bro, what? A finance furry rapper who's a Nazi? Why are people mad at me? I'm just saying the truth about Hitler. In his TikTok bio, it says he's a South Asian hip hop artist. Wait, I need to see when he, like, what he said. I need to see what he fucking said. TikTok banned my video. Which one was it, I wonder, where he was like, maybe he's from Singapore. I mean, I don't want to say anything. Reactionary politics is so crazy because, like, it basically infiltrates every circle. I feel like VTubers initially were like people who, for one reason or another, wanted to like hide their faces, hide their identities. A lot of them come from like marginalized backgrounds, right? And now you got like fucking lolicon Nazi VTubers. Like every fandom, no matter how gay, no matter how queer, no matter how like marginalized it might be initially, ultimately always will have these fucking neo-Nazis show up to it and fuck up the bag for everybody else. Like, it's crazy. On the one hand, you got like Iron Mouse, and then on the other hand, you have these like fucking lolicon VTubers who are just insane. I saw a tweet about this. I saw a tweet about this on my timeline. It also went viral. It was like the fucking dude, the dude that's always complaining about me being like, Hasan is 700% done now, saying that he wants to sue me for slander for calling him a pedophile, only to discover that a slander case would open him up to discovery. And I feel like his hard drives would be so criminal that he might actually go and face criminal repercussions in the aftermath of said situation, you know? But someone basically was quote retweeting it, being like, how the fuck are you, how are people seriously, oh, here it is. I can't take any VTubers seriously, bro. You are a cartoon character. Imagine if Bugs Bunny was defending Israel and being a pedophile.
Call me a pedophile.
Lolicon Zionist VTuber says he's looking into lawsuits, learns about how Discovery works, immediately stops looking. Greenblatt went on CNN, only hours after the shooting had taken place, to make incredibly slanderous statements about me.
I don't remember him making any slanderous statements. You call me a pedophile. That's slander. Mr. Hasan, in case we're
Also, aren't VTubers supposed to have like cool voices? Isn't that part of it? I just don't. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, how the fuck did this happen? Is there seriously no news to cover? Dude, let me fucking breathe, man. Take a day off. This morning I talked about how much fucking politics I do for like 7 hours every day, and it's cooking my brain. And god damn, immediately people are just like, bro, what the fuck? Get back to politics. News monkey. Please try to explain lolicon to a 67-year-old judge, Lamau. I mean, if you're asking me, my defense is fucking airtight. Drawn child pornography. Good luck countering that in a fucking slander suit to a goddamn, like, to any fucking 67-year-old judge, okay? Excuse me, judge. This is actually a 1,000-year-old dragon that simply looks like they are drawn like a 5-year-old girl. I am not a pedophile, judge. This is a 1,000-year-old dragon. What's up, March? This is a 1,000-year-old dragon, sir. Like, you're going to jail. Like, you instantly are going to jail. The judge is going to ask the bailiff to put you in contempt of court in a fucking civil trial, you know? But yeah, I just don't get it. I just don't understand. I don't understand why it works this way. How this works. How you get to be like this. But I want to see what this guy rapped about.
TikTok banned my video. They said it was hate speech. Check out this clip.
An immigrant's home, they poison the blood of our nation. They're dirty, they're all criminals. Gangsters and dope fiends, illiterate thugs. Where's Fluffy? They ate her for lunch.
I mean, yeah, it's mean.
I love this. That's what Jackson P. Reed said. I love this. Dude, this is how easy it is to fucking grift to the right. Oh my God. Yeah, it's mean.
Maybe it is hateful. But TikTok, you're censoring the wrong person. I was quoting Donald Trump. If you want to hear more, stream my song Trump's Just Like Us. Link is in the caption.
Wait, what?
An inferno burns inside. I cannot contain it. In this world of fake shit. Call me an oasis, an agent of change. Radea means great.
Wait, was he being woke? Is that what it is? Like, he was actually being woke? Conservative reggae? Oh, yes. I knew exactly what you were going to show. Okay. This is a anti-woman reggae white boy who sings reggae, but he's against women and against vaccines and against abortions. Also, I don't know why he literally looks like fucking Johnny Jihad. I'm sorry. He looks less reggae here and more like he's, you know, found the light of Allah and then maybe went to one too many different weird forums online to get a fucking one-way ticket to Syria to join like the Free Syrian Army or some shit. He is now a part. He's going to do a fucking full makeover and now become a part of the new Syrian government. Okay?
Abortions, microchip, gender dysphoria supported by government fund, carbon reduction, paralleling isolation, objectively appearing to hate the children, objectively injecting nanotechnology in arm, objectively lowering demographic alarm, Objectively boasting about their anti-family agenda.
Bro, you Austin, come here. You have to see this. Yo, I know I don't listen to music. I know I say I don't listen to music, but you got to see some straight heat, dude. Here, pull up a chair from over there. Or there's the fucking... You got to see this, bro. This is straight bars fire. Oh, my charger for my backpack. Bro, check this shit out.
Vaccines and abortions, microchip come. Gender dysphoria supported by government fund. Carbon reduction, paralleling vacillation. Objectively appearing to hate the children.
Wait, what the
Reggae
fuck?
artist warns the people that the government is trying to do vaccines.
Okay.
And also the government is pro-abortion to kill children.
I mean, yeah. True. Based. Like he's so, I mean, just like so true. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Bro, he's totally off time for the music. No. We need more of this. I need to see more of this motherfucker, bro. What is this?
ChatGPT. Worldwide, what is the minority race?
Globally, white people are a minority, making up about 10 to 15% of the world's population.
Okay, so for the sake of diversity, make more white babies.
Oh my God. I love this guy.
One love, but not gay. Amen.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
Dude. This guy is like, I'm many things, but not gay.
Oh yeah, totally, dude.
Oh no, this guy doesn't want to be associated with homosexuality. What will the gays do, bro?
Yeah.
Associate with a shower, dog. Associate with a fucking shower.
Yeah. And his beard is a little
No, he's just I was saying this earlier. He looks like he looks like Johnny Jihad or whatever, like those fucking those British Salafists that go and fucking fight in Syria alongside Al Qaeda. This guy looks like his children and his wife are still in a fucking Syrian ISIS prison, and the American government is trying to get them out because they're worried that the children are going to become radicalized once they fucking reach a certain age. That's a real story, by the way. I didn't make that up. That is a real thing that's going on right now. There's still like ISIS family prisons where the wives of the ISIS fighters and their children are still in these ISIS prisons. Anyway,
how you doing? I got thrown into the fucking wasp nest here.
Why would mom and dad let the stranger teach about sex to their innocent child? Living life but only in the right way. Heterosexual, not gay.
Wait, is he like trying to convince people to not be gay, or he's not gay?
Yeah, it's awesome because no.
Why is he in jungle camouflage?
Dude, I'm telling you, because he's literally
like, is he at war?
Bro, he is.
Who is he hiding from?
He is a part of the fucking HTS movement. He is literally now a part of the Syrian government, dude. Okay.
Like, what the fuck? Why is he? Looks like he's ready to go.
This guy is the first ever Salafist reggae guy. Okay, Christian Salafist revert turned Syrian minister of music.
What the fuck is going on?
The CIA. He lives in Mexico. Oh my God. Oh my God. You hate to see a white boy moving different, shaking my head.
The fuck somebody said I look like Dom Toretto.
He does look like Bad Empanada, low key. That's not. You ain't wrong about that. Okay, Jolani before he learned about institutions, yeah. Jolani before he got hit with the Zelensky ray.
Are you attending Straight Pride this year?
Yeah, that's why I'm going to the straightest place I can go to, bro.
Yeah, he's escaping. I think it's just very strange that he's escaping Los Angeles in the gayest weekend of the year. Moment gay month hits, he's out of here.
I am going to the straightest place you can go to mathematically in the continental United States, okay? Houston, Texas.
Oh.
Just the most
what the fuck?
Just the grayest
Why are you going to Houston, Texas?
That's where DreamCon is.
You know, I was driving in Houston, Texas once, and I was driving around, and I was like, are we going in circles? And they're like, no.
Yeah.
It's just everything, every couple miles, there's a strip mall that looks the exact fucking same as the one that was a couple miles back.
And then interspersed between mega churches.
Yeah. And it's fucking hot as shit.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be awesome.
I mean, maybe all of Texas is like that. Riverwalk, no, that's San Antonio.
Birds and the bees for the family to teach. Birds and the bees for the family to teach.
Wait.
I want to interview blacks, and I want to ask them if they had to choose, would they rather be white or would they rather be gay? And for sure, they're gonna laugh and they're gonna say white.
Wow. A moral conundrum.
Oh, yeah.
He is killing it, dude. This man is.
What is he trying to prove here?
I could talk about buttholes all day and not be attracted to them because.
Oh my
God! This is awesome.
He is gay as fuck.
Wait,
bro.
this is awesome. Wait,
crazy.
Let him finish because I'm not gay.
I'm not mentally ill like that.
Oh my God!
What?
No, he's saying like.
Wait, don't women have buttholes? Hold on. Is there something that I haven't heard yet?
The truth is true, and buttholes are only for farting and pooping. No, this guy talks way too much about gay people not to have at least tasted one dick. You know what I mean?
Oh, God.
Protect the children. Reggae artist warns the people.
Wait, that's not, how many views did this guy get?
39.
Well, no. Why are you giving...
This guy, because he's the greatest artist of our generation. Sexualizing their mind.
Hasan, this is a big fucking break. He just... Which one of you crazies in the chat found this guy?
I saw this guy on Twitter like a while back, and I said I was gonna do a deeper dive into him, and I guess like someone in the chat reminded me because I was looking at like my favorite cringe artists, and someone linked it to me, but feminism is a problem. He's really spitting, dude. This is the first guy who basically never got hit with the divorce court, Ray. The family court never actually harmed him because he
can't
never,
get women.
He never had a wife to begin with, but he still got divorce energy. Okay, you want to see this guy?
Okay.
TikTok banned my video. They said it was.
Is he like a furry or?
He's a furry finance guy who raps.
Oh, nice.
Hate speech. Check out this clip.
An immigrant's home, they poison the blood of our nation. They're dirty, they're all criminals. Gangsters and Delphines, illiterate thugs. Where's Fluffy? They ate her for lunch.
I mean, yeah.
Bro, he said they banned me for hate speech. Here's my hate speech. Oh. Why do they keep calling me a Nazi?
I asked a simple question. What is America? Guess we all know now.
I guess this was anti-racist. Like, no, he was like trying to be anti-racist by being racist.
I started with a question. Now I got the answer. What is...
I'm a rapper from Israel, and this is my song. Hamas, baby terror. Terror babies, reading Mein Kampf. Terror babies, getting all blown up.
It's America, Trump and MAGA. The people have spoken. Fuck Kamala Harris. Put on your red hat. Don't be embarrassed. America's back. Jesus is king. We're drilling for oil. Taking a swing at China, Iran.
Nothing more Christ-like than saying fuck everybody but white people.
They poison the blood of our nation. They're dirty. They're all criminals. Gangsters and dopies,
So
illiterate
godlike.
thugs. Where's Fluffy? They ate her for lunch. We're sick of pretending, of holding it in. You say BLM, we vomit and cringe. Enough DEI. Tell your trans kids that women have pussies, men have dicks. Give it up for President Trump. Show him some love. He just like us. Give it up.
Some of you motherfuckers heard it on H3. Yeah, I saw the top comment. A lot of you guys fucking love drama. You are drama pedophiles, okay? You aren't drama perverts. You are drama pedophiles where you literally can't help yourself, okay? Just like a pedophile around a kindergarten, you literally have to seek it out, okay? You have to seek it out like a heat-seeking missile, okay? A pedophile to a kindergarten, you to drama, okay? Stop. It's true. You need to fucking internalize this, and you need to squash that part of your fucking brain, okay? We're enjoying some fucking incredible rap music, okay? The greatest rap music of all time. And you have to, like a heat-seeking missile, laser in obsessively on any mention of fucking Ethan Klein you possibly can find on the internet, okay? It's gross. It's gross. Stop. Listen to great rap music instead.
For President Trump, show him some love. He's just like us. The liberals can't fathom or even imagine how anyone thinks Donald Trump is the answer. The man is a racist, a rapist. His character flaws are worse than Kardashian marriages. He's greedy. He's a liar. He's a bully. He's a tyrant. He's conceited.
Yeah, it turns out he's anti-Trump. Like, he was saying, this is Trump. This is Trump's America.
And entitled. He's vindictive, prone to violence. No shit, you sanctimonious prick. Those are the reasons we like him. Those are the traits we admire. That's how we beat down our rivals. America first. We take what we want. We blow countries up with the bombs that we drop. We pay what we floss like some doggy dog.
Did he just say in the lyrics, our guy is a piece of shit, and that's why we like him?
I think he's saying America's a piece of shit.
We love him because he's a piece of shit. That's what the reason you don't like him.
I think he hates America. I think he's saying this is who we are. He's like, dude, this is deep art, okay? Deep art makes you think, okay? It leads you down this journey of deep understanding, okay? That's the social function of this beautiful cacophony of sounds.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I gotta go set up.
Set up for what?
Good, because I got shit. I got
set up. Even Mark said, "Set up for what?" You have to sit your pretty ass down and then do this a bunch of times to your fucking hair.
I do, and I got
make sure that
I got y'all some gifts, and I gotta hide them.
Wait, what? Really?
Yes. What do you think I did? I just got a fucking fraud alert because I spent so much fucking money at the gay store.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I had to talk to my fucking bank because it's like, hey, we know you're gay, but are you sure this is you?
You're such a
little
broke boy.
too gay of a purchase. It doesn't match your history.
You're such a fucking broke boy that you have a limit of $100 daily.
Yeah.
How much money could you have spent at the gay store?
I don't know, like $400.
That's $400 triggered a fraud alert?
Yeah, because you don't understand. Fraud alerts are triggered by like it can be triggered by something for $3. It's shopping behavior that doesn't fit your profile. That's what a fraud alert is.
$400 at the gay store is shopping behavior that fits your profile.
No, I don't spend $400 usually. It's like, this is too many. I can't even tell you what I bought because it would blow the surprise.
That's crazy. That
Did Hasan just turn to me and call me broke?
Yeah.
He's like, $400? I don't get a fraud alert at all.
$400 at the gay store should not be triggered.
If I spend $400, they call me and they're like, "Are you okay?"
Pride Month is in 3 days. What the fuck? That's me. That's how I feel. That's how I feel about Pride Month coming up.
It's a little I can't talk. I can't blow the content for the podcast.
Hasan spends $800 at the straight store. Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Oh my God. He has a website and you can book him, Hasan, Lying with a Mic. So Lying with a Mic is actually fucking cool. Like he's saying that like this is Trump represents America and America is shit. Like that's what he's saying. I misunderstood this guy because his music is too deep.
By one law, money is God. Give it up for President Trump. Show him some love. He just like us. Give it up for President Trump.
Wait, he is actually really good on Palestine? Shut the fuck up.
Khalil is f***ed. This is Mahmoud Khalil, a Columbia University student. He might be deported for protesting against Israel. Why would he take that
I'm gonna
chance?
get some water.
Why would he risk his
You want
education,
water?
his family, his livelihood?
No.
Here's my answer. Check it out.
Something is awakened. I've lost the patience to stand by in the face of genocidal
Oh my God, there's like people walking around him.
arrangements orchestrated by madmen who repeat empty statements and condone the decimation of a helpless population,
Oh, he did the triple fucking helpless population. Oh my God. This is a new immortal technique. I can't believe this fucking furry has a better take on Israel-Palestine than Bernie Sanders. Who hasn't? Piers Morgan has outflanked Bernie Sanders. And now Lying with a Mic has outflanked Bernie Sanders. What the hell's going on, man? Bernie, what's happening? It's not discovering music. We do not have to hand it to this guy. How is this guy pro-Trump and anti-genocide at the same time? He's not. He's not pro-Trump. He's saying Trump sucks and we suck for voting for him. That's what he's saying.
Show him some love. He's just like us. Trump is the face of our deepest desires, the id we deny that struggles inside us, the pompous white man who still symbolizes authority, strength, and America rising. A savior, yeah, disguised as a villain, a devil who gives us explicit permission to murder young children. Just one condition, no closing your eyes when you look in the mirror. That's it? I'm good with that. Sit back and relax, take off the mask, torture the truth, invent your own facts, profit from hatred and social collapse. Feels good to admit you're a sociopath. This is a service that Trump has provided, a chance to display all the things we've been hiding. Funny how anger, corruption, and violence become the ties that unite us. Give it up for President Trump. Show him some love. He just like us. Give it up for President Trump. Show him some love. He's just like us.
It's funny because he's so what? He's so fucking cringe. He's so fucking cringe that you guys just don't want to admit that like the point he's making. You don't want to associate our brand of politics with this fucking incredibly cringe AI artist, which I understand, but like who cares? Okay? I know someone in this chat listens to this religiously. Dog, this has 1,396 views. It has not been. Oh, yeah. Imagine Dragons outflank Bernie. This was awesome, though, because Imagine Dragons. Look, I'm not going to say nothing about Imagine Dragons and their type of music. OK, but if there's one country that is the most like Imagine Dragons music loving coded, it's Israel, which is precisely the reason why so many Israelis on the timeline lost their fucking mind when they saw this.
He's so fucking jacked.
I know. I've always thought it was so funny how jacked he is for no reason. Like, there is nothing happening with Imagine Dragons that requires this man to be as jacked as he is.
Everything that he does matters. He's jacked for the very reason, dude. Right now, you take off your shirt at a concert.
I know, but it's like Imagine Dragons. Like, you know what I mean?
But that's the type of shit that I would do if I was in Imagine Dragons. I'd be like, I need to get shredded. You know what my dream is?
Radioactive. Sorry.
You don't even listen to music.
I listen to Imagine Dragons.
Oh, we gotta go. We gotta go.
Cutie's here. We gotta go. Everybody, love you all. I gotta go film the episode of the podcast. We have to film it even earlier than usual because Cutie has some fucking obligations. Okay. Unfortunately, somebody is a busy bee, okay, and that is QT Cinderella. So obviously, for Princess Diva Cutie Cinderella, we have to make sure that we film at a reasonable time. But yeah, blaming the woman as always. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. I'll do Elden Ring tomorrow. Okay, peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.